HOJO Radio.
Hello, everybody, hello. Hello is the shampoo that glorifies your hair. So hello, everybody, hello. For softer, lively curls and brighter, sparkling hair. So hello, everybody, hello. Hello, shampoo, hello.
Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness. The makers of Hallmark greeting cards bring you a true and deeply moving portrait of an unforgettable man. A.J. Cronin's courageous and heartwarming story of The Doctor of Lennox. Big and little, folks everywhere are talking about the new fun-provoking Hallmark dolls. Children love to collect them. Grown-ups find them fun to give to every youngster they know. If you haven't heard about the new Hallmark dolls, listen carefully. We'll tell you all about them in a few minutes. Now, to preside over our program, here is your Hallmark host, Tom Shirley.
Thank you, Ron Wilson, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. 8 years ago in the Reader's Digest, A.J. Cronin wrote a story he called The Most Unforgettable Character I Ever Met. It had such appeal that the Reader's Digest followed it with other stories about unforgettable people. People in the byways of life who, for a little while, made something beautiful of the place they occupied. We've all read and loved them, but no character ever quite surpassed Cronin's original story about the Doctor of Lennox. I have never known anyone like the Doctor of Lennox, or if I did, I failed as others failed to recognize him when he passed. He passes our way tonight, and I promise you a thrill as you hear a story played by our superb cast of actors. Carl Swenson as the Doctor, a brown-eyed youngster named Ronnie List as the boy, and Ian Martin as A.J. Cronin. Come with us as the makers of Hallmark greeting cards present on the Reader's Digest Radio Edition a story you will be richer for having heard. The Doctor of Lennox.
I'm Sir Lancelot, riding on a white horse.
I'm Ivanhoe, the bravest knight of them all.
And I'm Bruce, the fearless horseman.
What can I do? You, Carrie? You can be our stable boy.
My way of thinking, the most unforgettable character I ever met is not some famous statesman, soldier, or tycoon. He's a simple soul who had no wish to dominate an empire. Instead, he set out to conquer circumstance and himself. I first knew him as a boy, small, insignificant, and poor, very poor. A lad whose mother was a scrub woman, and a playmate who was barely acceptable to the select band of adventurous youths of which I was a member.
Look at him, Jay. He's going to fall on his face in a moment.
Oh, don't laugh at him, Chisholm. It isn't nice to make fun of people's infirmities.
But he's so funny. Every time he tries to run, he bobs up and down like a hobby horse.
Wait for me.
Yes. Come on, Carrie. Start them, Carrie. We don't want any stragglers on our side.
Sorry, Chisholm. Sorry I kept you back.
Well, don't sputter about it. There isn't time. You sputter enough with your legs.
It's this old boot. It weighs a ton. Why do you wear it? It seems to me you do so much better without the fool thing.
Oh, no, I couldn't run at all without it. My left leg is so much shorter than the other.
Well, let's keep moving over here. We'll be out of the game for fair if we don't hurry along.
You go first, Carrie, through the woods. Your speed won't hold against us so much in there.
Brilliant idea, Jay.
Yes, an excellent idea.
Well, get on.
I'm going. You won't have to stop for me anymore.
I'll say we won't. We can get rid of the little beggar now.
What do you mean?
Let's go the other way. Across the field to the swimming pool.
And leave poor Carrie behind.
Well, why not? Come, let's get away before he tags onto you.
We were just children, of course. And children have a kind of savage code that makes no allowance for infirmity. But Carrie always lived up to it, whether we took advantage of his defects or not.
First bell, Carrie. Don't be late for school.
I can't help it today. I have to finish my milk round first.
What's a milk round?
Oh, can't you see? I make deliveries to half the houses on this side of town.
What on that for?
1 on 6 a week. That's almost as much as my mother gets for scrubbing the floor.
Why, George, what do you do with all that money?
I give it to my mother. I get a halfpenny for myself.
That's not much.
It's more than I got before.
Well, you'd better hurry up and make it. There goes the second bell.
Oh, Rory, I've got to run.
Look at him go.
Attention, please. The class will please pay attention and be quiet till I finish calling the roll. Chisholm.
Yes, sir.
Cronin.
Yes, sir.
Dawson. I said Dawson. Carrie Dawson isn't at school this morning.
Not yet, sir.
Here. Kindly conduct yourselves in a gentlemanly manner. The Master Dawson is being truant deliberately.
Here he comes now.
Well. Good evening, Master Dawson.
Good evening, sir.
And where has your lordship been? Taking breakfast with the provost, no doubt.
No, sir. I've been on a milk run.
Oh, until you got dizzy and lost your way?
No, sir. The dairyman was late and...
Sit down, Dawson, and take a demerit. If we stop to listen to your excuse, we'll be here all day.
The more life struck at him, the less he struck back, and the gentler he became. He loved the woods and moors and the wild things that lived there, and nothing made him happier than tending some sick or maimed creature he'd found in his wanderings.
Look, Chisholm, there's a robin.
Let's catch him.
Oh, no. Please, he's hurt. He'll injure himself trying to get away.
Look out, Carrie. I'll sneak up quietly, and then I'll grab him from behind. Quick, Jay, after him. He's getting away.
Oh, it's no use, Chisholm. He runs away from me, too.
That's because you don't tell him you're his friend.
How does one do that exactly?
Well, I suppose it's a kind of a language you talk. Only you speak it with your heart.
How?
Yes. Show us, Carrie.
All right. I've done this lots of times. Yeah, now, don't be afraid, boy. I'm going to help you if you let me.
Fine, George. He's got it in his hand.
Yeah, what is it, fellow? Your wing? Oh, did you twist your wing now?
What are you doing, Carrie?
Helping him. If I had a piece of thread in the thin twig, I could fix it so he'd fly again.
How do you know so much about all this?
Oh, I've been studying. I like healing things.
What for?
It'll come in handy someday. You see, I'm going to be a doctor.
A doctor, is it? My boy's going to grow up and become a doctor, eh?
Yes, Mother.
Great heavens, Carrie. Haven't you seen enough misery in life without wanting to stick your nose into any more of it?
But doctors can cure misery.
They couldn't cure yours nor mine either.
Well, a good doctor might have cured mine.
How? With a twig and a piece of thread, the way you do with your birds, see?
I don't know, Mother.
Well, I do. You're going to be a parson's son. And people's souls are much more important than their bodies.
But I don't know how to treat people's souls.
You'll learn, Carrie. You'll go to school and learn every bit of it.
Don't you want me to be a doctor, Mother?
Not when you can be a parson, boy. Mend people's spirits, Carrie, not their bones.
Then I can't be a doctor, Mother.
You'll make a fine minister. I know you will. And all my life I've hoped and prayed for the moment when I'd see you up there in the pulpit. And it'll come, son. It'll come.
Yes, Mother. It'll come.
Here, boy, fix your tie and brush your hair down. This isn't sewing school anymore. You're entering college now as a student of divinity. Oh, yes, indeed, Mrs. McCready. He's doing very well. And if he keeps up the good work, he'll be duly licensed at the age of 24. Oh, I'm proud of you, my son. The whole town is proud of you. And Mr. Glenn says he's going to make you his assistant at the parish church.
And Jesus said unto him, that which is born of the flesh is flesh, and that which is born of the Spirit is spirit. Now, how does that sound, Mother?
Oh, fine, fine, son. It's the best sermon I've ever heard.
Was my voice all right?
Oh, perfect. You didn't stammer a bit, and you knew every word of it.
I hope I can remember to speak loud enough.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Carrie, what are you worrying about? For the first sermon, that's a great deal better than anyone will expect.
But it isn't a first sermon, Mother. It's a trial sermon.
Well, it's the same thing, isn't it?
No, not exactly. A trial is a test, and you must pass it.
That shouldn't bother you. You passed all the others.
Yes, I know, Mother, but this one is for you.
The trial sermon was a trial indeed for the newly ordained minister who ascended the pulpit of his parish church for the very first time.
My text today...
The paralyzing shiver of self-distrust swept over him.
Not their own thing. That is to say, that is to say, these words cannot be used. At least they cannot be used out of the original context.
He stammered hopelessly and tried to struggle on.
But I meant to say.
The words wouldn't come. There was a long, awful pause. And at last the Reverend Mr. Glenn came to his rescue.
Well, we will now sing hymn number 10.
We'll be back in a moment with the second act of tonight's drama, presented by the makers of Hallmark greeting cards from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. Now, here's Tom Shirley.
Introduce your youngsters to this brand new kind of fun. Give them Hallmark dolls. They're the newest idea in greeting cards, but more, they're 8 lovable dolls straight from the land of make-believe. Cinderella, Boy Blue, Little Bo Peep are just a few. See all 8 Hallmark dolls tomorrow. They stand up, they're gay and colorful both front and back, and all wear bright plumes in their hats. Inside each Hallmark doll is its own story and rollicking rhyme. Just to show you one reason children have so much fun with Hallmark dolls, listen to our little Peg read the story of Cinderella.
Little Cinderella was a stepchild, and they say that all her wicked family treated her that way. And when the prince decided it was time he had a bride, he gave a ball for all the girls throughout the countryside. Poor Cinderella didn't have a single dress to wear, and so she stayed at home and cried and wished she could be there. But then a magic fairy said, "Now there, child, don't you cry. I'll wave my wand and change things in the twinkling of an eye." So Cinderella's rags became the grandest dress she'd seen. Her slippers turned to lovely glass, and she looked like a queen. And back by 12, the spell is broken then. And all your pretty clothes will turn to rags again. And when the prince first saw her there, he asked if she would dance. And after that, no other girl had given half a chance. But when she fled at 12 o'clock, the prince was in despair until he found his slipper that she had lost upon the stair. And then he summoned all his men and told them what to do. Search all the kingdom, find the girl whose foot will fit this shoe. And when he found his princess, they were married right away and lived happy ever after. So the fairy stories say.
Well, thank you, Peg. Folks, that's just a sample, for inside every Hallmark doll is its own story told in the same delightful way. It may surprise you, each Hallmark doll costs only 25 cents. How else could you give so much pleasure for so little money? See Hallmark dolls soon. Send them often to every youngster you know. And now, back to the Doctor of Lennox.
Whatever her feelings were, Carrie's mother never really had a chance to express them. Within an hour after the stricken with a heart attack, and when Carrie returned home from the church, he found her on the floor.
Mother, what happened?
It's all right, son. I'm ready to go.
No, let me get a doctor.
No, please. Stay with me, boy. Hold my hand. Show me the way.
I did my best, Mother.
No, son. I'm not disappointed. Only the flesh is disappointed, not the spirit.
Yes, Mother.
You said it in your sermon, Jack. You said it's a ring. And someday you'll again.
Yes, Mother.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Glenn. Evening, Carrie. I just stopped by to find out how you were feeling. I know your mother's loss must be a great blow to you. It is, indeed. It's a great blow to all of us, son. She was a fine woman. Never missed a day in church. Worked hard all her life. The pity of it is she never lived to see you full future.
Yes, Mr. Glenn?
Well, it's a pity she couldn't have been spared a little longer. I understand you're leaving us, Carrie.
Yes, sir.
Well, I believe that's the wisest thing to do under the circumstances. You can come back later, a few years from now, when people have forgotten all about your first work here. In the meantime, I think you'll be able to find a new parish.
I'm not looking for another parish, Mr. Glenn. I'm going up to Folston and try to get a job teaching school.
Well, you mean you're leaving the ministry?
Well, I think it's the... Yes, don't you?
Oh, I wouldn't say that, just because...
Well, I wasn't meant to be a parson, Mr. Glenn. I can't reach out to people by talking to them from the pulpit. I can't say the words.
You'll find a way, Carrie.
No, not the words, Mr. Glenn. You see, if there is any way at all, I must say it with a thin twig and a piece of thread.
Branded as a miserable failure, Carrie left town, and no one seemed to know or care what happened to him. Well, some years later, Chisholm and I were working in Edinburgh. I as a struggling young doctor, and he as assistant to the anatomy professor of the university. Funny how we both turned out to be doctors when Carrie was the one who really longed for it. Just a moment.
Ready for dinner, old boy?
Well, Chisholm, I didn't expect you so soon. Come in, won't you? It'll just take me a minute to change the shirt and put on a tie.
No hurry.
Well, what's new at the university?
Oh, the usual thing. Classes getting larger all the time. New boys getting mixed up. Oh, I say, I completely forgot. Guess whom I've got for a student in the laboratory?
No, who?
Our old boyhood friend, Carrie. Dot and Carrie.
Well, for heaven's sake. What's he doing in your class?
Studying medicine. Imagine at his age starting out to be a doctor.
What do you mean at his age? How old is he?
30 at least. Alongside of the other students, he looks like a grandfather.
Well, what do you know about that? Carrie, studying to be a doctor.
Don't be so pleased about it, Jay. He's just as much of a misfit as he always was. Hobbling along, stuttering. The other students don't even bother to talk to him. Honestly, it's pitiful.
Poor chap. I say, where's he staying?
Oh, I don't know. Some dreadful place over near the river. Why?
Well, I'd like to see him.
And make him even more miserable than he is?
Oh, on the contrary, Chisholm, we might be able to cheer him up. At least it's worth a try.
Jane,
now, come along, Chisholm. Let's go over there.
Yes. Those were the days, all right. Remember how we used to run off to the swimming pool and leave you tagging along behind us, Carrie?
Yes, that seemed to be our favorite sport.
I didn't mind. As a matter of fact, I'm still tagging along behind.
No, I wouldn't say that. You'll catch up to us yet, Carrie.
Perhaps.
Well, are you sure you won't come to dinner with us, old man?
Yes, do.
Well, no, thanks. I've got something cooking on the stove.
You get your own meals here?
Might just as well. There's no anybody to get them for me.
Well, good old Carrie. It's nice to see your smile again.
I'm glad that you could come, Jay. You'll come again, won't you?
Oh, indeed we will. Good night, Carrie.
Good night.
Good night, Chad.
That's Carrie for you, just as cheerful as ever. Only I wouldn't be in his shoes for anything in the world.
The years slipped by, and I lost touch with Carrie. However, I did see much of Chisholm, who was a member of Parliament now, and just a bit tired of the strain of his new responsibility.
I've simply got to get away, old man, if only for a couple of days. I've got to get away from this constant pressure here.
Well, I could do with a bit of a holiday myself.
Then let's go, Jay. Up to Lennox, perhaps. The food will be vile, but the fishing is awfully good this time of year.
Lennox sounds fine to me.
Very well, then we'll go. I'll have my secretary get us accommodations at some out-of-the-way inn. And for 3 glorious days, we'll forget all about this horrible business of living.
Like something to read, gentlemen?
No, thank you, Mrs. Mumford.
Sure you won't have another spot of tea?
No, thank you, Mrs. Mumford. No, we've had a wonderful day fishing, and nothing pleases us more than to sit here at the inn and enjoy a moment of relaxation. Right, Jay?
Right.
Well, if that's the way you feel about it, I'll go upstairs and turn down the bed. If you need me for anything, just call out of...
Mrs. Mumford.
Oh, my arm.
What happened, Mrs. Mumford?
Those full stairs. I've slipped on them and broken the arm.
No. Just be still a moment. Let me look at it.
No, please.
It isn't broken, Mrs. Mumford. You've dislocated the shoulder.
Don't touch it.
Perfectly all right, my dear woman. We're both doctors.
I don't care. I won't let you touch me. I have my own doctor.
There's no reason for you to suffer until he gets here. We can put the arm back into place and you won't have so much pain.
No. I'll send for my own doctor. He's right here in the village. He's a great deal better than any London man.
But, Mrs. Mumford, there's...
No. I swear by our doctor. He's the only one in the world that allowed to treat me.
There you are, Mrs. Mumford. I'm sure you'll feel better now.
Thank you, Doctor. I felt better the moment you came in the door. Everybody in Lennox does. I am for miles around, too. We wouldn't have anybody but you.
Well, I appreciate the compliment, but really, You didn't have to suffer all this time until I got here. Those London men could have set your arm.
Not in a million years. Besides, they went upstairs. Wait. They're coming down.
Well, Mrs. Mumford, are you...
Carrie! Jay! Chisholm! Well, how good it is to see you
Hello,
again.
Carrie. How are you?
Fine. Congratulations on your splendid work in Parliament.
Oh, I dare say I haven't really done anything startling yet.
And you, Jay, you're a writer now, a great writer. Well, I am certainly proud to know you both.
Well, we're proud to know you, Carrie.
But you've changed so, old man. I hardly would have recognized you.
Oh, I'm not so different, really.
Well, what are you doing here? In Lennox, I mean.
Why live here?
Oh, up in the Highlands, so far away from everything?
I like the Highlands, Chisholm.
But what do you do for a living?
Do? Good heavens, don't you know? He's the doctor of Lennox.
Yes, Carrie was the doctor of Lennox. But not the shy, shabby, stammering Carrie of old. No, this Carrie had the quietly confident air of a man who was established and secure. Well, he pressed us to come to supper at his home, and when we accepted, he drove us out an old dirt road, stopping just once along the way for a woman who called out to him.
Dr. Dawson! Dr. Dawson!
Yes, Mrs. Bailey.
Oh, I'm so glad you stopped, Doctor. I have something for you.
Well, now, what have we here?
A brace of ducks, Doctor. The best ones of the lot. My husband wouldn't think of going hunting without bringing you something.
Oh, thank you. But really, you shouldn't have done it.
After all you've done for us? Oh, I could kiss your hand every time I see you.
How is the...
Thanks to you.
Not at all. You tell Henry that I was asking for it.
Oh, indeed enough. I will, and God be with you, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mrs. Bailey.
Well, is this the way you collect your fees, Carrie?
Yes, sometimes. Well, these people are very generous, Chisholm. My doorstep is never without milk, eggs, and butter in the morning, and on New Year's Day there is a great deal more.
But this woman seems so grateful, Carrie. What did you do for her?
Helped a boy. It was a very difficult case, and it took a good deal of my time, but the boy is perfectly normal now.
Really? What was wrong with him?
He was born with one leg that was shorter than the other.
This, indeed, was the doctor of Lennox. Loved by all, and loving the work he was born to do. And now in his rightful place, he was poised and serene. At dinner that night, when we met his pretty young wife and two lovely children, Chisholm took me aside and remarked,
Looks as though the little man has found himself at last.
You know, there's something patronizing about the way you say that. After all, Carrie is a remarkable man. A man who's won through to victory by refusing defeat.
Others have done the same.
Oh, come now, Chisholm. Tell the truth. As a member of Parliament and a junior minister into the bargain, which would you rather be? Yourself or the doctor of Lennox?
Confound it, old man. Why do you rub it in? You know the answer.
Thank you, Carl Swenson, Ronnie List, Ian Martin, and all the splendid players who brought us the story of the Doctor of Lennox. I guess any one of us would change places with that little Scotch doctor who put people above privilege and found the greatest treasure in the world in the human heart.
Hours of vacation fun await the lucky youngsters who collect Hallmark dolls. So start your collection, start your children on this new collecting adventure. Send them Hallmark dolls. Remember, Hallmark dolls are only 25 cents apiece. So see them soon, send them often. Remember Dad, too, on his day next Sunday. Send him a Hallmark Father's Day card to show him you haven't forgotten.
You're cordially invited to be with us again next week at this time. If you enjoyed tonight's show, won't you please tell your friends about it and ask them also to tune in for next week's program sponsored by Hallmark Greeting Cards? At that time, you will hear a poignant and challenging true story of a man who believed in the goodness of all and a boy who almost changed his mind. Another fine dramatic program brought to you by the makers of Hallmark Greeting Cards.
The Doctor of Lennox is dramatized by Robert Sloan from the pages of the Reader's Digest, America's favorite magazine. The Hallmark program was directed by Mark Sloan, with music especially composed by Jack Miller. To be doubly sure of the finest quality, always look on the back of your cards for those three identifying words, a Hallmark card. This is Ron Rawson speaking for the makers of Hallmark Greeting Cards. Buy Hallmark dolls where you buy Hallmark cards. Remember, a Hallmark card will best express your perfect taste, your thoughtfulness.
Once upon a time there was an engineer. Choo-choo Charlie was his name, we hear. He had an engine and he sure had fun. He used good and plenty candy to make his train run.
Charlie says, love my good and plenty. Charlie says, really rings the bell. Charlie says, love my good and plenty. Don't know any other penny that I love so well.
HOJO Radio, we're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
The Pepsodent Show, starring Bob Hope and his guest stars Betty Grable and Jackie Coogan.
So Easter time is done. We've always time for fun. Here's Tuesday night for your delight with Hope, your favorite son.
Ah, thank you so much. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is the Pepsodent Kid, Bob Hope. Any similarity between Easter eggs and the eggs laid on this program tonight is purely coincidental. We had a big Easter parade out here in Hollywood this Sunday. The movie stars walked in the order of their importance. Clark Gable was just rounding the corner of Hollywood and Vine while I was still climbing over the Canadian Rockies. But you should have seen that Easter Day parade. Everybody wearing their newest clothes. One girl was wearing a silver fox that was still barking at her. Of course, I was really ready. I bought a suit at one of those credit stores, 90 days to pay. They give you a bicycle with every suit. But it doesn't do you any good. They give the collector a motorcycle. I had a nice Easter outfit. The pants are bright green, the coat is hangover purple. I can only wear it about 10 minutes at a time. I have to give the pants and coat a chance to get used to each other. Really, it's very nice. I got one of those new reversible top coats, too. You know, on one side it's a coat, and you turn it over and it's a badminton court. Oh, the whole outfit is so loud, the Maws have to get drunk before they'll come near it. Esquire offered me $50 to stay in the house Sunday. Certainly fixed that. I wore a very small boutonniere. Those big flowers always hide my Popeye button. And Bill Goodman looked good. His socks were so long he didn't need garters. He held them up with his teeth. My socks were real silk, though, I know, because when I hung them up last night, out fell two salesmen with sample cases. But the hats the women are wearing this year, I've seen better lids on a double boiler. My girlfriend wore a pillbox hat, and was it embarrassing? A fellow with a heartburn followed us all day with a glass of water. She was wearing a veil, too. It wasn't exactly a veil. She just had bushy eyebrows, and she combed them down. Goodwin's girl had on one of those new hats, you know the kind with a little bird perched on it. The bird looked real. In fact, two sparrows saw it, and one turned to the other and said, "Look, there's Herman. I told you he'd make good." Then his girl sneezed, and the three of them hopped off for Florida. And boy, after the Easter parade, I took my girl out to dinner. And boy, did she eat. That taught me a lesson. Never put a la carte before a horse. And here's our 6 hits and a miss singing Cuckoo in the Clock. Take it, talent.
There they were, he was baby talking her, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Every 15 minutes he coo. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Be a pal, said the fella to the gal, and the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. I do believe they're starting to woo. Woo, 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 woo. They didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear the little birdie giving them the bird. So he said with a sigh, who's your peachy pie? And the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Though I'm just a little cuckoo, I'm not as cuckoo as you. Then he closed the door and withdrew. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. Dot-a-loon, di-do, doot-a-root-a-doo-di-do-di-do-di-do-di-do. Every 15 minutes he crew. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Dot-a-loon, di-do, doot-a-root-a-doo-di-do-di-do-di-do. Seems that he would get tired of that song that he sings, a cuckoo, a cuckoo, cuckoo. They didn't know that everything they said was overheard. They didn't hear the little birdie giving them the bird. So he said with a sigh, who's your la cutie pie? And the cuckoo in the clock went cuckoo. Just a little bit daffy, just a little slap happy. It's 1:45. Cuckoo, you two. Cuckoo, you two. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo.
Yes, sir, that was our 6 hits and a miss singing Cuckoo in the Clock. Say, Bill,
yes.
Tell me, how did you and the cast like the trip we took down to the bullfights in Mexico?
Oh, Bob, I think it did us a lot of good getting away from the program for a while. You know, it was the first time I ever saw you just watching the bull.
Yeah. Ah, Mexico, Mexico, the land of romance. Why, Bill, I wasn't in the country 10 minutes before a beautiful senorita tossed something from a balcony.
Really? What was it, Bob?
It was me, but that was an... But that was an interesting senorita you were with, Bill.
Yes, she was a lovely girl, but don't you think she was a little stout?
A little stout?
Yeah.
Goodman, when she walked in the room, I thought it was Boulder Dam wearing a girdle.
Well, I guess she was rather sturdy, Bob. In the evening, you know...
Sturdy?
Yes, she was sturdy. In the evening, we kind of strolled down to the village fiesta there, and there was a beauty contest.
Did your girl win a prize?
Oh, yes. One girl got a prize for being the most beautiful, and another for being the most graceful, and my girl got a prize for being the most.
Well, Bill, I love those Mexican customs. You know, I'd make a good bullfighter.
What?
I'd make a good bullfighter, really.
Oh, now, but Bob...
Marvelous, I can get a lot of laugh in a straight line. All you have to do is take your tongue out, that's all. Go ahead.
You know, Bob, you've never actually done any bullfighting, have you?
Well, I didn't exactly fight a bull. I used to stand in the kitchen and egg on a mouse. I'd put a piece of pimento on a toothpick and infuriate them.
Well, hiya, Cheesy. Still got your trap open?
Why, Patsy Kelly, wow! Patsy, tell me, how did you enjoy the trip down to Mexico?
Oh, yippee. I had the time of my life.
Yeah, I saw that Mexican Romeo you were with. He was quite a cutie. His sideburns were so long he had them tied in a bow under his chin.
Boy, there was a man. And did he have a chili and red pepper breath? We were sitting in the garden, and when he opened his mouth to whisper, I love you, 4 trees curled up and died.
That Mexican food is really hot stuff, isn't it?
Oh, hot. Bob, I ate so much enchiladas and chili that for 3 days my stomach swayed in rumba rhythm.
Skinny Ennis took you to the bullfights, didn't he?
Yeah, but the cheapskate made me stand behind the fence. We took turns holding each other up.
Really?
Uh-huh. In fact, I held Skinny on my shoulders for the first 5 fights.
5 fights? Patsy, there were only 4 fights altogether.
I know. The 5th fight came after I found that out.
Say, you and Skinny really were stepping high, weren't you?
Oh, and how? And Skinny spent a little money. He bought me some perfume.
Perfume? What kind was it?
Well, I'm not so sure, but on the way home, we passed a swamp, and 3 muskrats hollered yoo-hoo at me.
Oh, that Skinny's a great guy.
Yes, but boy, is he anemic. As we walked along the path, a mosquito bit him, looked him in the face, and said, how do you expect me to live on one lousy corpuscle?
At least Skinny's kind of husky compared to that thin brother of his.
Oh, the brother. Now, there's a guy that's really thin. You know those ships that people make inside small bottles?
Yeah, does Skinny's brother build them?
Build them nothing. After they're finished, he crawls in the bottle and paints the names on them.
Hiya, fellas. Hiya, Skin.
Well, if it isn't Brett Butler, the goon with the wind.
Well, Skinny, tell me, did you find your trip to Mexico very educational?
Yeah, Bob. I even slept in an abandoned hacienda.
Well, tell me, did you learn anything new?
Yeah, man. I learned that La Cucaracha isn't only a song. Well, so long.
By the way, Patsy, what did your family think of Mexico?
Oh, they liked it. My father even smoked some of those Mexican cigarettes.
Your father smoked some of those Mexican cigarettes?
Mhm.
Say, aren't they a little strong?
I don't know. The next time he flies by, I'll ask him. Well, so long.
Say, Bob, do you really think you'd be brave enough to fight a bull?
Oh, I think so, Bill.
Well, suppose you're in Mexico at the bullfight, you see. The bull is ferocious. He stamps his feet. He foams at the mouth, lowers his horns, and starts to charge. What do?
Well, I moved down to the $2 seat so I can get a good look. What else would you like to know, Bill?
Well, there is one question I'd like to ask, Bob, and it's this. Remember that old refrain, do your eyes say yes when your lips say no? But let me ask, do your eyes look gay and happy while your teeth look sad and dull? Now, isn't it a pity to let dingy surface stains dim the luster of your teeth and cloud the radiance of your smile? Isn't it time to change over to a new kind of dentifrice? Time to let Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium show you a thing or two? Irium is the lively super addition that gives Pepsodent its quicker, keener cleansing action. Irium helps Pepsodent toothpaste brush away those stubborn surface stains, makes it possible for your teeth to shine with dazzling brilliance. And Pepsodent is the only toothpaste that contains Irium. So if you want well-groomed teeth, then why not reach the goal with Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium?
And now I take great pleasure in presenting those two favorites of Hollywood's younger set, both of whom are now working on the Paramount production $1 Million Legs, Jackie Coogan and Betty Grable. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Bob.
Hiya, kids.
Say, Bob, what does that NBC on your special microphone stand for?
Why, that stands for National Broadcasting Company.
See, Smarty, I told you.
Why, Betty, what did Jack say NBC stood for?
Nothing but corn.
Don't mind her, Bob. The little woman's a great kidder. A great kidder.
Yeah, isn't she? Say, it's great having you two up here with me. Remember the fun we had making that picture, College Swing?
Were you in that?
Was I in that, Betty? Don't you remember that scene where you sat down beside me in the garden and tenderly kissed me?
Yes, Bob. And for the same money, I'd do it again.
Now, wait a minute, you two. Just because you were in College Swing with me doesn't give you the right to insult me.
No, but it gives us the reason.
Jack, I understand the last year you had a swing band.
Yeah, I used to have my own orchestra. I was a full-fledged band leader just like Skinny Ennis.
Really? Well, I'm glad to see you recovered.
You know, Bob, it was just this time last year that you and Jack went on that vaudeville tour together.
Yeah, and maybe we'll do it again this year, eh, Jack?
Sure, but this time I want to stand behind the net.
Bob, Jack told me all about the trip and how you used to stand in front of your dressing room looking glass admiring yourself.
Honey, shh.
Quiet, Coogan.
Oh, what else did Jack say, Betty?
Well, Jack said that you admired yourself for so long that when you walked away, your face was still in the mirror.
Now, Babesy, when we're out guest starring on the radio, we mustn't shoot off our big mouth, must we, honey?
Now, if Jaxie keeps talking that way to Babesy, Babesy's going to have to hang one on Jaxie's little kisser.
Now, look, I don't want to seem nosy, but if Jaxie and Babesy don't stop arguing, we're all going to wind up laying a great big eggsy.
There, you see, Smarty?
And they say that Hollywood couples don't get along. Tell me, Betty, was Jack very attentive when he courted you?
Yes, but he could do much better today.
Yeah, I know. Jack's had a lot of courting experience lately, but was yours... But was yours a very romantic love affair?
Oh, it certainly was. Why, we had a date every single night for a year and a half.
I suppose after that you decided to go steady. Well, tell me, did you shower Betty with gifts, Jack?
Yeah, for a while I used to bring her candy every night.
Oh, that was nice. What made you stop?
The derrick broke in the candy machine.
Say, well, look, I used to bring my girl taffy apples. She'd bite into one side, and I'd bite into the other side, and then we'd have a tug-of-war.
Gee, that must have been a lot of fun.
It was until one night her teeth came out, and I almost broke my back. Tell me, Betty, was Jack a very jealous lover?
Was he? Well, for a while when we first started going out together, he said he'd sock the first guy that looked at me.
Well, what made him change his mind?
The first guy that looked at me.
Well, tell me, how did you kids meet each other?
Oh, it was a regular movie romance. We met in a theater, held hands through a double feature. Then during a newsreel, some fellow said, monkeys is the craziest people, so we got married.
Yeah, and now with me, every night is dish night.
Yeah. Well, don't tell me Betty makes you wash all the dishes.
Well, all except the ones we get at your pictures.
I suppose she washes those herself.
No, we let the dog lick those.
By the way, Jack, are you very handy around the house?
Why, I certainly am. Betty, tell him how I hung the curtains in the parlor last week.
Oh, he sure hung those curtains. Imagine my embarrassment the other morning when I started to take a shower and I stepped out of the parlor window.
Well, let's get serious for a minute. You know, you've been married a couple of years now, and I just wondered if...
Jack.
Well,
what, honey?
Jack, shall we tell him?
You mean about the new arrival?
Jack and Betty, then you're...
Yes, we both thought an added responsibility would be good for us.
You mean that...
Yes, Bob. We're going to have Betty's folks come and live with us.
Oh, gosh, and I thought you were expecting a baby grand piano. Say, Jack... Jack, how about you and I having a little golf game Sunday?
Oh, I'm sorry, Bob. Jack won't be able to play golf Sunday morning. That's the only time he has to do the ironing.
Oh, now, wait a minute, Betty. Why don't you do the ironing? I did the washing this week.
Now, Jackie.
Oh, now listen here, Betty. From now on, I'm going to play golf on Sunday afternoon and play poker with the boys Sunday afternoon, and I'm going to come home just as late as I darn please. Can't I?
Well, we'll talk it over as soon as you finish your ironing. Now, come here while I straighten your tie.
Oh, nuts.
Go ahead, Jack. That's a good sign.
A good sign of what?
Why, that the lady's in love with you.
Oh, I don't go for that sentimental stuff.
Yeah, well, maybe this will help you understand. If there's a gleam in her eye each time she straightens your tie, you know the lady's in love with you.
I wear sports shirts.
If she can dress for a date without that waiting you hate, it means the lady's in love with you.
I don't mind. I play pinochle with the doorman.
And when our friends ask us over to join their table, but I pick that faraway booth for two.
Your brother works there.
Well, sir, here's just how it stands.
You've got romance on your hands because the lady's in love with you.
Now look, Jack, if she has met your old flames and she remembers their names.
I know. Oh, the lady's in love with...
Jack, you just listen.
And Sunday night and each day, though I've got nothing to say.
That proves the lady's in love.
How true, how true.
And Sunday night when you take her to see that movie, and she says the balcony seats will do.
Bob, on Sunday nights I listen to Jack.
Well, sir, here's just how it stands.
You've got romance on your hands
because the lady's in love with you. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, Betty. And here's Skinny Ennis singing What Is This Thing Called Love? Take it, Skinny.
What is this thing called love? This funny thing called love. Just who can solve its mystery? Why did it make a fool of me? I saw you there one wonderful day. You took my heart and threw it away. That's why I ask the Lord in heaven above, what is this thing called love? I saw you there One wonderful day, you took my heart and threw it away. That's why I ask the Lord in heaven above, what is this thing called love, called love?
A wise man once said, if you have not lost a thing, you have it. Remember that next time you complain, oh, yes, my teeth used to shine, but not anymore. It's 10-1. The natural luster of your teeth is there, waiting for the right combination to bring it back to life. Well, for millions of people, Pepsodent toothpaste with Irium is the winning combination for dazzling teeth and a flashing smile. Irium makes Pepsodent clean teeth faster, brighter, smoother, better. But remember, Pepsodent is the only toothpaste that contains Irium. So if you want all these precious benefits, then brush your teeth twice a day with Pepsodent toothpaste containing Irium.
There's a gold mine in the sky far away.
And now Bob Hope brings you his version of There's a Gold Mine in the Sky. As our scene opens, we find Bob Hope and Patsy Kelly in search of gold somewhere in the middle of Death Valley, riding the trail on a pair of donkeys.
Where the skies are always blue, Palomar.
A fine thing getting me out here in the middle of the desert on a couple of broken-down old donkeys. Say, why are their tails tied together?
Well, there are 4 gophers following us, and they like to jump rope.
Oh, come on, let's call the whole thing off.
But, Patsy, you can't quit now. Can you think of an easier way to make money than finding a gold mine?
Yeah, but Sally Rand beat me to it. Anyway, there probably isn't any gold mine there if your uncle left it to you.
You shouldn't talk that way about my uncle. He was a fine man. He just got into some bad company and sold stock in it.
I see, and now he's left it all to you?
Yes. Robert, my boy, he said, take the stock in my gold mine. Don't try to thank me. I just want you to remember your old uncle. I can see him sitting there now. A tear rolled down his wrinkled old cheek. And then the warden threw the switch.
I don't blame him. Now, wait a minute. I don't like this desert. Where are we?
Hand me those field glasses. Great Scott, we're in Egypt. There's a camel walking over a hill.
That's no camel, Hope. That's an ant on your nose.
Oh, yeah? Then what's that hump on his back?
He's wearing a bustle.
Wait a minute. That must be the mining town around that bend.
What a name. Gruesome Gully. Cute.
Say, this town must really be an historical place. Look at that monument there.
What's written on it?
On this spot stood the first good humor man.
Custard's last stand.
Oh. Come here, Hope.
Oh, yes, sir.
Listen, you're in Gruesome Gully now, and the mob in this town only do things one way. Now, are you going to play the game with us, or aren't you?
Oh, yes, I'll play the game with you.
All right, Tag, you're it.
Say, Bob, there's an old guy sitting over there on the curb. Maybe he knows where your gold mine is.
I'll ask him. Say there, partner.
Hi.
What's your name?
Well, some call me Python Pete, and others call me Yukon.
Yukon Jake?
No, you can't take it with you. I'm kind of corny in a Klondike sort of a way.
Say, you must be one of my relatives. By the way, why are you carrying that shotgun?
This is one place they're not going to build a World's Fair. Boy, do I kill me.
Say, Bob, there's the mine office right over there.
Okay, let's go in and claim my gold. Hey, is there anybody in here?
Wow, a man! Say, haven't I met you somewhere before?
No, I never had that kind of dream. Tell me, is this the office of the Lazy Skunk Gold Mine? I'm Bob Hope.
Oh, are you Bilge Water Hope's little nephew?
That's right. Did you know my uncle?
Oh, yes. He was a great guy, Bilgy. He was the only man in the world who wore his wooden leg over his shoulder.
Well, why did he do that?
It's the only way he could scratch his back without getting his fingernails dirty.
Quick. Oh, quick. They're after me. They want to string me to a tree. They want to lynch me.
Oh, that's awful. Who did you kill?
Beethoven. I'm the guy who wrote Hold Tight. Sacky. Oh, they got me.
Say, you're a pretty good shot, stranger. That'll come in handy if you go down and look at the mine. There's a crazy prospector down there who thinks he owns it.
What? I'll show him who owns it. Come on, Patsy, ring for the elevator and we'll go down.
Okay.
All aboard. This elevator's going down to the mine.
There's a gold mine in the basement far away.
A telephone in an elevator. Hello?
Is this the Bob Hope that's looking for gold?
Yes?
Oh, I'd like to take a bite right out of your leg, but I'd never eat ham without any egg. If you find my gold and take one nugget, I'm warning you, Hope, you'll kick the bucket.
Say, who is this?
Oh, just a bright-eyed little desert rat.
Well, you're making a dope of yourself. Do you know it?
Yes, but at least I'm not doing it from coast to coast.
Hey, tell me, Amos, how long will it take us to get down to the gold mine?
Well, if this elevator cable is in good condition, we ought to get down there in about 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, what if the cable isn't in good condition?
Well, here we are.
Say, what a creepy place this mine is. Hey, Bob, look, someone's breaking through the wall of the mine.
Wait a minute, they can't do that.
Oh, no?
Greetings, Gate. Let's excavate.
Professor, what are you doing 5 miles underground?
Gate, I was planting a seed in my garden, and I became too enthusiastic.
Well, what kind of a seed was it?
Dave, I got a tip to plant a radish 5 miles down. Ah, it's a long way to tip a radish. It's a long way.
Professor, look, there's gold and zinc in this mine. Do you think I'd be a good gold miner?
No, you look to me like a real zinker.
Listen, Professor, what other proof of you that this is your mine?
Because I staked it out, and I've been here ever since.
How's that?
I drove the stake right through my foot. Ain't I a dope?
Say, look, there's a lot of gold over there on the floor, and there's a horse walking through it.
Yes, that's the Lone Ranger's horse. Ah, silver threads among the gold.
You're something of a pioneer, aren't you, Professor?
Quite so. I once made the trip across the plains in a wagon.
Was it covered?
Ah, yes, both collision and liability.
I suppose you've made many a long trek across the country in search of gold.
Ah, yes. As an uncle of mine once said as he began a long trek, quote, "As a trekkin', boom, tada, yada," unquote.
Well, tell me, what's the largest deposit of gold you've ever seen?
I once saw some solid gold icebergs.
Gold icebergs?
Ah, yes, and I came near them, and when I did, they rose out of the water. Ah, the rise of the Goldbergs. Mrs. Blood!
Water.
Look, Professor, one of your miners over there, he's dying of thirst. Why don't you give him a drink?
I can't, Kate.
Why not?
Because we don't serve drinks to miners.
Look, Professor, we wasted enough time. Let's start digging for gold. How deep is this mine?
This mine is so deep, if you go down any further, you'll be deviled ham. Ah, yes, and if you put your ear to the ground, you can hear people talking on the other side. But that doesn't stop me. I'll take a pick and dig right through. Dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo-doo, dig-a-dig-a-doo, dig-a-doo.
Hey, look out, Professor, you're breaking through.
Help, I'm falling.
Professor, you dug down too far. Where are you? Say something.
Greetings, Glade. I'm in an oriental state.
And thanks for the memory. And if we brought you cheer, the reason's all too clear. You bought a lot of Pepsodent and lent to our career. So thank you so much. And thanks for the memory. For Jackie Coogan paired with Betty Grable fared as naturally and laughably as anything we've aired. So thank you so much. It's you folks who've truly supported these few jokes each Tuesday cavorted. It's due, folks, to you who've resorted 2 cents well spent for Pepsodent.
Oh, say, excuse me, Bob, but I hear you're having May Robeson as your guest star next week.
That's right, Bill. Next week we'll have that grand and lovable actress May Robeson. Then we'll have Patsy Kelly, Skinny Ennis and his band, our Six Hits and a Miss, Jerry Colonna, and
Bob Hope.
Thank you, Bill Goodwin. Good night, ladies and gentlemen.
The Ladies in Love with You is from the Paramount picture Some Like It Hot, and this is Bill Goodwin speaking. Don't forget, Pepsodent with Irium brings you Bob Hope next Tuesday night at the same time. Good night.
Those three beautiful stars all use Lux toilet soap regularly. You know what a forthright person Joan Blondell is.
Yes?
Well, when I asked her about her complexion care, she said, "A Lux girl? You bet I am. Active lather facials really work for me."
Lux Soap Beauty Facials do make skin lovelier, all right. Skin specialists proved it. In 3 out of 4 cases, daily Lux Soap care made skin softer, smoother.
The fact that so many famous stars recommend Lux toilet soap shows how right it is for delicate skin.
Now, there's a beauty counsel for lovely ladies everywhere. Why not make fragrant white Lux toilet soap your daily beauty soap? Remember, it's Hollywood's own complexion care. The choice of 9 out of 10 lovely stars.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
From the United States Naval Hospital at Long Beach, California, the makers of Chase and Sanborn Coffee bring you the Chase and Sanborn program, starring Francis Langford with Spike Jones and his City Slickers, Tony Romano, I'm Ken Carpenter, and our special guest this Sunday is Groucho Marx. And here's Francis.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? True to our plan to take the Chase and Sanborn show to a different service hospital each Sunday, we find ourselves today at the United States Naval Hospital in Long Beach, California. It's a remarkable place. Here the Navy helps the boys in every possible way to prepare for their return to civilian life. Many of them are studying civilian trades through the United States Armed Forces Institute, and still others are enrolled in local technical schools. They're a fine bunch of guys, fellas from your hometown and mine. And I'd like to start the show today with the song they picked, Sentimental Journey. Gonna take a sentimental journey, gonna set my heart at ease, gonna make a sentimental journey to renew old memories. Got my bag, I got my reservation, spent each dime I could afford, like a child in wild anticipation, long to hear that all aboard. 7, that's the time we'll leave at 7, I'll be waiting up for heaven. Could be so yearning. Why did I decide to roll? Gotta take this sentimental journey home. 7, that's the time we leave at 7. For heaven, counting every mile of railroad track that takes me back. Never thought my heart could be so yearning. Why did I decide to roll? Gotta take this sentimental journey home.
Time has come for everybody to double up on coffee pleasure. It's your opportunity, it's easy, and here's the way to do it. You just adopt Chase and Sanborn coffee. Make it one of the family. And then enjoy iced Chase and Sanborn, the king of summer drinks. Because flavor is the making of good hot coffee, everybody's agreed. But just think how much more important flavor is to your iced coffee. To make up for melting ice, you want all the flavor you can possibly get. So go the limit, get all you can. Get Chase and Sanborn coffee. This richer blend is a record breaker, the flavor choice of millions. In fact, through the past year, it brought more pleasure to more people than ever before in our history. And that partly accounts for the tremendous popularity of iced Chase and Sanborn this year. New thousands are learning the special delights of iced coffee as it should be. So make it a rule all summer long, yes, the year round, always ask your grocer for delicious Chase and Sanborn coffee.
Say, Francis, I want to congratulate you on your column, The Purple Heart Diary.
Thank you, Ken.
I read it every day in the Examiner.
Well, so do I, Francis. You sure know a lot about the services.
Well, I pick up a little scuttlebutt now and then. For instance, did you know that the sailors are going to get entirely new uniforms?
Well, yes, but that's not till after the war.
Even so, isn't it wonderful? Gosh, I wish they'd let me design the new uniforms. I'd create something beautiful, like pea green trousers with accordion pleats and a blouse of shocking pink.
Well, that's one way to get more fighting, then.
How do you mean?
Well, with an outfit like that, you've got to fight.
See what I mean?
Well, you see, Francis, the City Slickers are all ready to play. How would you like to hear some music?
Oh, I'd love to. But let the Slickers play anyhow. I'll wait outside.
Someone's fallen. Hello? You don't say. You don't say. You don't say. Who was it? He didn't say. No reply. Night shades falling. You that empty faces meet his eyes, and the arms outstretched. He's crying to the black of night. I got to go where you are.
Whether it's here or whether it's there, I want to be there wherever you are.
If it's wrong or right, I got to go where you are.
Hello, boy. What do you know? I just got back from a vaudeville showing.
I'll roam to the distant land, searching for you. All here, and you are the there. Let me please have 2, 3, 4, ho! And through that smoke and flame, I've got to go where you are.
Roses are red, violets are blue.
I'll chase Chloe.
Who'll chase you?
For no place can be too far where you are. Ain't no chain can bind you. And it's you. Love is calling me. Got to go where you are. And if you do, I'm gonna find you, my pretty baby. So you call me. Hello? You don't say. You don't say. Who was it? Same guy. I've got to go. You are.
With us this Sunday, one of my favorite comedians, Mr. Groucho Marx. Hello, Groucho.
Francis, I just heard that there are a bunch of Marines here. You know, I've got a nephew in the Marines.
Oh, how does he like it?
How does he like it? Listen to this letter I just got.
All right.
Here, just pull up my lap and sit down. He says, Dear Uncle Groucho, I'm writing this letter to prove to you that life in the Marines isn't all you've been led to believe. Only one fellow I met here has a real tough job. He has to water the oak leaves on the major's shoulders. And my top sergeant is so sweet and considerate, we all call him Mom. Let me tell you what happens here on a typical day.
Yoo-hoo. Private Marx. Yoo-hoo.
Oh, where am I?
You're in the Marines, and it's time to get up.
Who are you?
I'm your sergeant. It's almost time for breakfast. It's 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock? I distinctly remember leaving my call for 11:30.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's probably all my fault. But since you're awake now, how about getting up and having breakfast?
Oh, I'm a lazy old private this morning. I think I'll have breakfast in bed. Besides, I just can't make up my mind what to wear.
Doesn't nice Private Groucho want to go to the mess hall with nice argy-wargy?
Well, maybe you've got something. Maybe you've got something. But first I better make my bed.
You know the first lieutenant always makes your bed. This is the mess hall, Private Mark.
I see. What's the inscription over the door?
Oh, that. It says, through these portals pass the most beautiful kitchen police in the world.
Good morning, Private.
Oh, Groucho, this is Tony Romano, our steward. He comes from a long line of English butlers.
Well, tell him to get off the line and serve breakfast.
Breakfast is quite ready, sir. We have roasted pheasant, caviar, coddled eggs.
Oh, darn, the same old things. Why don't they give us what we really want? Mush.
Oh, I'll inform the chef, sir. He always welcomes suggestions. Now, begging your pardon, sir, would you and the sergeant prefer to be seated in the patio or in our intimate dining lounge in the radar room?
Oh, we'll just rough it at the colonel's table.
Very good, sir, but Colonel Carpenter hasn't finished his breakfast yet.
I'll take care of that. Well, good morning, Colonel.
Private Marks. And Sergeant Langford. Good morning indeed.
At ease, Colonel.
Oh, thank you. Oh, did you and the sergeant want my table?
Yes, Colonel, we're famished.
Well, of course, by all means. I'll just grab a bite somewhere else. Terribly sorry I kept you waiting.
That's quite all right, but see that it doesn't happen again.
I won't. Oh, by the way, Private, I noticed that your shoes aren't shined, your tie is untied, your brass is all smudgy, and your coat is completely unbuttoned.
Is something wrong with that, Colonel?
Oh, no, that's what we like. Just be yourself. And by the way, I'm having 500 beautiful girls here tonight to dance with you fellows.
Oh, rat, there goes my checker game.
But tomorrow, I'm afraid you may be asked to report aboard ship. We're going for a little sail. However, our destination will be decided by popular vote.
I'm sorry, Colonel, but I won't be able to join you. I've got a 12-hour pass.
A 12-hour pass? Why, you can't have any fun in 12 hours.
That's what you think.
Here, I'll write you out a 6-day pass. No, on second thought, I'll just leave the time blank and you can fill it out yourself.
Splendid, I'll do that. Well, good day, Colonel. You may go now. Oh, gosh, I'm tired. Sure was a busy day. Oh, I'm glad all us Marines get these springy rest mattresses. Oh. Come in. Oh, hello, Saji.
Good evening, Private.
Are you going to sing me to sleep again tonight?
Why, of course I am. Now lie back and we'll have you off to dreamland in no time. Rock-a-bye, Groucho, here's the Sandman.
I saw you first, so tell him to scram.
Close little eyelids, try to count sheep. So rock-a-bye, Groucho, time for your sleep. You can wake up now, Groucho, and remember we'll be waiting to see your new picture, A Night in Casablanca. Friends, I've traveled quite a bit in the last 3 years, and if the Navy will bear with me, I'd like to say a word about an Army outfit that fed me from Casablanca to Guadalcanal. Its name doesn't appear in the headlines very often because part of their glory is that their deeds are unsung.
I'm speaking of the Quartermaster Corps of the United States Army. The Quartermaster Corps is to the Army what a father is to his family. It provides the shoes, the clothing, the food for all our fighting men. As soon as enough ground is won to set up a stove, the Quartermaster Corps moves in and starts baking bread under fire. June 16th is the 170th anniversary of the founding of the Quartermaster Corps by the Continental Congress. It's a day when every soldier and civilian joins in the heartiest congratulations to an outfit that has been indispensable for 170 years. And for them, I'd like to sing a song that's been a special favorite of mine for a long time. Embrace me, my sweet embrace of you. Embrace me, my embrace of you. Just one look at you, my heart grew tipsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to your mama. My sweet embrace of you.
Francis, that was really beautiful. Incidentally, what would you like me and the Slickers to play next?
Why, Spike, how wonderful.
That we're going to play?
That I have a choice.
Well, I take it that you'd like something quiet.
But can you play something quiet?
Oh, anything you suggest.
Then why don't you play Pinochle? Well, there I go dreaming again. Play anything you want and let us try and guess what it is.
Jungle Town, the honeymoon is coming soon. There will be a serenade to a pretty monkey maid. Soon a big baboon comes out to spoon beneath the moon. Oh, I'll be true to Monkey Doodle Doo way down in Jungle Town.
And so we left the teeming little village in search of that beautiful white goddess, Mamo. It was on a night of meatless Tuesday that we hacked our way through the dark, wild grove, until at last we came to a clearing, and there we found that beautiful girl, Mamo, surrounded by a group of half-crazed, hysterical savages who, in their native tongue, were chanting the song of death.
Pistol packing Mamo, play that pistol.
table and across the counter, this good word is flying. It's praise, praise, nothing but praise for iced Chase and Sanborn coffee. After winning more new friends than we can count in its record-breaking 81st year, Chase and Sanborn coffee is setting a new high as iced coffee, the king of refreshing drinks. Now, that's only natural when you stop to consider that flavor is responsible for all the records that Chase and Sanborn has ever made all through the years. And flavor is the making of truly delicious iced coffee. You want all the flavor you can possibly get to offset the melting ice. Deep down, wholehearted, satisfying flavor in lavish, generous abundance. And that describes Chase and Sanborn coffee from the first sip to the last. This richer blend brings you all the flavor that your glass will hold. With meals in between all summer long, enjoy more iced coffee. And enjoy iced coffee more. Ask for Chase and Sanborn coffee.
One of the greatest names in American popular music is undoubtedly Jerome Kern. Spike has made a medley of 3 songs which will feature Tony Romano, the Slickers, and I'll be in there too. Now, here's Tony.
And when I told them how beautiful you are, they didn't believe me. They didn't believe me. Your lips, your eyes, your curly hair are in a class beyond compare. You're the loveliest girl that one could see. And when I tell them, and I really am going to tell them, that I'm the man whose wife someday you'll be, they'll never believe me. They'll never believe me that from this great wide world you've chosen me.
Thank you, fellas. Last week at the Corona Naval Hospital, I met a lot of guys I've seen overseas. And here at Long Beach, I noticed some more. 2 of them are Private First Class Joseph Zima of the Marines and Bosun's Mate First Class R.A. Willand of the Navy. They were both on Pavuvu when our show played in the Russell Islands down in the South Pacific. Zima and Willand, I'm sorry you both got hit after Pavuvu, but I'm awfully glad you're coming along so well here. Friends, it's in behalf of great guys like Zima and Willand that I'd like to ask everyone to go the limit in this 7th War Loan Drive. Men like these fellows at Long Beach have put up with a great deal for us, to put it mildly. All they ask us to put up is the money. So, even if you've already bought 7th War Loan bonds, even though you buy bonds every payday, do more. Think of the men in all our service hospitals, and friends, for their sakes, buy more bonds. Good night.
We wish to thank Captain C.M. Sharr, commanding officer, and Lieutenant D.D. Henry for this day here at the United States Naval Hospital in Long Beach, California. Be with us again next Sunday at this same time when Francis Langford, Spike Jones and the City Slickers, Tony Romano, and our special guest, Mr. Gary Moore, will be appearing for the Armed Forces patients at Hoff General Hospital in Santa Barbara, California. This week, when you're buying coffee, think of us and ask for Chase and Sanborn coffee. Coffee made to serve in times like these. This is Ken Carpenter speaking from Long Beach, California. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of every 10 say Royal desserts taste more delicious. Yes, Royal desserts taste more delicious. And that comes straight from people who know, people who always use Royal desserts. When 1,526 told why, 8 out of every 10 said Royal desserts taste more delicious. Try one. Try Royal Butterscotch Pudding. It's smooth as satin, brimming with real old-time butterscotch flavor. Reminds you of that swell butterscotch candy Mother made sometimes and how you'd come running when you smelled it cooking. You'll love Royal Chocolate and Royal Vanilla Pudding, too. Take whatever flavor your grocer has. They're all quick, easy, require no sugar. And try tangy, fruity Royal Gelatin desserts, too. Remember, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 out of every 10 say Royal desserts taste more delicious. Yes, Royal desserts taste more delicious.
Hollywood star Merle Oberon switched to new improved Dreen shampoo? Because compared to Delling soap shampoos, this wonderful new Dreen reveals up to 33% more sheen. Follow Merle's secret for shining hair.
It's new Dreen for Hollywood sheen. Improved Dreen for Hollywood sheen. Your hair can have that Hollywood sheen. The very first time you use new Dreen, get wonderful new Dreen shampoo.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Lever Brothers Company, makers of Swan, the soap that gives you a wonderful new kind of suds, presents...
Our friend Swan. With my friend Irma.
Starring Mary Wilson as Irma and Kathy Lewis as Jane.
Friendship, friendship, just a perfect friendship. When other friendships have been forgot, theirs will still be hot. My friend Irma.
You know, when I went to school, I studied French, Spanish, and Latin. I always thought Latin was the most difficult thing to understand. Then I met my friend Irma. Now, don't get me wrong, because me, Jane Stacy, I love that girl. It's only that she... Well, for instance, the other night I was reading the evening paper and I said, Irma, honey, imagine a man 84 years old just became a father for the first time. And 84? Irma said...
84 years? Gee, what a long honeymoon.
I'll take Latin every time. Right now, Irma's staring at the calendar. Her watch has stopped, so she's probably trying to figure out what time it is. Irma, what's on your mind?
Oh, Jane, honey, I just checked the calendar, and do you know today is 1 year since we started rooming together?
A year already? Gee, I can't believe it. Let's see. Oh, of course, the 1st of December. We'd both agreed to share this room. Mrs. O'Reilly said the rent would be $25 for the two of us, and you asked her to please make it $30 because you didn't know what half of 25 was.
Well, in those days I was much younger, didn't know as much as I do today.
Yeah, honey. Yeah, you've come a long way.
Oh, thank you. But, Jane, we just can't ignore an anniversary. We should have some kind of a celebration. I know, I'll buy you a present.
Oh, no, honey, it's not necessary. I appreciate the thought, but you don't. I'll get it. Hello?
Hello, Jane.
Oh, Richard.
Jane, would you mind doing me a favor? I'm away from the office, and I'm going to need some petty cash for this evening, so I've asked Peggy, from the accounting department,
Yeah?
to drop $100 off at your apartment on her way home. Is that all right?
Oh, sure. I'll be glad to keep it for you.
Oh, thank you very much. Now, I'll be by to pick up the $100 later. Bye.
Bye, Richard.
Anything wrong, Jane?
No, dear, it was Richard. He's coming by later. Let's see now. What were we talking about?
Our anniversary. Gee, Jane, remember the fun we had when we first moved in together?
I'll never forget it, Irma. We couldn't decide who would sleep in the bed by the window, so you tossed a nickel. It flew out of the window, was picked up by a fellow who was walking past. He brought it up to find out how big a reward we'd give.
Yes, wasn't that a romantic way to meet my boyfriend, Al?
Well, to me, it just goes to prove that if you don't hold on to your money, you can get into all kinds of trouble. Come in.
Hello, Jane. Hiya, chicken.
Hello, Al, honey. We were just talking about you.
Ain't got no time for no chit-chat. Working on the hottest deal of my life.
Oh, Al, not another deal. What happened to that wonderful process you had for removing the name from hotel towels?
Didn't work. Removed too much of the towel. In fact, was left with nothing but the name. But can't miss with my new deal.
Well, what is it, Al?
Have an invisible ink for printing the answers in school books. Can only be read with special glasses.
But, Al, won't the teachers find out?
The glasses will only be made in junior sizes.
Oh, Al, you're wonderful. Gee, Jane, is it any wonder Al's my everything?
Don't worry, you won't always be that poor.
Oh, please, Jane, don't insult Al on our anniversary.
Anniversary? Chicken, is there something about us I should know?
Oh, not me and you, Al. It's Jane and I. We've been rooming together 1 year today.
Well, this calls for a celebration. Why don't you girls make me a dinner?
No, we want this day to be different. You eat out.
Oh, but Jane, Al is right. We should celebrate. I know. I'll bake a cake.
Irma, please, no. Not that you're a bad cook, but when most people bake a cake, no one can jump up and down or the cake will fall. When you bake a cake, we all have to jump up and down to get it loose from the stove.
Well, I have a new recipe, and I'm going down to the grocer's and get some flour. I'd like to make an upside-down cake, but I don't know how to spell happy anniversary backwards.
Well, just spell it the way you always do, and you can't miss.
Oh, all right, I won't say goodbye because I'll be right back. I'll just say Auf Wiedersehen. That's German for Gesundheit.
Great kid, ain't she, Jane?
I think so. Of course, so many people wonder how I can keep living with a girl who thinks President Hoover invented the vacuum cleaner. And that DDT is a doctor of dentistry and teeth. And that Seabiscuit was fish bait. But then again, I've never in my life met anyone with a bigger heart, with a greater warmth and an honesty of character than Irma has.
I agree with you 100%. Why do you think I want to make her my wife?
That's because she's got a job. Come in.
It's only me, Professor Kropotkin. Hello, Jenny and Al.
Hello, Professor. Come on in.
Thank you.
Hi, Professor.
Jenny, I hope you don't mind my stopping by for a minute. You see, the steam in my room is terrible.
Steam? I didn't know you had steam in your room.
Well, I haven't had it very long, but Mrs. O'Reilly just came up for the rent, and she found I couldn't pay her, so she started blowing off. And I refused to stay in the steam room.
Oh, Professor.
Now listen, Janie. In the steam room, you get a massage. And Mrs. O'Reilly rubs me the wrong way. Where is my darling little Irma?
Well, she went out to some flour.
That reminds me, if Irma's going to make a cake, I'm going to go to the drugstore and get something to go with it.
Ice cream?
No, bicarbonate. I'll see you later.
Ah, that Jane's a great little kidder, huh? By the way, Professor, the girls are celebrating an anniversary. It was just a year ago today when they moved in here.
And what a ray of sunshine those girls have been. When they first moved in, I was sick in bed. And then Irma came up. She rubbed my head, held my hand, and sang little songs to me. You know, to this day, I can't enjoy music unless it's off key.
Oh, hello, Chicken. Back already?
Oh, Al, look what I found on the street.
A lady's handbag. Chicken, anybody see you pick it up?
Al, I don't like the way you said that. I told you I found it. I wouldn't think of keeping it. That would be dishonest.
Chicken, you're in the clear. It's only dishonest when you find something before it's lost.
Oh, Al. We must find out who lost it so we can return it.
A good idea. Let's open up the handbag and find out who is the owner.
Okay, empty the stuff there on the table, Chicken.
All right, Al.
My, look at all the stuff a woman carries in her handbag. You know, it's the first 5 and 10 cent store I've ever seen with leather walls.
Oh, Al, this lady's handbag belongs to a man.
What?
Well, his name is right here on the watch, Ben Russ, probably short for Benjamin Russell.
No, Chicken, let's keep looking.
My, look what she's got here. Hair nets, hairpins, hair dye, hair ribbons, hair shampoo.
Well, we know one thing. She can't be a bald-headed woman.
Now, let's see. Cigarette case, lipstick. Uh-oh, this dame's a dangerous woman.
Why, Al?
She's got a driver's license. And here's her name, Mrs. R.L. McLean.
Gee, Al, look at all the money in this wallet.
Yeah, and here's her address, Ardmore Towers, West End Avenue. Classy neighborhood. Probably wouldn't even miss the dough.
Al, I'm surprised at you. Would you think of keeping this money?
Only for a charitable purpose. Chicken, did you ever hear of Robin Hood, the guy who took from the rich and gave to the poor?
Yes.
You think Robin Hood was a bad guy?
No.
You know anybody richer than Mrs. McLean?
No.
You know anybody poorer than me?
No.
What do I have to do? Learn how to shoot a bow and arrow?
No, Al, we must return it. Honesty is the best policy. Don't you agree, Professor?
Well, I can only talk from experience. Once I knew a poor street cleaner who found a wallet with $50,000. He took it home, and for 3 nights he couldn't sleep. His conscience was keeping him awake. Finally, he couldn't stand it any longer, so he took the wallet back to the rich man, who gave him a reward, and he went home and slept like a baby.
What'd he give him?
Sleeping pills.
Is that the moral of the story?
No. Then he overslept and lost his job.
You see, Irma?
It doesn't make any difference, Al. We must return the money.
Glad you came through, Chicken. Was only testing your character. Wouldn't touch the money myself. However, if this Mrs. McLean is so rich, I'm quite sure there'll be a reward involved. So we have to handle it on a business-like basis. We got to make her think we're rich, too. Then she'll be ashamed to offer us a small reward.
Sounds plausible.
Yeah.
What are you doing, Al?
Well, her number's on the card. I'm calling her. Oh, hello, Mrs. McLean, please. Here, Chicken, you talk to her. When I put on a high-class voice, they get wise too quick.
But, Al, I don't know what to say.
Well, say something ritzy. You were out walking your Pomeranian because your butler was in the bath. You happened to glance in the gutter, and there was her purse. You got it?
Got it. Hello? Mrs. McLean? Well, my Pomeranian went for a walk because I happened to glance in the gutter when my butler was taking a bath in your purse.
Hold it, Chicken. Here, let me talk to her. Mrs. McLean, did you lose your handbag? Oh, you did? Well, will you please describe the reward? I mean, the handbag. Yeah. Uh-huh, that's it. Yeah, my fiance found the handbag, and we're prepared to surrender it. Yeah, it's sitting right here. Why don't you come down and bail it out? Oh, you're busy, but you'll send your secretary. With the reward. Good, good. Yeah, we're at 8224 West 73rd Street. Oh, it's only a block away. Fine. Yeah, we'll be waiting for your secretary. Goodbye. Wonder how big a reward a dame like that'll come through with. Chicken, when she comes, I'll handle it.
Hello?
Irma, this is Jane.
Oh, hello, Jane. Where are you?
Well, I decided to pick up my cleaning, honey. Listen, has anyone dropped by from Richard's office?
No, why? Anything I can do?
No, I better come home and handle it myself. Goodbye, honey.
Goodbye. Gee, I forgot to tell her about the reward we're going to get.
You don't have to. She's got a rich boyfriend.
Oh, Al, I feel so good that we're doing the right thing. You see, Al, I want to be honest, and I want you to be honest, too. Then, when we get married and have children, they'll be honest.
Fine thing to look forward to, a family of street cleaners.
Speaking of street cleaners, I think I'll go up to that 5th floor gutter I live in. Goodbye.
Pardon me, where does Jane Stacy live?
Why, lady, is something wrong?
Oh, no, not at all. I'm from Mr. Rhinelander's office. I'm supposed to deliver an envelope here to him.
Oh, I see. The apartment is 3B.
Thank you.
Come in.
Hello, I'm...
I know. You're the secretary with the money.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
I guess you know all about this envelope with $100.
$100?
It's not the amount, Chicken. It's the thought behind it. We'll take it. Thank you, miss, and here's the handbag.
Handbag? Well, nothing was said about a handbag.
Just take it. Your employer knows all about it.
Well, if you say so, I'll take it back to the office with me. Goodbye.
How do you like that? Can't trust help. This dame McLean sends her secretary, gives us the $100, and she don't even want to take the handbag back to her.
Oh, Al, $100 of my own. Do you know what I'm going to do with this?
What?
I'm going to put it away for a little nest egg for us.
Ain't interested in birds. Let's hatch it now, Chicken.
And now Susie Swan sings to us. Listen.
My advice, says Susie, you like this brand new kind of lather, so be choosy. Swan gives you beauty lather rich as cream. Your skin stays soft as any dream, and fresh as dew. I Swan, do you? Says Susie.
Yes, Susie Swan, and what a bath you get with Swan's wonderful new kind of beauty lather. Why, it makes every bath a real pleasure. Sure, it's a pleasure the way Swan's new kind of beauty lather feels against your skin. So soft, so gentle, soft as a cloud. And it's a pleasure, too, the way white floating Swan cleanses your skin. Gently, yet so thoroughly you step from the tub with your skin fairly glowing with cleanliness. And you love the way Swan's new kind of beauty lather rinses away. So completely your skin doesn't feel all over-soaped. Instead, it's left radiantly fresh. And ladies, no other soap gives you this wonderful new kind of beauty lather, because no other soap has Swan's exclusive super creamed blend. So make your baths a real pleasure with Swan's wonderful new kind of beauty lather.
It's a funny thing, but when you're in a hurry to get home, the distance always seems twice as long. Maybe I'm being a little overcautious, but I'd like to be home just so Richard's $100 won't fall in the hands of Irma and Al by mistake. Gee, $100. Wonder what Richard's going to use it for. Take me out? Gee, as I walk along, I get a warm glow just thinking about him. What a wonderful guy. It's too bad he has such a limited vocabulary. Seems he just can't say, Jane, will you be mine? But leap year's coming, and so help me, I'm going to have a speech ready for January the 1st. I think I'll rehearse it right now. Let's see, I'll say, good evening, honey. And then I'll say, sweetheart, will you marry me?
Sorry, lady, I already got 5 kids. Try the other side of the street.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Well, after that, I stopped talking out loud and hurried home. I opened the door and called Irma. Irma! Oh, they're gone. Well, I guess I'll just wait around until Richard's secretary arrives with $100.
Well, here's the bank, Al. I think I'll deposit my $100 reward.
Chicken, I'm a little disappointed in you. I didn't think you'd be so cruel.
Cruel?
Yeah, you know what they say. Your best friend is the dollar. Well, is it right to take all those nice friends and lock them up like criminals?
Gee, Al, I never thought of it that way. Well, what do you think I ought to do with the money?
Well, Chicken, if you really want to look at it honestly, that $100 isn't yours to keep. It's yours to enjoy. Its purpose is to reward you, to make you happy. Now, does going out with me and having a good time make you happy?
Yes.
Yeah. And you figured it all out by yourself.
Oh, yes, Al. You know, when we think together, we're a great team.
Yeah. Sort of a Svengali and Trilby.
Huh?
What I mean, Chicken, is I lead the way and you back me up. You understand?
Oh, sure. You're the engine and I'm the caboose.
Choo-choo, Chicken. Get out that $100 and let's go.
Come in.
Hello, Jane.
Oh, hello, Richard. You're a little early. Your $100 hasn't arrived yet.
Well, that's funny. I called the office and they said Peggy left with the money over an hour ago.
Oh, well, it could have been delivered while I was out, but I don't see it anyplace, and I know that Irma wouldn't take anything that wasn't hers.
Well, Jane, maybe I'd better go back to the office and check up.
Richard? Why are you staring like that? What are you thinking?
Oh, nothing.
Don't lie, Richard. You're thinking exactly the same thing I'm thinking. Where do Irma and Al fit into this thing?
Oh, now, please, Jane, I'm not making any accusations. It's just that, well, while I'm generally nervous when they're around, but when they're not, I get panicky.
Oh, Richard, do you think Irma would take money that doesn't belong to her and spend it?
Oh, of course not.
Why, come in.
How do you do? I'm Mrs. McLean's secretary.
Yes?
I've come for the handbag.
I beg your pardon?
The handbag. My employer described it over the phone for you.
She did?
Of course. Now, may I have it?
This may come as a shock, but I don't know what you're talking about.
My dear young lady, I'm here to claim the pocketbook you found and give you the reward. Now, where is it?
Richard, would you please tell her that
you don't have to tell me anything. I know what's happened. You had a change of heart. After looking at the contents of the bag, you decided to keep it. Well, it won't work, lady, and that goes for your accomplice, too.
I beg your pardon.
And I'm going to sit right here until I get that handbag.
Well, there she sits. One eye on me and one eye on Richard. I don't know how to describe the expression on her face, but she could very easily be Peter Lorre with a wig. What this is all about is just beyond me, and to top it off, I'm beginning to feel guilty. Richard is shifting from one foot to the other and looking at me as though I'm a criminal. I'm trying to look back at him as if I'm not. Oh, Irma. Irma, wherever you are, won't you and Al please come back? We're trapped by Sitting Bull. Please come in.
Oh, hello, Peggy.
Oh, hello, Mr. Rhinelander. I've been trying to get in touch with you.
Why?
Well, I don't mean to be impudent, but does this handbag belong to you?
I should say it doesn't. That's the handbag my employer sent me for. So you didn't know anything about it, huh?
Now, just a minute, madam.
Pardon me. Am I intruding?
Oh, Professor Kropotkin.
Oh, a professor, huh? You people have a better setup here than Murder Incorporated.
Please, Professor, can't you help us clarify this thing? You see, this woman accuses us of stealing somebody's handbag, and Richard's $100 are missing, and Professor, I don't like the expression on your face. I feel a little sick.
Janie, wait until you hear what I have to say. You'll have a relapse. Here, lady, take your handbag.
Now you're being sensible. Goodbye.
Professor, if you know anything, please tell us.
But, Janie, it's simple. 1, Irma found the handbag. 2, somebody brought her $100. 3, she thought it was a reward. 4, she's out spending it with Al.
Mr. Rhinelander, I'm awfully
No,
sorry.
it wasn't your fault, Peggy. You go on back to the office. I'll see you later.
All right. Goodbye.
Oh, really? How could Irma make such a mistake?
Janie, please, don't be so shocked. It's not such an impossible mistake, considering the fact that Irma has always believed the Flatiron Building is a place to take her laundry.
Yeah, but Professor, it's Richard's money.
No, that's all right, Jane. It's just one of those things.
No, Richard. The money was delivered here, and it's my responsibility. And besides, when Irma finds out what she's done, it'll just break her heart. Richard, we've just got to stop them before they spend it all.
Well, where do we look for them?
Simple. Where would any normal person go?
I don't know.
Well, all we got to do is to find out where any normal person will go, and we'll go in the opposite direction.
Gee, let me think a minute. Let's see. There's the opera, the art museum, Carnegie Hall, and, of course, Coney Island. Come on, let's go.
Oh, Al, that was fun. I just love the merry-go-round. Let's go around again.
All right, chicken. The night is still young.
Sure, Al. We haven't even started to spend my $100 yet.
Well, Richard, Coney Island's an awful big place. Where do we start?
Well, your guess is as good as mine.
Yeah. Well, let's ask that man by the scales. Pardon me, mister.
Oh, sorry. We don't guess ladies' weights anymore. Them long skirts is throwing us.
Well, I don't want my weight guessed. I want to know if you've seen a blonde girl with a fellow with shifty eyes.
Yeah, come to think of it, I saw him get on a merry-go-round.
You did?
Yeah, I remember because most people look dizzy when they get off. She looked that way when she got on.
Yeah, well, that's Irma, all right. Come on, Richard, we're on the trail. Richard, I think we've picked up their trail. I'll give you 2-1 that Irma just left the archery range.
How do you know?
4 people just walked by with arrows sticking in them. Come on, let's ask the man here, right here at the refreshment stand.
All right. Pardon me, sir, but did a blonde girl and a fellow in a gray suit stop here for refreshments?
Refreshments? 10 bottles of root beer, 6 mission orange, 3 7-Up, 5 hot dogs, 3 hamburgers, and 2 taffy apples.
All that?
Yep. Now, let's see. What did the girl have?
Never mind, that's them. Come on, Richard. Oh, no. Oh, look, there they are, going into the crazy house. Let's hurry.
Oh, Al, isn't it fun here in the crazy house? These tricky mirrors are a scream. Look how skinny I look. And you look so fat and sloppy.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, I'm sorry, lady. I thought it was looking glass.
Come on, chicken. Let's try the echo chamber.
Oh, it's so dark in here.
Watch this. This is Al.
This is Al.
Oh, gee, let me try it. Hello? This is Irma.
This is Jane.
Oh, gee, I broke it.
Chicken, I think your echo is being followed.
Irma. Oh, Irma, thank goodness I found you.
Oh, hello, Jane. Happy anniversary.
Never mind that. Before I explain everything, will you answer me one question? How much money do you have left of that $100?
102.
102? How come?
Well, Al's got such a talent for counting out change.
The other evening, I noticed Irma doing something very strange, even for Irma. And I said, pardon me for asking, but why have you put a compass on top of those cakes of swan soap? And Irma said,
Well, winter is here, Jane, and you know how birds like to fly south, and I don't want our swans to get lost.
Well, Jane, no matter what Irma says, she wouldn't be without white floating swan soap for her baths. And there's plenty of reason why a lot of women feel the same way. Now, you see, Swan gives you a brand new kind of beauty lather. Yes, a new kind of beauty lather that's soft and rich, that you smooth onto your skin like whipped cream. A new kind of lather that whisks away dirt, leaves your skin glowingly fresh and clean. And Swan's wonderful new kind of beauty lather means a wonderful new after-a-bath feeling, too. Yes, your skin is left soft and smooth, not all tight and over-soaped. because Swan rinses away so completely. So, how about trying Swan's new kind of beauty lather yourself? You'll like it for your baths.
Everything turned out better than I expected. Richard has his $100 back, and me, I'm in bed. And although the mattress isn't moving, I'm still spinning from that trip to Coney Island.
Oh, Jane, you know, after Al and I left the merry-go-round, I went to the fortune tellers.
Oh, you had your mind read?
Yes, and then the man gave me my money back. I don't know why.
Well, Irma doesn't know why, and Al doesn't know why, but you and I know why, don't we? But we won't tell my friend Irma.
My Friend Irma, presented by Swan, another fine product of Lever Brothers Company, was produced and directed by Cy Howard. Tonight's script was written by Cy Howard and Park Levy. Folks, next Monday evening, tune in an hour earlier over most of these same stations for the Lux Radio Theater. And then stay tuned to listen to...
Our friend Swan.
With my friend Irma.
Starring Mary Wilson as Irma and Kathy Lewis as Jane. Hans Conried was Professor Kropotkin. Mary Wilson can soon be seen in the Eagle Lion release, Linda Be Good. Ladies, listen. The shortage of fats and oils is still very serious, and it's worldwide. So please keep on saving every single drop of used kitchen fat. Your butcher will pay you for every pound. Frank Bingman speaking.
Spry with Cake Improver. Spry with Cake Improver.
It's news to sing about. Spry with Cake Improver gives lighter, finer, richer-tasting cakes than any other type shortening. For no other type shortening has Spry's marvelous Cake Improver. So for lighter, more delicious cakes that stay fresh longer, try...
Spry with Cake Improver. Spry with Cake Improver.
Tune in again to My Friend Irma next Monday evening at this same time. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The cheesecake made you greedy. Let your aching head and stomach hear this message from old Speedy. Alka-Seltzer, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. Ah, those Speedy Alka-Seltzer bubbles burst into action to relieve your upset stomach and aching head fast. It was only as directed. Oh, what a relief it is. What a relief.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
The United States Steel Corporation, 500,000 employees and stockholders, presents the Theater Guild on the Air. United States Steel is happy to bring you the Theater Guild, one of America's foremost producers of stage plays. The Theater Guild, which presented over 150 plays in the American theater, comes to you now over the air. Tonight we bring you Walter Kerr's joyous American musical, Sing Out Sweet Land, with Burl Ives, the wayfaring stranger, leading singer of American folk songs, Arthur Godfrey, well-known radio personality, as narrator, Phoebe Osterwald, musical comedian, Josh White, famous singer of Negro ballads, Betty Jane Watson, leading lady of the Theater Guild's Oklahoma, J. Scott Smart, Will Gear, some singers from the Chorus of Oklahoma, and Josh White Quartet. And here is Lawrence Langner, co-director with Teresa Halburn of the Theater Guild, to tell you something about the play and its players. Mr. Langner.
Thank you, Mr. Brokenshire. Ladies and gentlemen, our play tonight is Walter Kerr's Sing Out Sweet Land, the first ever given to be based upon popular American folk songs. It teems with the songs of the farms, the high roads, the railroads, the rivers, the mountains, and the prairies. Starting from Puritan days and going down through the Revolution and the Civil War to present times, it is alive with fragrant musical reminders of our pioneers, our patriots, and our nameless minstrels who've made American ballads the finest in the world. The hero of our musical is Barnaby Goodchild. Like two other famous Americans, Paul Bunyan and Johnny Appleseed, he's a legendary figure and never grows old. Barnaby is a vagrant singer with a restless foot, and so is Burl Ives, the wayfaring stranger, who plays and sings the part of Barnaby tonight. Like Barnaby, Ives is happiest when roaming the roads. With his appearance with us in New York in this musical last winter, he achieved a certain respectability which has aroused the suspicions of his old cronies.
And now the curtain rises on the Theater Guild production of Walter Kerr's musical, Sing Out Sweet Land, presented by the United States Steel Corporation.
Sing out, sweet land.
Sing out, sing out, sing out, sweet land. There's not very much that men can do by working together and singing through. And the best that we do is try to sing out, sweet land.
You mean to tell me you never heard of Barnaby? Barnaby Goodchild? You mean to say your mother nor your father never told you about him?
I don't think so.
Boy, the education of your heart is being sadly neglected.
Who is this Barnaby? Does he live around here?
Live around here? Well, that depends. Sometimes he does. Of course, I've seen him around here all right, and I imagine you will too before long. Especially now you know what to look for and listen for.
What's he look like?
Look like? Well...
And where's he from, and how old is he, and what does he do?
Well, I guess about as good a place to start as any is the time 300 years ago when Barnaby Goodchild was a handsome young fellow with a roving eye and a roving foot and a hankering to have a good time. 300 years ago, you know, it wasn't exactly fashionable to enjoy yourself. It landed young Barnaby in the Puritan stocks, locked up as a public example, while Parson Killjoy pointed a long, skinny finger at him and held him up as a frightful object lesson to his Puritan congregation.
Hey, look at him.
Poor boy.
Handsome lad with all.
Children of sorrow, children of woe, I have brought ye forth to observe this sinner locked in the stocks.
Good day to thee, Parson.
Quiet, sinner. He was discovered this Sabbath day pursuing follies we crossed the ocean to shun, singing profane songs on the Sabbath, dancing on the public road, and last night, whistling neath Priscilla's window. Priscilla Foster, did he not whistle neath thy window?
He did.
Do you think I know not what this leads to? Next to the pressing of the nose against the pane, then the opening of the window a little, then the opening of the window more, then the leaning of the head out, and then
the catching of the cold.
Silence. Begotten of Satan, thou hast not even a name.
He calls himself Barnaby Goodchild.
Barnaby Goodchild. Home with ye all, good people, before brimstone destroys ye utterly for the crimes ye've witnessed today. Begone, Priscilla, succor not evil. And as for thee, sinner, thou hast distracted the godly from their pursuits. I leave thee to repent thy sin.
Gotta repent my sins.
Barnaby?
Priscilla,
I think I am able to set thee free, Barnaby.
hast thou stolen the key from the parson?
I have my means. See? There.
Priscilla Foster, what dost thou do? But the devil alone could ope that lock. Priscilla Foster, thou art a witch.
Oh, no,
Else how hast thou opened yon lock?
With her hairpin, Parson.
Hairpin? Witch thee? Thou hast spirited the boy.
Parson, if I show thee plain how yon hairpin could open yon lock, would thou then not burn Priscilla for a witch?
Thou canst not do it.
Come hither, Parson, I'll show thee. Put thy hands in the stocks. So. Now. 'Tis locked. Look thee. Into this lock I place the hairpin. Observe that it be twisted to and fro, to and fro.
What happens?
Nothing.
It doesn't open?
Nope.
And dost thou know what to do now?
Yep, run.
A trick!
Barnaby!
Barnaby, good child, I bid ye go. From henceforth never come into good company. None shall feed ye, and none shall house ye, and ye must wander the desolate roads with thy singing and dancing forever.
It's quite a curse.
Oh, do not fear it, Barnaby. We might have been happy here, thou and I, but thy roving foot would not be stilled. If thou must wander the roads forever, 'tis lightness of heart you will bring to folk. And with all their woe, they'll need thee and thy singing.
Goodbye, Priscilla.
Goodbye, Barnaby. Goodbye, Barnaby. Goodbye.
Well, next time Barnaby was seen, it was after the Revolution. And the way my father's father told it to me, he saw this Barnaby walking down the road, and he recognized him by the song on his lips. He said that Barnaby was smiling as broad as the arch of the sky, and tickling his guitar, too.
Way down the Ohio, my little boat I steer, in hopes that a pretty girl on the banks will appear. I'll hug her and I'll kiss her till my mind is at ease. Then I'll turn my back on her and court whom I please. Oh, way down the Ohio, a little fish did play, in hopes that an angleworm would wriggle his way. This worm I provided, he decided to munch. That's how he got his breakfast, and I got my lunch.
Well, my father's father told me that Barnaby went off down the road that led to the wilderness, until at length he came to a clearing where there was a log cabin. And on the stump of a beegum tree in front of the cabin sat a man sawing away on his fiddle. Same tune over and over, same part of the same tune, over and over and over. Barnaby walked up to this man and said to him,
"Howdy, stranger. I'm not a man for repeating myself, but how do you do, stranger?"
Pretty much as I please. Mean to go right on doing it, too.
"Stranger, sir, can I stay here for the night?"
Out here in the road? Sure thing.
"Friend, sir, I'm feeling tired. I've been wandering all over this country. Can I spend the night under your roof?"
Not without you get wet. The roof leaks.
"Then why don't you mend it?"
Been raining a lot. Can't do it in the rain.
"Then why don't you do it when it ain't raining?"
Don't leak, then.
"Then why in the name of sin don't you play the rest of that tune? The part that goes...
Hey, stranger, can you play the rest of that tune?
Can I? What'd I get myself born for?"
If you can play the rest of that tune, you can stay in my cabin the rest of your natural life. We make a shakedown on the floor and let the dogs sleep atop of you for warmth.
"I can play it, friend, sir. I can play it."
Molly Weston, he knows the rest of the tune. Alice, Lemuel, drop your plow and come a-running. Billy boy, fly around, get some corn dodgers and bacon for the gentleman. He knows the rest of the tune.
"I start right off with a dump-diddle-dump.
Old Ned's broke loose from Georgia.
Skunk cabbage growing by the bee gum stump.
Whippoorwill, you're singing now.
Old Georgia booze is mighty fine booze. The best ever poured ya.
But it eats the soles right off in your shoes.
When Hades broke loose from Georgia.
My mother was a whippoorwill pert. The father, he was lazy. But him plumb broke loose in a new store shirt. The fiddle America crazy.
Hop in, the girl hop out. Swing your lady. Swing that down and put him down and stand beside you. Do-dee-do. Swing that down and put him down.
Reckon I
I can have some cornbread now and stay the night?
Stranger, you can stay till kingdom come.
Can stay? Why, he's got to stay.
He gotta,
sure
does.
Never can let him go.
Oh, I've got to be moving along with the first breeze in the morning. The roads are whispering to me.
Oh, no, you can't shut us up like that. You gotta stay.
What is all this fooling around out here?
Uh-oh. Roads are calling louder all the time.
Dancing and fiddling when there's work to be done. Ain't no time for singing in the wilderness.
Excuse me, but did you ever have a twin brother who was a parson named Killjoy?
No sass out of you.
Out of me? Oh, no, sir.
And you, Mary Jane, you won't do your chores. You won't bring me no young husband to do my work for me.
You looking for a husband for Mary Jane? How about this stranger here?
So, you want to marry my daughter, do you?
No, sir. Let me repeat. No, sir. I'm too young to get married.
Here now, let me get in on this discussion. After all, I'm the gal's mother.
Ma'am, speak to me fair. What's your opinion of the wedded state?
When I was single, then, when I was single, then, when I was single, a kiss made me tingle. I wish I were single again. I wish I were single again. He was handsome and taller then, he was handsome and taller then. He was handsome and tall, but brother, that's all. I wish I were single again. I wish I were single again. He had lots of hair, amen. He had lots of hair, amen. He'd enough for a nest, now it's all on his chest. I wish I were single again. I wish I were single again.
Enough of this shilly-shallying. Do he marry my daughter, or don't he?
He don't.
He do.
He do.
Wait, maybe I don't want to.
Don't cry none, Mary Jane. Don't worry. I'm a bachelor now.
But not good enough.
Well, wait a minute.
I speak for the whole community in saying you've got to marry up with Mary Jane. So you stay here and fiddle for us every night.
Now, wait.
Carry around. We're tying him up this minute.
Now, wait a minute, folks.
Say, Indian.
Hey, wait for me. You going to wait to protect me?
Hello.
Just one of you? Where are all your relatives?
No relatives. Me high up in trees. See people. See you. See you unhappy. Not one bride. Me like you. Me baby. Make big noise. Woo!
Little squaw, I owe you my thanks. Thank you, little squaw.
No squaw. Me maiden. Soon be squaw.
Oh, gonna get married? Who to?
Me no tell.
Oh, bashful, huh? Well, just so long as it's not a bow and arrow wedding.
You go away?
Yep, up over the mountain.
Oh, no.
She came right up to me, took hold of my hand, and said,
You're a stranger in a strange land. If you will follow, oh, welcome to come and sleep in the village where I call my home.
The sun was fast sinking out on the prairie as I wandered along with my little Mohee. Together we wandered, together we rode, till we come to the village where she called it home.
Come, bridal dance soon starts.
Oh, where's the bridegroom?
Right here. To you.
Uh-oh. 'Twas early one morning in May, I broke her poor heart by the words I did say. I'm going to leave you, so farewell, my dear. I'm a-heading far west, through the mountains I steer. The last time I saw her, she knelt on the land, and so I departed. She waved me her hand, saying,
When you are tired, then please dream of me. Remember I love you. Your
curtain has fallen on the first act of the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation. Tonight we are bringing you Walter Kerr's Sing Out Sweet Land. Now, before our second act begins, here, speaking for United States Steel, is the well-known reporter of the American Broadcasting Company, George Hicks.
Good evening. Next Saturday, October 27th, is Navy Day. And all America will join in this day of well-deserved tribute to the mightiest Navy in the history of the world. Tonight I'm going to ask you to do a little remembering with me so that you can better appreciate our Navy and the miracle that made it grow so rapidly. Remember back in the first year of the war when submarine wolf packs were sinking our ships almost every day, when the precious lifeline of shipping to our forces abroad and to our allies was in mortal danger. And there was such a desperate cry for more ships and still more ships. Today you know well how that cry was answered by American shipbuilding and allied industries, answered with the mightiest Navy and merchant fleet that ever sailed the sea. But during that first year of America's vast shipbuilding program, it was a crucial race against time, and that race began in American steel mills. Back in that critical period of deadly submarine warfare, American steel mills were faced with the necessity of producing twice the tonnage of steel plates for ships they had ever produced before. Completing new plants would have taken nearly 2 years. Obviously, something little short of a miracle was called for, and the know-how of the American steelmaker did the trick. Here's a story of real ingenuity. Some years prior to the war, U.S. Steel had installed high-speed continuous mills for rolling thin sheets of steel for automobile bodies, refrigerators, tin cans, and many other products. The equipment for these fast-moving strip mills was never intended to produce thick steel plates for ships, but the men of U.S. Steel, working tirelessly day and night, found a way to convert them into plate mills, and they did it in record time. For example, at one Pittsburgh district plant, the complete change was rushed through in just 37 days, accomplished literally with bits and pieces found in U.S. steel plants all over the country. Conversion of such peacetime sheet mills helped U.S. Steel increase its ship plate production 4-fold. A striking example of how construction and modernization of plant facilities in pre-war years for the improvement of peacetime products made it possible for U.S. Steel to meet the nation's #1 need in this critical emergency.
We pause now for station identification. We continue with the second act of Sing Out Sweet Land with Burl Ives and Arthur Godfrey and B.B. Osterwald, with Josh White and Betty Jane Watson.
Next time anybody see Barnaby, it was on the Oregon Trail. He was heading west with the 49ers, singing some and dancing some. The way my father tells it, the folks that set out to cross those plains in the wintertime, they needed some singing. My father told me how Barnaby come across a covered wagon one time, had a wheel with a busted spoke. He was looking around for a piece of wood to fix it. He saw a stake and yanked it out of the ground, and then all of a sudden he saw something in the hole he'd left.
How about this stake here? Make a good spoke. Hey, looky there. What's that?
Something yellow. Look at it shine.
Just like gold.
Gold.
Gold! Gold!
It belongs to me.
Real gold?
Got no right.
You got no right, no,
I
sir.
want it for my kid.
You'll have to reckon with me first.
Hey!
Who's been messing around with my gold claim? Who's laying claim to what I dug up with my bare hands? Who wants his neck between the same bare hands that's squeezing his insides out of him?
Over there. Him.
Barnaby.
Me?
He pulled a stake
He found the
out.
gold.
He's the one that claimed
Get
it.
me out of here, quick. Goodbye, one side.
Maybe you're changing your mind about that now, stranger.
Yep. I can't even remember what we was talking about. Suppose we could change the subject? Be a lot of changes by morning. There'll be little left to you except a litter of bones and a set of teeth. You got any last requests?
Yep.
Well, they're refused.
I've always been a singing man. Sure would like to sing now.
Singing? Don't mind that. Brings the coyotes are running all the faster. Go ahead and sing, stranger.
Well, it seems kind of foolhardy under the circumstances. But as the feller says, music hath charm. On top of Old Smoky, all covered with snow, I lost my true lover from a courting too slow. On top of Old Smoky, I went there to weep. A false-hearted lover is worse than a thief. For a thief he will rob you and take what you hate. But a false-hearted lover will send you to your grave. She'll hug you and kiss you and tell you more lies than the cross ties on the railroad or the stars in the sky. On top of Old Smoky, all covered with snow, I lost my true lover from a courting too slow.
Stranger, you melted my heart. Can you ever forgive me? Put your arms around me and say you forgive me.
Well, can't we just hold hands?
I want your friendship, stranger. Will you be my partner?
Well, you see, I'm afraid I couldn't. I got to keep moving. Down Mississippi, maybe. I hear there's good music down south.
No, I can't stand it. We can't part this way. Take my gold.
Huh?
Take my gold. Wherever you go, carry it with you. And I'll know I got a friend with a soul full of music remembering this old mountain bar.
No, there ain't no man can sing and dance with all these big bags of gold hanging on him.
You don't like me. You won't take my gift.
What's my alternative?
Coyotes and the loss of my deep affection.
Coyotes, huh? I'll take the gold.
Friend, I thank you.
Don't mention it.
So long, partner.
So long. Keep your chin up.
So down into the south headed Barnaby, all bowed down under the weight of his bags of gold.
What about his banjo, Grandpa? What about his fiddle and his guitar?
No room for them. Just enough strength to lug those big bags of gold along with him down the Mississippi. My father told me he couldn't even get the energy to sing a song. But he was right about there being good music down in the South. He found it when he came on a group of Negro slaves working with sledgehammers and singing as they worked, rhythmically pounding out a road under the thick-trunked, moss-hung southern tree.
Won't you ring, old hammer? I'm going to talk about Moses. Well, God told Moses, oh, ring, old hammer. Why don't you ring, old hammer?
First thing Barnaby knew, they'd seen him and were all over looking at him.
Say, who's that man? I said, who's that man? What you got in them bags?
Lots of gold.
Where'd you get that gold?
Well, a fella give it to me.
Oh, you stole that gold?
No, I didn't.
Yes, you stole that gold. I says, ring, oh, ring, oh. Why don't you ring, oh, hammer, ring?
So you think I stole this gold? I'll give it to you to prove that I didn't. Here.
See here, stranger. Ain't gonna have nobody find no stolen gold on me.
Oh, won't you take it, please? Some of it? Just a little of it, maybe?
I told you I ain't got no use for that gold, mister.
Well, how about your girl? Couldn't you give it to your girl for a present?
I ain't giving none of that gold to my gal. I got a better present than that. Such as this. I gave my love a cherry, that had no stone. I gave my love a chicken that had no bone. I told my love a story that had no end. I gave my love a baby with no crying. How can there be a cherry that has no stone? How can there be a chicken that has no bone? Whoever heard a story that never ends? How can there be a baby with no crying? Well, a cherry, when it's blooming, it has no stone. A chicken, when it's picked, it has no bone. The story of I love you will never end. Oh, baby, when it's sleeping, there's no crying.
Well, the way my father tells it, Barnaby kept right on going down the Mississippi.
These bags of gold?
Yes, sir, too loaded down to sing or dance. And still pursued by Parson Killjoy's curse. About halfway through the last century, he found himself in New Orleans. He came into New Orleans on one of those big, fancy river boats, still lugging his bags of gold.
There's Lucy, Lucy! Oh, I'm so excited!
And the captain of the steamboat, he gave Barnaby some good advice.
Young feller, because I like you and because I know what you're carrying in them sacks.
Got some idea what I can do about it?
I just want to warn you, son, that this here riverboat's a crawling with gamblers. Watch out for 'em, son.
I surely will, Captain. I sure thank you for your kind advice.
No, look out, son.
You fellas gamblers?
They're the ones I warned you about.
You take money, do you?
We ain't in the market for corn silk.
Is it in your mind to join us in a little game?
Well, if I was to play cards with you for money, could I lose?
Why, of course. There's always that slight chance.
Well, can you teach me how to play?
I reckon.
Good enough for me. I'll join you.
One card only, $50. Mine's 9. What's yours?
9 spots on your card? You win. Only got 1 spot on mine.
Oh, only 1 spot. That's too bad.
Can we bet higher this time?
Higher? Tell you what, I bet you my roll against your bag of gold. How's that?
Honest? The whole bag?
5 cards, no draw.
3, 4, 5.
Guess I got you again, partner. 3 kings.
Kings?
Mm-hmm. That's right. What'd you draw?
Well, I sure hope these queen ladies is lowering kings.
Happy to say they are.
Man, you had me scared for a minute. Had 4 of them.
Hey, Johnny, look out. Here comes the sheriff.
Sheriff, well, stranger, I guess 4 is better than 3. Take all the money.
Hey, now, see here. That ain't fair.
What's that? You say it ain't a fair game, brother? There's a nice jail waiting for folks who don't play a fair game in New Orleans.
You got a lot of relations in this country? I keep all the time seeing busybodies like you nosing around. Sir.
Any game under suspicion of foul play, the sheriff's office got to confiscate all the money. Sorry, folks.
You're taking away all the money from me?
That's law.
Whee, looky. I can sing and dance again.
Here, now come back here, Scalloway.
Touch me, Whiskers.
I'll cut you, all right.
You'll have to swim to do it. Man overboard! Goodbye, Sheriff. Goodbye, everybody.
You can stay, but go on and sing your ditty from St. Tony to City, long as you can sing it pretty all the way. From the heart of Kansas City, every day a different ditty, you can sing it all and pretty all the way. We're dancing tonight on the old campground. Give us a song to sing.
All the next part, my father told me. He was a soldier in the Civil War, my father, and he remembers marching back and forth across the country, fighting and singing, too. And he told me how once when he was sitting around the campfire with some of the men in his troop, Barnaby come by and joined the circle. Just sat down and joined the others, unslung his guitar and started a-singing, song after song, while they asked for more.
On the old campground.
Better quiet down some, fellas. The lieutenant's asleep in there.
Now, let him sleep. Sing some more, you.
Sing another. Sing it soft.
Yeah, I'll sing you a song that's Abe Laken's favorite song.
Yeah, sing it. What's going on here?
The lieutenant. That's right.
Oh, that lieutenant. Sure looks familiar. Same old long, sharp, prying nose.
Who's this? Who are you?
You want my name, Lieutenant, sir, or my reputation?
Quiet. Now, see here. What are you, Union or Rebel?
I'm for the Union in a kind of a rebellious way.
Southern pants, northern jacket, southern hat. What kind of uniform you got on? What's the idea of wearing both kinds of clothes?
Well, I'm trying to get this country together in one piece.
What?
Spent a lot of time getting this country built, only to find I still got to pull it together.
What are you, a politician?
Nope, I fix folks up when the politicians get through with them.
How?
By joining them with a tune.
Ah, who you for, north or south?
Well, I'm a little both.
Well, half spy and half deserter, eh? We'll shoot you in either case. Formation, men. Ready, aim.
Lieutenant, I got a message for you. The fellow gave it to me down the road.
Message? Well, here, give it to me. What's this? General Lee surrender. The war's over, men. We're going home.
When Johnny comes marching home again, hurrah, hurrah. When Johnny comes marching home again, hurrah, hurrah. The men will cheer, the boys will shout, the ladies sing, the laws ring out, till all feel gay when Johnny comes marching home. When Johnny marches home.
The curtain has fallen on the second act of the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation. Tonight's production is Walter Kerr's Sing Out Sweet Land. Now, before our third act begins, here again for United States Steel is George Hicks.
Because next Saturday is Navy Day, I thought I'd take a trip out to the Federal Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Company of Kearney, New Jersey, one of the members of the United States Steel family, for a story about this builder of ships. You know, when a ship is built these days, it's usually put together something like a jigsaw puzzle. No longer do the builders start at the keel and work upwards. Instead, the various parts of the ship are built in different places. They're equipped with wires, pipes, machinery, and other fittings. Then the sections are picked up by giant cranes and fitted together like the pieces of a great puzzle. This is called prefabrication. This method of building has been tremendously important in helping our nation turn out the fleets of ships which drove our enemies from the seas and put our men on foreign shores. Because of prefabrication, our yards turned out more ships faster than anyone had ever dreamed of before. This process of prefabrication, I learned, was pioneered and developed 28 years ago by the Federal Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Company. And so when the emergency came, and our Navy needed more and more ships, Federal shipbuilding was ready. Ship after ship began to slide off the ways. The time required to construct a destroyer was cut from 18 months to less than 5. Federal shipbuilding became the first shipyard in the world to launch 4 destroyers in a single day, and this was done again and again. A new shipyard was built at Port Newark, New Jersey, and operated by Federal Ship for the Navy. Freighters being built for the U.S. Maritime Commission were turned into fighters for the Navy. New types of ships were built, super troop ships, sub-killers, and various landing craft, ships to win control of the seas and cargo ships to use them. Now that the war is over and the totals are in, I can report to you that Federal Shipbuilding built 281 vessels, including everything from cruisers to barges, 281 fighting ships, more in number than the entire German Navy at the beginning of the war, a fleet that helped our great Navy sail to victory. This was the wartime contribution of the men and women of Federal Shipbuilding and Dry Dock Company, one of the members of the United States Steel family. Today, Federal has resumed its peacetime job of building vessels to carry on the commerce and the travel of our country.
We continue with the third act of Sing Out Sweet Land with Burl Ives, Arthur Godfrey, and B.B. Osterwald, Josh White, Betty Jean Watson, J. Scott Smart, and Will Gear.
Grandpa, after Barnaby had gotten their country back together again, didn't that take the curse off him?
Nope. There was still a lot of work he had to do. He was all over the country in the next few years, helping to build the railroads to join the people together even more. My Uncle Clem ran into him one afternoon at a new railroad station down in Texas when a train pulled up and a widow woman got off the train with her 3 little children. Barnaby, he was right there.
Take my arm, ma'am. I wish you my condolence.
Thank you, sir.
Mrs. Jones, you sure have lost a good man.
He sure was. Sure was. Sure was. Come all you rounders if you want to hear story about a brave engineer. Casey Jones was the rounder's name, and on a 6-8 wheel of boys he won his fame. Caller called Casey at 4:30, kissed his wife at the station door, mounted to the cabin with his orders in his hand, and took his farewell trip to the promised land.
Casey Jones, mounted to the cabin. Casey Jones, with his orders in his hand. Casey Jones, mounted to the cabin. Mounted to the cabin with his orders in his hand.
Put in your water and shovel in your coal. Put your head out the window, boys, watch some drivers roll. I'm going to run until she leaves the rail, 'cause I'm 6 hours late with the Western Mail.
He looked at his watch, and his watch was slow. He looked at his water, and his water was low. Turned to the fireman, and he said, I'm a-going to reach Frisco, but we'll all be dead.
Casey Jones, gonna reach Frisco. Casey Jones, but we'll all be dead. Casey Jones, gonna reach Frisco. Gonna reach Frisco, but we'll all be dead.
Now Casey pulled up the Reno Hill. He tooted at the crossing with an awful shrill. Switchman knew by the engine's moans that the man at the throttle was Casey Jones. Pulled up within 2 miles of the place. Number 4 stared her right in the face. Turned to the fireman and said,
Boy, you better jump, 'cause the 2 locomotives are going to bump.
Casey Jones, 2 locomotives. Casey Jones, are going to bump. Casey Jones, 2 locomotives. 2 locomotives that are going to bump.
Now Casey said just before he died, 2 more roads I'd like to ride. Fireman said, what might they be?
The Southern Pacific and the Santa Fe.
Mrs. Jones had a bed of sighing. Just received a message that a Casey man was dying.
Said, go to bed, children, and hush your crying, 'cause you got another papa on the Salt Lake line.
Casey Jones got another papa. Casey Jones on the Salt Lake line. Casey Jones got another papa. Got another papa on the Salt Lake line.
Hey, you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I've been looking for you, Barnaby. Get out here and get to work. If one bum gets on them trains, I'll take it out of your hide. Remember what I told you now. One bum and I take care of you.
Yes, sir. Coast is clear, fellas. Come on.
Yeah.
yard boss gone?
Yeah, it's okay. I guess my plan's all ready to put into execution. Now, you listen to this song. This one will be yours.
Right.
Oh, 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 oh. The buzzing of the bees and the cigarette trees, the soda water fountain, where the lemonade springs and the bluebird sings in that big rock candy mountain. Got that song okay?
Yeah, I can remember it okay.
Okay, hop the 1126, track 10, heading east. And get those bees a-buzzing, boy.
Yeah? What are you up to here with these bums?
Well, we're routing them all over the country so everybody will get to know everybody else's songs. Tie folks together even better than the railroads. Next.
I'm next.
Track 4 in 10 minutes. Me, I'm tipping out on the 245, headed east.
The years had slipped by, and Barnaby had crisscrossed the country a dozen times, stopping at campfires and church socials, chuck wagons and saloons, wherever and whenever people got together to sing and dance. The first time I ever saw him myself, he was sitting back on a park bench in a big city with his hat on the back of his head and his fingers snapping and his blue eyes twinkling as he watched us young folks pass by in front of him. Watched us and listened to us.
What a story grew up one day in the merry, merry month of May. I was taken by surprise by a pair of rosy eyes. Here's a long by the heart and all the way. And oh, my, she looks so sweet. La 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 la. Now there's no girl I'd like to meet. La 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 la. A smile so she got from me. La 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 la. A customer happy as can be. La 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 la. I immediately raised my hand, and finally I remarked, I never shall forget that Sunday afternoon. I met him at the fountain in the park.
Next time I saw Barnaby, he had a job as a singing waiter in one of those speakeasies that people were going to in those days. Nervous days. Everybody running around in circles. People only thinking about taking more money like those big city tycoons. I can remember how they acted.
89, 95, 102, 112. Zowie, another million. Buy more Bell & Bell. 1,000 shares. Hurry, hurry.
Yes, sir.
130, 140, 160. Wow, call my wife.
Yes, sir.
Hurry, hurry. I won't be home. Hurry, hurry. Gotta relax. Gotta have fun.
Yes, sir.
180. Hurry, hurry. Call a nightclub.
Yes,
Reserve
sir.
a table.
Yes, sir.
Hurry, hurry. 206. Buy a yacht. Buy a
sir.
stable.
Yes, sir.
Worry, worry. No need to fret. 220. Go on a binge. I'm full of plenty.
Yes, sir.
Open up. Maxie knows me. I'm known here. Hello, Maxie. Making whoopee tonight?
Hello, sucker. Sit down and get tight. And you waiter, Barnaby, sing him a song.
I can't sing this stuff, ma'am. The spirit's all wrong.
Can't sing, you're fired. You make me tired.
I'm at the crest. Bigger and bigger. Hello, girls. Join me in the jigger. Let's have music loud and fast.
Come on, girls. Dance when you're asked. Yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now. Oh, yes, ma'am, we've decided. No, ma'am, we won't hide it. Yes, ma'am, you're invited now. Oh, by the way, now when we meet that preacher, we'll say, we're feeling, yes, sir, that's my baby. No, sir, don't mean maybe. Yes, sir, that's my baby now.
Bad days. The next time I saw Barnaby, he was lying on a park bench in Central Park, and I could see there were holes in the bottoms of his shoes. I was going over to say something to him when I noticed he was looking at a chap sitting 2 benches down. fellow wasn't dressed any warmer than Barnaby. Seemed to have something on his mind. Plucked at a guitar he had and told us about it.
Little man walked up and down. He found an eating place in town. He read the menu through and through to see what 15 cents could do. One meatball, one meatball. He could afford but one meatball. He told the waiter near at hand the simple dinner he had planned. The guests were startled, one and all, to hear that waiter loudly call, what? One meatball, one meatball. Hey, this here gent wants one meatball. You know the little man felt ill at ease. He said, some bread, sir, if you please. The waiter hollered down the hall, you get no bread with one meatball. One meatball, one meatball. Well, you get no bread with one meatball. Yes, the little man felt very bad. One meatball was all he had, and in his dream he hears that call, you get no bread with one meatball. One meatball and no spaghetti. One meatball. Well, you get no bread with one meatball.
You hungry, too?
My stomach's strange to me, friend.
Depression, that's what they call it. I've been expecting folks to get depressed for some times now. I knew this country was a-losing something. Who are you?
I'm a postman. Your name Barnaby Goodchild?
That's me.
Letter for you.
For me? Says it's from the president. Greetings.
President sends you greetings?
Yeah, think what that means, friend. Mean they can still use me. Means my country still remembers me. Means I can still do something for my country. Gee, that's swell. I just got my army call. I run down to the army hall. Sally come running like a cannonball, and I told her not to grieve after me. It's when I'm gone, Sally, don't you grieve. When I'm gone, Sally, don't you grieve. When I'm gone, Sally, don't you grieve. And I told her not to grieve after me. Say, I'm gonna cross the ocean wide with a Springfield rifle by my side. When Hitler's beat, you can be my bride. And I told her not to grieve after me. It's when I'm gone, Sally, don't you grieve. When I'm gone, Sally, don't you grieve. When I'm gone, Sally, don't you grieve. And I told her not to grieve after me. Oh, Sally, get a job to save your pay. Work your best for the USA. Buy a war bond every day. And I told her not to grieve after me. Sing, when I'm gone, Sally, don't you grieve. When I'm gone, Sally, don't you grieve. When I'm gone, Sally, don't you grieve. And I told her not to grieve after me.
Have you ever seen Barnaby again, Grandpa?
Yes, sir. Saw him just the other day down in New York Harbor. One of those big ships, either the Queen Mary or the Queen Elizabeth. She was just pulling into the dock when I caught a glimpse of Barnaby. Doggone if he hadn't got all the soldiers coming back on that ship singing and singing with him. I could hear his voice leading all the others as they came down the gangplank onto the pier.
We've been marching together and working together and singing together when our work is through. And we found out something that's old but it's true, and we'd like to pass it on to you. Sing out, sing out, sing out, sweet land. There's not very much that men can do by working together and singing too, and the best that we do will stand. Sing out, sweet land. Sing out, sing out, sing out, sweet land. The people are people like you and me, and if 48 states of us stay on key, the song should be kind of grand. Sing out, sweet land. Our country's more than a hill and a stream. It's more than earth and trees. It's a poet's promise and a patriot's dream, and more than these, and more than these. Our country's more than a hill and a stream, and more than earth and trees. It's a poet's promise and a patriot's dream. More than these, and more than these, and more than these. As long as we work hand in hand, the things they hoped and planned can still come true for me and you. Sing out, sing out, sing out, sing out, sing out, sing out, sing
You have heard Sing Out Sweet Land, a production of the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel. And here again for the Theater Guild is Lawrence Langner.
Ladies and gentlemen, next week's play is a comedy, At Mrs. Bean's, by C.K. Munro, in which will appear Burgess Meredith and Paulette Goddard. In Private Life, Mrs. Meredith. Speaking of private life, Burgess Meredith is recently back in it, having recently shed his army uniform. In At Mrs. Bean's, Miss Goddard and Mr. Meredith play the parts of two amusing international crooks let loose in a boarding house. And finally, At Mrs. Bean's is for laughing purposes only.
The United States Steel Corporation hopes you will be with us next week at the same time when we will bring you Paulette Goddard and Burgess Meredith in At Mrs. Bean's. If you'd like tonight's program of the Theater Guild on the Air with complete information about the play and the players, simply address United States Steel Corporation, Radio Department, 71 Broadway, New York City. The staff for the Theater Guild on the Air includes Homer Thicket, Director, George Condolph, Producer, and our Minor Marshall, Executive Director of the Radio Department. Our music tonight was under the direction of Harold Levy, and the play was adapted for radio by Peter Lyon. The song, Sing Out Sweet Land, is by John Mundy and Edward Eager. Burr Lives appeared through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. Your announcer, Norman Brokenshire.
When you suffer from irregularity and take mineral oil for relief, chances are that you get only halfway relief. You see, irregularity is frequently accompanied by acid indigestion, and when this is the case, you need a preparation that combines laxative action with antacid action to bring you thorough relief. Now, plain mineral oil can't do this, but a remarkable preparation called Haley's M.O. combines the correct proportions of pure mineral oil with the finest milk of magnesia. As a result, Haley's M.O. gives you thorough relief. Not only relieves irregularity, but acid upset as well. And Haley's M.O. is so gentle that it's frequently recommended for patients following delicate abdominal operations. When you see how much more Haley's M.O. does for you, you'll be amazed that it costs only about the same as high-grade mineral oil. You can identify Haley's M-O on the package.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
The Adventures of the Saint, starring Vincent Price. The Saint, based on characters created by Leslie Charteris and known to millions from books, magazines, and motion pictures. The Robin Hood of modern crime is now transcribed for radio, starring Hollywood's brilliant and talented actor Vincent Price as the Saint.
Anything wrong, Captain?
Nothing serious, Mr. Templar. Just coming down here for a check. Go on just as soon as we can.
Oh, and where is here?
Headstone, New Mexico. Used to be a big silver mining town, but now it's just another little town, I guess. Although I did notice there's a carnival playing over on the edge of this emergency landing strip.
Well, how long are we to enjoy the hospitality of Headstone?
Oh, 2 or 3 hours. Long enough to see the town, have dinner if you like. We're sorry to delay you, sir.
Oh, it's all right, Captain. I'm seldom bored in a strange town.
Well, you better go back and fasten your seatbelt, Mr. Templar. We're coming down now.
Right, I'll see you later.
Well, good evening, Saint.
You know me? Yet I don't seem to recall your face.
Harry Kelly, and you don't recall my face because we've never met, but I've seen many pictures of you, and so I recognized you immediately.
Well, that's very flattering. Tell me, Mr. Kelly, how can I get into town?
You can find a cab on the other side of the carnival. Planning on staying long?
Not at all. Should I?
On the contrary, I was just going to suggest that I doubt if Headstone would welcome the presence of the Saint. Just a friendly remark, you understand.
Oh, naturally. And if I may be permitted a friendly question, why are you telling me this?
Just an interest in the continued health of my fellow human. If you have any trouble in town, look me up. Anyone can tell you where to find me.
Look, the big show is just about to start. See little Fatima, the girl who shakes and shivers like a bowl full of jelly. Only 1 dime, 10 cents, the 10th part of $1. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Step right up here.
Learn what the stars hold for you. I read the past, the present, and the future. Learn your fortune, young man.
I already know it, Grandmother. I'm destined to meet a tall, dark, and beautiful woman. I'll settle for nothing less.
I see strange lines on your face, young man.
Huh?
I will tell your fortune without charge. Give me your hand. I see danger. Beware of a blonde young woman. She will bring you death.
There are worse ways of dying, Grandmother.
I see danger. Much danger for one with a halo about his head. Blood and death. Unless he travels, I see...
I think I'm beginning to get the idea. You might tell your crystal ball that I'm beginning to be interested. Goodbye, Grandmother, and may the saints bless you.
Taxi, mister?
Oh, thank you. Say, do you suppose you can drive me somewhere that serves a good dinner?
Sure. Silver Dollar Hotel.
Oh, fine.
You know, I was just sitting there communing with nature about how many guys there are who blow their wad to watch some dame do a hula but won't spend a dime on a hack.
Do I detect a touch of Brooklyn?
How could you miss? That's me, chum. Ziggy from Flatbush. I used to drive a hack in Brooklyn. Now I own the only hack in Headstone. It's life, huh? You know, I ain't seen a Brooklyn Bridge for 10 years since I come out here for my health. Like I always say, it's a smart man who knows when it's healthy to get out of town.
Meaning what?
Does everything have to mean something? Me, I mind my own business. I stay healthy. That's why I'm living in Headstone instead of under one.
I see. But if you didn't mind your own business, I suppose you'd give me some advice about leaving Headstone. Is that it?
No advice, man. That's part of minding my own business. Headstone is a great place for strangers to visit, if they paid up their insurance.
Here you are, waiter. Very nice dinner. My check, please. No, thank you. Keep the change.
Hello.
Well, Well, this is a surprising hotel. First a beautiful dinner, and then an even more beautiful blonde.
May I sit down?
Oh, by all means, Miss...
Betty Conley. You're Simon Templar?
I should have worn my dark glasses. But now that the truth is out, you might as well call me Simon.
All right, Simon.
Now, how did you know who I am? Now, don't tell me that you were just passing and recognized me.
Why, Ziggy told me that you were here. He owns and drives the taxi here in Headstone.
I know I shouldn't look a gift blonde in the hair, but why did Ziggy tell you I was in here?
Well, Ziggy knows that I need help, and he thought, well, that is, since you're the saint, you might help me.
Well, I have been known to help beautiful blondes on occasion. But tell me why you should need help, Betty.
Someone's been trying to kill me.
Oh, there should be a law against that. Are you sure?
I've been shot at twice, and everybody here has been very unfriendly, except Ziggy and a man named Harry Kelly.
I've noticed the unfriendliness in this town. But being unfriendly towards you is obviously an indication of insanity.
Oh, please don't joke about it. I'm frightened.
All right, my dear. Now tell me about it.
Well, my father was known as Silver Slim Conley. He lived here for years, but he sent me east to school when I was very young, and I didn't come back here until recently. My father died about a month ago.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He was broke, and all he left me was his old silver mine. He called it the Betty Mine, after me.
And I take it somebody wants the mine.
No, the mine is completely worthless. There hasn't been any silver in it for years.
But, my dear, you were shot at twice. Have you any idea who did the shooting?
No, but it might be the same man who told me to get out of town.
Oh, who?
Mike McCarthy. Ziggy says he's an eastern gangster who's been living out here for several months. Will you help me, Mr. Simon?
Well, I've never been able to say no to a pretty girl. You mentioned a man named Harry Kelly before. Just who is he?
He knew my father. He's been very friendly to me, although he thought I ought to leave town, too.
I've met Mr. Kelly, and he intrigues me very much. I think we'll go see him.
All right. Oh, just a minute. There was some red dust on your coat.
Oh, thank you. Ziggy apparently doesn't get enough passengers to keep his cab dusted. Did you say Ziggy was parked outside in his chariot?
Mm-hmm. He was when I came in. Oh, there he is.
Yes, looking exactly as if he were back in Brooklyn. Ziggy!
Oh, so she found you, huh?
Thanks to your bird dogging, which I must admit in this case has done much to overcome any natural prejudice against cab drivers that I might have. Say, do you know where Harry Kelly lives?
Sure.
Let's go then. Huh? Hey, don't you ever clean out this hack? What's all this dust?
Well, who knows? Maybe it was that redhead that hired me yesterday. So she had dandruff.
Ziggy, you missed your calling. You're as funny as an undertaker. Well, now, Ziggy, I don't suppose you'd care to tell me why you warned me to get out of Headstone.
Got me all wrong, Saint. I wasn't warning you. I was just talking about myself.
And I don't suppose you'd care to tell me why somebody took pot shots at Miss Connolly here and told her to get out of town, too.
Me, I don't know nothing. Like I was telling you, Saint, I mind my own business. Maybe you stay ignorant that way, but it's healthier, and I like it like that.
Well, in that case, why did you send Miss Connolly in to see me?
Well, like you can see, she's a pretty little pigeon. She needs to know some guy who'll help her. Now, it ain't no secret that the saint goes around mixing in other people's business, so I tell her to see you.
And who told you I was the saint?
I got eyes in my head, ain't I? Like I said, I used to hack in Brooklyn. I got around.
What about this Mike McCarthy?
Strictly smart money, Saint.
Huh?
A lot of guys have crossed his path once, if you get what I mean.
What about Harry Kelly?
Local stuff. A nice schmo, but no more.
You're doing all right for a guy that doesn't know anything.
You got me wrong, pal. Ziggy, he looks people over, but he don't see nothing except one guy is tough, another guy is a schmo, and maybe another guy is too nosy.
I really don't think we should try to involve Ziggy, Simon. He's been very nice as it is.
Yeah, she's got something, pal. I ain't really equipped for it because the way you're headed, only a saint could feel at home. Well, here we are, Saint. Kelly lives on the first floor in the rig.
Oh, thanks. Wait for us, Ziggy. We've got a couple of other calls to make after this.
Don't worry, I'll wait. If you get in any trouble, just yell. Then I'll drive over and tell the sheriff I heard somebody yell for help.
Oh, thanks, pal. Come on, Betty. Well, I hope our friend is in and that he talks.
Yeah. Strange. Harry telling you to come and see him if you had any trouble. If he had any connection with me, then why hasn't he said something to me?
Well, he sounded to me like a cautious man. Maybe he did know something, but didn't want to say anything unless he felt sure something was going to be done. Well, we'll soon know.
Yes, who is it?
Simon Templar.
Oh, the Saint. Just a minute.
Those shots were in that room.
This is no time for conversation, darling. We're going in.
Oh, but...
Like this. Kelly.
Oh, Simon.
Kelly. Kelly, this is Simon Templar.
Saint?
Yes, Kelly, the Saint. Who shot you?
The window. Saint. The mine.
Kelly. Well, Betty, he isn't going to tell us anything now. His killer did a very thorough job. Window open. Must have shot from here. There's a shell on the fireplace.
But what was he saying?
Sounded like sin. Come on, Betty. We're going to spread a little saintliness. And I think I know where to begin. Ziggy, didn't you hear anything?
Well, I noticed some noise, but like I told you...
I know. You mind your own business.
Are we going to the sheriff's, Simon?
No, not yet. Ziggy, who's the assayer in this town?
Old Man Matthews. The office is closed now, but he lives right ahead there. That big white house.
Okay, stop there.
But, Simon...
I'd like to satisfy a little curiosity about that mine of yours. I'll be right back. You stay in here, Betty.
What do you want?
Mr. Matthews.
Who else should be here? It's my house, ain't it? What do you want?
My name is Simon Templar. I wanted to ask you if you know the Connolly silver mine.
I know every mine within 200 miles of here, young fella. Hey, ain't that Betty Connolly sitting up there in that taxi?
Yes.
Then why can't she tell you about the mine? She owns it.
Well, she has told me, but I just wanted to check about the possibility of a mistake. How much silver would you say there was in the Connolly mine?
About enough to put in your eye and still leave room for your finger?
Couldn't there be a hidden vein in it?
Nope. There ain't been enough silver around here to make a dime for years and years.
Could there be anything else of value in it?
Mud and water, if you call that valuable.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure. Young fella, I've been here man and boy for 70 years, and I ain't got no time to stand around answering darn fool questions. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye. And Betty, you may be right. Old Man Matthews says the mine is worthless, too. So, Ziggy, take us to see Mike McCarthy.
Are you sure you want to go there, Saint? If I was you, I'd get on that plane. It's leaving pretty soon.
No, Ziggy, I've decided not to leave Headstone just yet. Later you can drive me over to Albuquerque, and I'll take the chief the rest of the way.
Okay, chum, it's your funeral.
Simon, please be careful.
Don't you worry, Betty. The Halo Wearers Benevolent Association would be very upset if anything happened to me. I'll be right up.
Yeah?
I'm looking for Mike McCarthy.
Well, you found him.
It's my Boy Scout training. It never fails. My name is Simon Templar.
The Saint?
I've been known by that name.
So what?
That's a very interesting question. I must try to think of an answer sometime. Meanwhile, I thought you might like to know that I heartily disapprove of your telling a certain Miss Betty Connolly that she ought to leave town.
What's a girl to you?
That's my business.
I could make it mine. And if I do, your halo's going to slip down and start choking you.
I thought bullets were more in your line.
Meaning what?
Meaning the shots fired at Miss Connolly and a little gunning job only a few minutes ago.
I didn't do any gunning. But I'm liable to if you don't beat it.
You sound so sure of yourself, Michael.
That's because I got more in my hand than an itching palm.
That's a very pretty gun, Mike. But I'm very much afraid that nothing will satisfy my curiosity short of knowing why you want to get Miss Connolly out of town.
I got answers for nosy guys. 6 of them. I just stand right there. Stay away from that desk, Saint, or
Don't worry, Mike. I have no interest in the desk at all, but I do have an interest in Miss Connolly. And now, Michael, I'll bid you adieu.
What happened, Simon?
Oh, not much, I'm afraid. The conversation was just getting interesting when Mike had a sudden attack of dropsy.
That's funny. I never heard of him being sick.
Oh, that's because you mind your own business, Ziggy, like you told me. Betty, where is that silver mine of yours?
About 2 miles out of town.
Is there any place in town where we can rent a car?
Well, why, I have a car. Why?
I feel a prospecting urge coming over me. Ziggy, take us to Miss Connolly's car, and then we can dispense with your valuable service.
What's wrong with my car?
Nothing, Ziggy. It's just that I don't like people looking over my shoulder, especially when I visit a lonely mine in the company of a beautiful girl.
Well, here's the Betty mine, although I don't know why you want to see it.
Frankly, I don't know either. But as long as I'm here, I might as well take the 40-cent tour.
Certainly, sir. Right this way. This old cable car goes down into the mine. All we have to do is stand on the platform and pull the cable. It works with balanced weight.
Clever, these 49ers. How far down?
On the 40-cent tour, we give the exact distance. 354 feet, 6 inches.
Thank you. And thank you for having electric lights in a mine that hasn't been worked for years.
Oh, the mine has its own battery. See? Here's a bulb on the car. Shall we go down?
What are we waiting for? Let's go. Maybe the light will go out.
Just hold it like that. I've been waiting for you two.
Well, Michael McCarthy, I was wondering if we were going to have your company.
And this time, wise guy, don't try anything.
Don't tell me, Michael, that you're going prospecting with us.
I'm riding down with you, but I'm coming back alone. Start the car down, Saint, but don't try no tricks.
You have a suspicious mind, Mike. Well, here we go. Call out your floors, please. Mezzanine, ladies' underwear, galoshes, and accessories.
You'll be singing a different tune pretty soon, Saint. You both had your chance to leave town your way. Now you're going to leave my way.
Oh, Simon, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be, Betty. This is my first ride on an open cable car.
And it'll be your last.
I wouldn't be too sure. Unless that cable breaks before we get to the bottom.
What are you talking about?
Sucker! There's a little crowded here for a 1-2, so I guess a 1.5 will have to do.
How terrible.
There now, Betty. It's all right.
Oh, but Simon, it could have been you. He almost knocked you off the platform, too.
Yeah, it was the padded shoulders in my coat. I felt them hit the side.
Oh, look at your shoulders. They're covered with dirt from the sides of the shaft.
Yeah. Huh. It's red dirt. Wait a minute. Well, we can go back up, Betty. Mike doesn't need our help, and I don't need anybody to answer questions anymore.
Simon, I'll never understand you. Why did you look at the dirt on your coat and say you didn't need any more questions?
Because that dirt was red sulfide, Betty. And it explains why Mike was so anxious to run you out of town.
Well, I don't see how. Red sulfide is used in paint, but that doesn't make it valuable.
Red sulfide is also cinnabar ore, from which we get mercury, and that is pretty valuable. Evidently, your mine is rich in cinnabar, so it's worth a lot of money, Betty.
Oh, then that was what Kelly was trying to tell us when he said sin.
Yes, he was trying to say cinnabar.
How can I ever thank you, Simon?
Well, I have a couple of ideas on the subject. But now people would say I was chasing you for your money. So I guess you can just see me off on the train. We'll stop in town and have Ziggy drive us to Albuquerque.
Oh, but I'll drive you.
Now, I insist on taking a cab. I don't want you coming back alone. I may want to change my mind about fortune hunting.
Like I said, Saint, I'm glad to see you leaving. This town is just funny about strangers. But hadn't you ought to take Miss Conley with you?
But she doesn't have to go now, Ziggy, and besides, she's rich.
She's what?
Yes, Ziggy, we found out that Dad's mine is valuable after all.
You mean you found silver in it?
No, mercury.
Oh, the stuff they put in thermometers?
That's the stuff, Ziggy. But it's used for a lot of other things, particularly in wartime, and it's worth a lot of money.
Well, what do you know? So that's why Mike was trying to make you leave.
That's it.
Well, did you stop and tell the sheriff?
We didn't have time, but I'll see him when we go back.
Oh, that's pretty nice for you, ain't it, Betty? Oh, here we are. Just in time, too. The chief's in already.
Very nice timing, Ziggy. Thanks, Betty, for keeping my forced visit to Headstone from being dull.
Oh, Simon. Well, why don't you stay in Headstone? I won't know how to run the mine or what to do with the money or anything.
You'll learn, Betty. You know what to do when you get back to town?
Yes, but will the sheriff believe me? I mean, about Mike McCarthy killing Harry Kelly.
I don't think he will, since Mike didn't kill Kelly.
But
Kelly was shot with an automatic. He ejected a shell on the fireplace, remember? But Mike McCarthy carried a revolver. You saw it.
Yes, but will the sheriff...
Well, the sheriff will believe when you show him that the gun that killed Kelly is in Ziggy's pocket.
What? What are you talking about?
You knew about the cinnabar ore in the mine. You carried some of it away to be tested in your cab, and there was red dust in it, which you tried to explain with a corny gag.
You're crazy.
Harry Kelly had an idea what was going on, so you slipped around to the back while we were at the front door and killed him.
All right, wise guy, you're so smart. What about Mike?
Mike was working for you.
But Simon, Ziggy told me that you were in town.
Sure, he couldn't be sure that I wasn't here to break up his little scheme, so the smartest thing to do was to get us together so he could watch both of us. He thought I would use his cab, as I did, and it would be easy. But he slipped up when he sent Mike out to the mine ahead of us. Ziggy was the only one who knew where we were going.
Okay, pal, you asked for it.
This time, sweetheart. Like you said, pal, you should have followed your own advice about minding your own business.
What?
Well, he's all yours, Betty. The gun that killed Kelly is now on the seat beside him. All you have to do is turn the body and the gun over to the sheriff, and from there on in, he'll mind Ziggy's business for him.
But, Simon...
Don't worry, Betty. I'll stop back someday to make sure that Venus is in conjunction with Mercury.
You have just heard another adventure of the Saint, the Robin Hood of modern crime. And now, here is our star, Vincent Price.
Ladies and gentlemen, how many times there have been men just like Ziggy, led into crime by insatiable greed, forgetting the simplest truth so aptly phrased by John Dryden. Murder may pass unpunished for a time, but tardy justice will o'ertake the crime. This is Vincent Price extending a personal invitation to all of you to join us again next week at this same time for another adventure of the Saint. Good night.
Tonight's script of The Saint was written by Michael Cramoy. Our cast included Harry Bartell, Barney Phillips, Colleen Collins, Fred Howard, and Tony Barrett. The music was composed and conducted by Harry Zimmerman. The Saint is a James L. Safier Agency production and was transcribed and directed by Thomas A. McAvity. Don't forget that The Saint comic books are on sale at all newsstands. Your announcer, Merrill Ross. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Never borrow money needlessly, just when you must. Borrowed and where loans are a specialty from folks you trust.
Borrow confidently from HFC.
Household Finance Corporation offices are listed in your telephone book.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, Soapy Rich Rinso presents Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
Municipal Tower to Transcontinental Flight 17. Municipal Tower to Transcontinental Flight 17. Over.
That's us, Tom. Check it.
Check. Transcontinental Flight 17 to Municipal Tower. Flight 17 to Municipal Tower. Over.
Police instructions. Check and see if you have male passenger occupying seat 24. Passenger occupying seat 24. Wanted by police. Over.
I'm just checking my list, Joe. Yep, we got a man in 24. I'll tell him. Municipal Tower. We have a man in seat 24. The name he's traveling under is John J. Jones.
John J. Jones. Maybe that's his right name, but the police want him. They know him as Boston Blackie.
Maybe you've met Boston Blackie before on your local movie screen. In case some of you haven't, I think you'll soon be fast friends of his. And maybe you've already tried new Soapy Rich Rinso, too. In which case, you don't need me to tell you how good it is. But if you aren't using Rinso now, I can't think of a better time for you to start. Now when summer is here, you certainly don't want to spend hours on wash day scrubbing and boiling clothes. Well, just keep in mind that Rinso gets out the dirt without hard scrubbing or boiling. A short soaking in Rinso's lively suds, a few quick finger rubs, and you'll be ready to hang out a Rinso whitewash. Try this on your clothesline and see if you don't start whistling while you wash. And now, meet Boston Blackie. Outside the law is no strange territory to Blackie, but never does he stray for personal reward, although the police, and notably Inspector Faraday, find no solace in his motives and only bewilderment in his ability to remain out of their reach. Meet Chester Morris as Boston Blackie, enemy to those who make him an enemy, friend to those who have no friend.
You Chicago police have been very cooperative. Thanks a million.
Glad to help you, Inspector Faraday. When we send a man to New York, you can return the favor.
Glad to. Anytime, Captain.
There's the plane now, Inspector. See it? Blackie has got to be on it. We know he was on the plane when it left Detroit, and it hasn't made any stops.
Well, Blackie's liable to get out of anything, anytime. I remember once I had him in 2 sets of handcuffs. And the next minute...
No handcuffs.
No, Blackie. Chances are I couldn't have made the charge stick anyhow. Never have been able to tie anything on him in 6 years.
You'll be able to arrest him now, won't you, Inspector?
You're sure Blackie's the man, are you, Miss Moray?
Oh, of course I'm sure. I was with my grandfather when he was robbed and the money stolen. The thief wore no mask, and I recognized him from the picture of Boston Blackie that was in the paper last year. Oh, I'm sure it was Blackie.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you keep asking me if I'm sure?
I just wanted to be certain, that's all. I've been waiting to get a witness to make a positive identification for a long time.
Oh, here comes the plane now. Do you think he'll have the money with him? I can't wait until I get my hands on it.
There's lots of money in this world, Miss Moray. What I can't wait to get my hands on is Boston Blackie. Go ahead in, Miss Moray. I've been keeping Blackie in my hotel room here until our plane leaves for New York. Talk to him yourself. I can't get anything out of him. Go ahead now. Monahan's in there guarding him, and I'll be right here outside the door.
All right, Inspector Faraday.
Blackie always was a soft touch for a girl. Here's hoping you get something out of him.
Oh, Inspector, you'll never know how important it is to me that I do. Hello?
He won't say a word, miss. Just sits there like he did all the time the inspector was questioning him.
Oh, I'll try. Blackie? Boston Blackie, would you talk to me?
About business or pleasure?
Maybe a little of both. Detective Monahan, could Mr. Blackie and I go over in the corner and talk?
Oh, sure. I don't know why not. I'll stroll out to the window.
Would you please come over here with me, Blackie?
Why, sure. I've been waiting for a chance like this to have a little chat with you, Miss Moray. You identified me as the man who stole $10,000 from your grandfather.
Yes, I did.
You know, you never saw me before in your life, Miss Moray.
I wish I had. Then I wouldn't be in such desperate trouble now.
You're in trouble. You had me arrested because you're in trouble? What is this, a new switch on the share the wealth plan?
Oh, please let me explain. From what I've heard of you, Blackie, you're the only man living who can help me. But I had no idea of where or how I could reach you.
Oh, so you made up the story of my stealing your grandfather's money, huh?
Yes, I did. I knew the police could trace your movements where I couldn't. And I knew you could get away from Inspector Faraday once I'd seen you.
Well, thanks for the confidence.
The very worst, I could have said I was mistaken in the identification, and then they would have had to let you go. Only by then it would be too late.
Say, look, let's get organized. Too late for what?
To recover the diamond that was stolen from me.
You've got the wrong boy, lady. If a diamond was stolen from you, let the police get it back. They're in that business.
But that diamond, Blackie, the rest of my life depends on it. I must have it back by tomorrow night. Oh, please help me.
Well, with these handcuffs on and 2 New York detectives guarding me, I couldn't be of very much help to anybody.
But those handcuffs, haven't I heard that you can get out of them whenever you want to?
Yes, but I've got to want to first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm more than sorry. I'm miserable. I knew I had to reach you, and I just messed up everything. No, I'll never...
Oh, wait a minute, Miss Morey. We'll figure some way out. Here, wipe your eyes with this handkerchief.
Thanks. Put your hand. You got out of the handcuff.
Shh. Okay, now. There, your eyes are nice and dry. Now blow. You feel better now?
Yes, I do.
All right, then. Let me have your bedtime story.
I don't know how I can laugh.
Oh, it's easy. You just open your mouth and close your eyes and think of Inspector Faraday. Never fails. Come on, Miss Morey. Tell me the whole story before Faraday gets restless.
Well, I'm engaged to George Atwater.
Yes?
We're to be married soon, and yesterday he brought me something to look at. The Jonathan diamond.
The Jonathan, huh? Oh, that's worth a fortune.
Well, George's father has millions.
Hey, Miss Murray, you all right over there?
Oh, yes, officer, thank you. I won't be a minute now. Blackie, the diamond belonged to George's father. George brought it over to show me, and then he had a little too much to drink, and I thought it safer if he left it with me. He agreed. And sometime during the night, it must have been stolen from my apartment.
I get it. If you don't produce the diamond, it'll be a mess. The police don't know anything about the diamond?
No. That's why I made up the story about my grandfather and the stolen money.
Well, when do you have to produce the Jonathan, Miss Morey?
Tomorrow night. George gets back from a trip then. He'll want it, and... Oh, Blackie.
Tomorrow night? Well, it doesn't give me much time to work, but I'll try. Call the detective over here.
All right, but why?
Shh, don't ask questions. Just get him over.
All right. Officer, would you come over here a minute, please?
Sure, Miss Fletcher. Well, did he tell you anything?
No, but I've got something to tell you, Monahan.
Indeed, and what's that?
This.
You shouldn't have done that, Blackie. You shouldn't have hit the officer.
You sure would have disappointed me if you hadn't said that. Now, listen. I'm going out the window and down the fire escape. As soon as I get moving, you scream for Faraday. Tell him what happened, that I socked Monahan and put the handcuffs on you. Here, I'd better do that now. Faraday's got the key. He'll open them later. There. Now, remember, you finally worked this handkerchief from around your mouth and screamed. Have you got that?
Yes. Oh, Blackie, please remember that getting back that diamond means my marriage and my whole life's happiness.
Okay. Well, I'm going to New York, and I'll do my best. If I get back the diamond, you get married. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if instead of Boston Blackie, from now on I'm known as Chicago Cupid. Shorty, listen. When a piece of ice like the Jonathan diamond is lifted, somebody's got to know something about it.
Look, Blackie, I've been out all night on it. Nobody knows nothing. All I could pick up was that a fella named Atwater owns it. None of the boys would touch it. That is, except Duke Walton. I'm telling you, it's as hot as a pistol, but Duke's been bragging that he'll grab it one of these days.
Yeah? Well, where can I find him?
Well, I checked that, too. He's out of town. That's definite. Yeah, he's been gone a week. Now, look, boss, why don't you lay off?
Shorty, I promised to get that diamond back. I chartered a plane out of Chicago last night after breaking out of that hotel room. Young Atwater isn't due back in town till tonight, so I still have a little time. I'm going to waste some of it on a visit to the Atwater house.
Ain't you a little out of your class up there, Blackie? You know they got an awful lot of dough, those Atwaters.
You know something, Shorty? After the way that Morey girl smiled at me in Chicago, I kind of feel like $1 million myself.
Yes, sir?
I'd like to see Mr. Atwater.
Who shall I say is calling, please?
Mr. Jones, Mr. John J. Jones. Mr. Atwater doesn't know me, but you can say it's about his son.
About Mr. George Atwater, Jr.?
That's right.
He's in, sir. Would you like to see him?
George is in? Well, I certainly would like to see him. When did he get back?
A little while ago, sir. He returned earlier than we expected. Come this way. He's in the library, right here. Shall I announce you?
No, thanks. I'll go right in.
Very good, sir.
Hello there. Mr. Atwater?
Yes, I'm George Atwater. Who are you?
Well, my name is Jones, Mr. Atwater. John J. Jones. I'm a friend of your fiancée's.
Oh, a friend of Lee's?
That's right. And if you don't mind, I'd like to ask you a question.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, the night before last, when you left Miss Moray, you were a little,
Oh, what do you mean, a little? I was a lot.
Well, I don't mean to be personal, but did you stop off anywhere on your way home?
No, I got a cab and came right home.
Mr. Atwater, where do you usually keep the Jonathan Diamond?
I don't know what you're driving at, Mr. Jones, but, well, we keep it here in the library, in this wall safe. Only it's not here now.
Would you open the safe for me, please?
Well, now, Mr. Jones, you're a perfect stranger to me, even though you are a friend of Miss Moray's. Well, you could hardly expect... Oh. So this is a holdup, huh?
I'm sorry I had to pull this gun on you, Mr. Atwater, but I want to see that safe. You don't mind if I lock the library door, do you?
I do mind, but I don't suppose that matters.
Not a bit. There we are. So the Jonathan was kept in this safe, huh? A combination, Mr. Atwater, and keep your hands where I can see them.
Sorry, Mr. Jones. I seem to have forgotten the combination.
Well, I haven't time to make you remember it. Oh, the safe doesn't look too tough. Come over here where I can watch you while I go to work on it.
All right. There's nothing inside the safe, but go ahead and open
Quiet. Take that watch off your wrist and put it in your pocket. It's making too much noise. I can't hear the tumblers drop. Come on, take it off.
All right.
I think I've got the first number. Now for the second one. This box of yours is pretty simple, Mr. Atwater. In fact, it's about the most unsafe safe I ever saw. There, that's the second number, all right? Do you want to be a good boy and tell me the last number? No? Okay, be a bad boy and watch me find it out for myself. There. Now, that ought to do it. I'll try the handle now. Well, made it.
My compliments.
Save them. Let's take a look in this jewelry box. Oh, so the Jonathan Diamond wasn't in the safe, huh? Well, what's this, then?
That's the Jonathan, all right. I meant to leave it at Miss Moray's apartment, but I changed my mind.
Open this door! Open it up! Open the door, Mr. Atwater! We're the police. Open up!
Faraday, he must have had Shorty watched and trail me here.
You don't mind if I close this safe door, do you, Mr. Jones? I want you to be caught with that diamond still in your hand. Well, this seems to be my day for unexpected visitors.
Now keep away from that door, Atwater.
You don't scare me. I'm going to open it. I'm coming.
I'm going.
You'll have to hurry. He's going through the window. Quick. He's got the Jonathan Diamond. He must still be in the garden.
I've got two men out there. Maybe I can spot him from here. Come on, Monahan. Blackie, stop!
Shoot, we've got him.
And he's got the Jonathan Diamond.
At last. Boston Blackie caught red-handed.
Well, it does look as though Blackie is in for it now, but I have a hunch there's still plenty of action coming up. And shifting from Blackie to Whitey, that is Rinso White, I'd like to tell you about a completely different kind of action, the kind you get with Rinso suds in your washer. Yes, those Rinso suds are so peppy and lively they get your clothes sparkling white and bright with as little as a 5-minute run per load. And when I say sparkling white, of course I really mean exactly, Rinso White. And there's no better way than that whistle to describe the special kind of white Rinso gets your clothes. That's because Rinso gets out more dirt. Simple, isn't it? No wonder Rinso is the only soap recommended by the makers of 33 leading washers. And, of course, a short run is not only easy on your washer, it's easy on your clothes. Keeps them new-looking longer. So next wash day, do yourself a big favor. Whistle up a Rinso White, Rinso Bright wash. And now, back to the adventures of Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris.
How do you like ourselves, Blackie? Air conditioning between the bars and everything. Comfortable enough for you?
Oh, sure. This one's wonderful. I wish you'd try sleeping on that mattress they have in here. I gave up in the middle of the night and slept on the stone floor. It was softer. Oh, come on, Faraday. How about a couple of pillows?
Oh, poor Blackie. Too bad I didn't hear you. I've suddenly gotten very deaf. Isn't that terrible?
You've suddenly gotten very deaf, and you've always been very dumb.
Oh, very funny, Blackie.
Yes, I know. New gag writer.
Last one have to go back to kindergarten?
Yes, and he told me how much all the other children miss you since you stopped going, Faraday.
Blackie, we had to grab you on that Morey girl's charge.
All right, so you grabbed me.
A $10,000 stick-up, Blackie. That isn't important now. We'll talk about that later. But where's the Jonathan Diamond?
Jonathan Diamond? What's that?
Listen, Blackie, you've had that diamond in your hand. Now you had it when we broke in. Atwater saw it there. Where is it now?
Now, you listen, Faraday. You've got to get me out of here in a couple of hours. You haven't a thing to hold me on.
No, breaking into the Atwater house.
I broke out of the house, not into it. Oh. Now, see if that's a crime, Inspector.
You opened the safe in the library and you stole the Jonathan Diamond. How about that?
You sure I did? Does that safe look forced? Did you find the diamond on me?
No to all those things. But we've got George Atwater as a witness.
A witness to what? I was calling on him at the suggestion of a mutual friend, Inspector. We were having a chat when somebody started to pound on the door. I got scared and jumped through the window. You know, things like that happen, Inspector. People get scared and they jump.
Blackie, I'm telling you this, man to man, we've got a case against you. Atwater's word against yours that you robbed his safe. And slugging Monahan in Chicago. The Morey girl's testimony that you robbed her grandfather. That'll add up to 10 years at least.
Go ahead, Inspector.
All right, I'll be honest, Blackie. Young Atwater screaming about his diamond. Says you had it 1 minute, and we grabbed you the next minute, so it can't be missing. Only it is. All right, you tell us where you hid it, and I'll get him to drop all charges. I'll even talk to the Morey girl to get her to go easy if you return her dough. Now, how's that?
I don't know.
Oh, you must have it stashed somewhere. Give me your word of honor to deliver it back to me today, and I'll let you out. Your word's always been good with me, Blackie. Now, come on. Don't you want to get out of jail?
Well, I don't know now, Faraday. It's kind of a nice jail. You know, air conditioning between the bars.
Blackie, be a good guy.
Okay, Faraday. As a favor to you, I'll come out. And you'll have your diamond back 2 hours after I leave here. But I'm not to be bothered during that time by the cops. You understand?
Bothered? You'll be protected. And thanks a million, Blackie.
That's all right, Faraday. I'll get plenty of satisfaction every time I remember you begging me to get out of jail.
Hello?
Miss Morey, this is Blackie. Can you talk?
Oh, yes, of course. Nobody's here. Did you...
Did I get the diamond? Well, yes and no, Miss Morey. Nobody ever stole it from your apartment.
What?
Atwater says he took it with him when he left you the other night.
But that's impossible. He didn't. I know he didn't. I even looked at it after he left.
Well, Miss Morey, will you meet me by the shrubbery alongside the library window of the Atwater house in exactly a half an hour?
Well, all right, but what are we going to do?
We're going to rob a safe, Miss Morey, with police protection. Keep that flashlight steady, Miss Morey, please. If we're lucky, the safe won't be locked.
Why not?
Because nobody knows I put the diamond back in it when the police pounded on the door. And it was only slammed shut by young Atwater. Well, here it is. There, you see? It was open. And here's the box that holds the Jonathan Diamond. Put your flashlight on it and we'll take a quick look.
All right, there. But, the box is empty.
Uh-oh. Atwater must have seen me put it back and grabbed it. But why is he telling the police that I have it?
And see that I'm not disturbed.
Quick, that's Atwater now. Put out that flash and get back of these drapes. Hurry.
All right.
7, 6, 9.
What are you doing, Black?
I'm counting the clicks on the dial. 7, 3, 4, 2. Got it.
Hello. This is George Atwater. I got your message, but why did you call me here after I... Well, I don't care about that. We made a deal. I don't owe you a dime anymore, and you got what you wanted. Well, you have to expect it to be hot for a while. And look, remember this. I'm washed up with you and that crooked roulette wheel of yours. We're all square. And if you call me here again, I'll turn you over to the police. Yes. If I hear of anybody who wants to buy it, I'll let you know. You'll what? Don't be foolish. Who'd believe that? Goodbye.
I think I understand everything now, Miss Morey, but I've got to find the man Atwater just called.
How can you? He didn't mention any names.
No, but I counted the clicks as he was dialing that number. If my ears haven't let me down, I can call that number, too. Anyhow, I'm going to try.
You think that man has the Jonathan Diamond?
Yes, I think so. But you don't have to worry about it from now on. You won't be blamed because it was missing from your apartment.
But you're in a mess now, aren't you?
Well, yes, kind of. You see, I promised Faraday that he'd have his diamond back in 2 hours, and I can't keep that promise. Well, I hope the OPA hasn't put a ceiling on tempers, because if they have, he'll hit it.
Hello? Police headquarters.
Inspector Faraday, please.
Just a minute. Faraday speaking.
This is Blackie, Faraday.
Your time's up, Blackie. Have you got the Jonathan Diamond?
Well, no, Inspector, I haven't.
You're stalling. Now, Blackie, you've crossed me for the last time. I'm going to have a dragnet out that'll have you down here before you know it, and you're going to stay in jail this time.
Yeah, but, Inspector, listen, He wouldn't listen, Shorty. I've got to work extra fast now.
Gee, Blackie, look, if there's anything
Hold
I
it,
can
Shorty. I'm going to try that number Atwater called.
Hello?
Hello, Atwater told me to call you.
Yeah? Who's this?
I've got cash I'd like to trade in for something you've got. Atwater says that...
Atwater says, huh? Okay. I'm in an old house, 632 West 100th Street. First door on the right as you come in. Get here fast and we'll talk business.
Okay, bye.
Worked, eh, Blackie?
I don't know. It was a little too easy. Come on, Shorty. We're going up there to get Faraday his diamond. Unless his dragnet gets me first.
Blackie, duck down. Duck down this hallway.
Okay, what is it, Shorty?
Prowl car, just coming this way. I never saw so many cops as we pass on the way up here.
Never mind, Shorty. Stay flattened out against this door until it's time for what I told you to do.
Yeah, okay, Blackie. But who really stole the Jonathan Diamond?
Nobody stole it, Shorty. Atwater left the stone at Lee Moray's apartment and then returned later that night and lifted it so that Miss Moray could report it stolen to the police.
Ixnay, boss. Coppers. Okay, now. Look, boss, why did Atwater want the Dane reported?
So he wouldn't be involved. This guy I called up, the one who lives in this building, has something on Atwater and wanted the diamond as his price for clamming up. Atwater had to get it for him, see?
Oh, yeah, I get it. He stashed it in his own safe until he could reach this guy and turn it over to him. Only you opened the safe before he could do it. And he had to figure out a new story, huh, boss?
Sure. All he had to tell the cops then is that he was afraid that Jonathan wouldn't be safe at the girl's apartment and that he went back in to get it.
Oh.
I thought it was pretty cute when I put the diamond back in the safe. But Atwater must have seen me. Well, wish me luck, Shorty. And don't forget what I told you to do.
Yeah. Okay, boss. Quick. Come on, it's okay now.
So long.
Yeah? Who is it?
I called you a little while ago.
Okay.
Open up.
Okay.
Well, Duke Walton. Put that gun down, Duke. You and I can make a deal.
Think so?
Sure.
Lucky you're not as cute as you thought. I called Atwater back and found your call was a phony. Too bad for you. Now I gotta bump you.
Wait a minute, Duke.
I'm gonna wait a couple of minutes, Blackie. Some friends of mine are coming over with a car to take you on a little trip. Now sit down in that chair and put your arms behind your back. Go on, I ain't the patient type.
Okay, Duke. How's that?
That's better. Now I'm gonna tie you up nice and pretty like that. How do you like it? Too tight for your pretty hands to be tied?
Well, yes, if you really want to know.
I don't. I'll give it an extra yank just to make sure.
Hey, Duke.
Huh?
Duke, look under the door.
Huh?
That's smoke.
Where? Hey, that's right. Well, that makes things easier. This joint's a fire trap. I'll scram out of here and leave you tied up, Blackie. Lucky, I guess I was just born under a lucky star. Eh?
Maybe. But don't forget, Duke, sometimes stars have a habit of falling.
Yeah, okay, so I'm ducking right out of here.
Fire! Fire! The whole building's on fire! Come on, get out of here!
That does it. So long, Blackie. Me and the Jonathan Diamond are getting out of here, and both of us are nice and safe, which is more than I can say for you, pal.
Wait a minute, Duke. I've got a proposition.
Sure, but I got a date. No use trying to bust them ropes, boy. Maybe the fire will bring them through for you, huh? Hey, you did it. How'd you get out of them ropes? Never mind, ain't gonna do you any good.
Oh, yes, it is, Duke. This place is on fire. Go on, try and get out.
I don't have to try. I'm getting.
Take a look at the door, Duke. It's locked.
Sure, it's locked, and I'm going to open it right now. Hey, where'd the key go to?
I've got it, Duke, right here. I locked the door and removed the key when I had my back to the door after you got the drop on me.
Come on, give it to me. Give it to me. We'll both be burned to death.
Sure, Duke. Here it is. Catch.
Hey, don't throw it like... Hey, where'd it go? I got to get it.
Sure, you're going to get it, but good. You missed me, sucker.
I'll sucker you. I'll get you for this, Blackie, if it's a... Take a million. Oh!
Hey, you're breaking my wrist.
Drop that gun. Okay. Now, where's the diamond?
Never mind the diamond, Blackie. The fire will both be trapped.
Well, there's no fire, sucker.
Huh?
My pal Shorty burned some papers in the hall and pounded on the door. Now, give her that diamond. You must have it on you. When you thought there was a fire, you'd have never left without it.
I ain't got it, Blackie. When I found your phone call was a phony, I give it to a guy to hold for
You're
me.
lying, Duke. I'm going to search you. Now, turn around with your back to me and keep your hands in the air.
Yeah, okay, but I tell you, I ain't got it on me.
Well, we'll see. It's not here. Not here. It's not here.
It's me, boss. Everything all right?
Okay, Shorty, I'll let you in. Wait till I pick up the key. Now, don't move, you.
Well, it worked, huh, boss?
Yeah, it worked, but do you recognize this guy, Shorty?
Sure. That's Duke Walton, the guy I was telling you about. It was bragged he'd have the Jonathan Diamond.
Well, he hasn't got it. I've searched him. He's clean, Shorty.
He's holding out, the dirty heel.
Yes, the dirty... Heel? Heel, huh? You know, Shorty, I think I've got something there. It's the one place I didn't look. Take off your shoes, Duke. Come on, take them off.
Yeah, you win, Blackie. The ice is in my right shoe. There's a slide in the heel. The diamond's inside.
Now, that's being very sensible, Duke. I'll just take the diamond out of that slot it's in and at the same time pull myself and Inspector Faraday out of a great big hole. Well, it's bargain day, Faraday. You've got your diamond, and I've got Miss Moray. Right, honey?
Well, for a while, Blackie. Then I've got to go back home to Wisconsin.
Oh, well, can we go now, Inspector?
Okay, Blackie. Go ahead. Beat it. You're in the clear. Only remember this. You make one slip, Blackie, and as sure as my name is Faraday, I'll be on your neck.
You'll be on my neck, huh? Okay, Inspector, but before Miss Moray leaves for Wisconsin, I hope I'll have her there for a little while first.
Oh, say, one more thing about Rinso. That same Rinso that's such a big help on wash day. I'd just like to add that it's also a mighty big help 3 times every day at dishwashing time. Even your greasiest roaster is a cinch to wash in those rich Rinso suds. And, of course, Rinso's grand for all the soap and water jobs around the house. Walls, floors, woodwork, windows, tiles. They all come sparkling bright and clean with Rinso on the job. So get Rinso tomorrow for dishwashing, for housework, and for a wash that's... And now a glimpse at next week's adventure of Boston Blackie.
I won't do it, I tell you. I can't do it.
Mr. Manletter, it's the only way your business can be saved.
I don't care about that. If the only way it can be saved is by risking the life of my friend Boston Blackie, well, I'd rather it were lost. I won't ask Blackie to keep that appointment. I don't even want to know about it.
All right, Mr. Manletter, if that's the way you want it.
I'm going out and try to raise the money. You'll hear from me later, and remember, I don't want Blackie to hear about this.
Hello, Mary. Get me Boston Blackie.
Be sure to listen at this same time next week for another exciting adventure with Boston Blackie, starring Chester Morris with Richard Lane as Inspector Faraday. You can see Chester Morris as Boston Blackie on the screen at your favorite movie theater. Boston Blackie's latest Columbia picture is One Mysterious Night, soon to be released. Original music for this program by Charles Cornell. This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Rinso and wishing you all a very pleasant good night.
And don't forget, tomorrow, when you ask your grocer for the new Rinso, buy a cake of Lifebuoy at the same time. Lifebuoy's rich, purifying lather goes right after dirt and perspiration, leaves you feeling extra clean. So use Lifebuoy daily in your bath or shower. Remember, it's the only soap specially made to stop B.O.
Keep it tuned right here to HOJO Radio for more classic old-time radio.
Ladies and gentlemen, we take you now behind the scenes of a police headquarters in a great American city, where under the cold, glaring lights will pass before us the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. This is The Lineup.
take long, Lieutenant. I've got to get back to my milk wagon.
It won't take
My
long,
horse.
Mr. Mayo. Now, let's sit here.
Golly, just think. If I hadn't been delivering milk, I wouldn't have seen this fella run out of the alley.
Just so you can identify him.
Oh, I can do that. I'd know him any place. Why, the way he scared Olga.
Olga?
My horse. This dead girl, Lieutenant, all dressed up like she'd been dancing somewhere. Had she been dancing somewhere, Lieutenant?
That's something we have to find out.
Dancing. Then a few hours later... you never
May
know.
I have
do you,
your
Lieutenant?
No, I guess you never do.
Dancing.
You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line when I ask for questions or identifications, call out the number. If you're sure or not too sure of the suspect, have him held. The officers who took your name will assist you. They're seated among you. Please be prompt with your questions or identifications.
I'll be prompt, all right. The way this fella scared me.
Sure, Mr. Mayo,
the bathroom and dressed back into their jail clothes. It makes it quite difficult to bring them back after they leave here. The questions I ask these suspects are merely to get a natural tone of voice, so do not pay too much attention to their answers as they often lie. Bring on the line. All right, boys, all right, this way. Move along. You, the first boy. Yes, you. Pick up your feet. Walk to the end of the stage and take your place. The rest of you follow. Now turn and face front, hands to your sides. Look toward the people out there. They want to see you. Number 1, Phil Rosiger, vagrancy. Where do you live, Phil?
Near the arena. I like the wrestling matches.
Where were you arrested?
In a wrestler's dressing room. I like to help the wrestlers.
What do you do for a living, Phil?
I'm between engagements, Sergeant.
Number 2, Molly Deegan, burglary. Where do you live, Molly?
Baker Street.
Where on Baker Street?
Number 3.
What were you doing when you were arrested?
Going home.
The arresting officer found you crawling through a window on Vista Drive.
What's foggy? You must have lost my way.
Number 3, Ozzie Duval, open charge. Where do you live, Ozzie?
I didn't do no murder, honest.
Where do you live?
Haven't I been doing all right? You had no trouble for me for 6 months now. Haven't I been doing all right?
Him. The one with the mean eyes. Number 3.
You're sure, Mr. Mayo?
His eyes. No wonder he scared Olga.
Any questions or identifications?
Sergeant Graham.
Yes, Lieutenant.
Number 3, hold for interrogation.
Like yesterday, Lieutenant, you sitting there swiveling in your chair, me sitting here shaking and sweating.
You don't have to shake, Ozzie. Just tell me about it.
This time is serious, huh, Lieutenant?
Yeah, Ozzie? Serious. Because a girl named Joyce Ronson was killed. Because you were seen at 5 this morning running out of the alley where she was found.
Yeah, but you'd run too, Lieutenant.
What were you doing in the alley?
I told the
Well,
cop...
tell me.
Well, sure, I'll tell you. Because when I'm sitting here and you're swiveling back and forth in your chair, it don't do no good to lie, I know that.
Now, tell me.
Sure. Well, it's early morning, maybe 5 o'clock. I'm walking along going home, you know, and I pass this alley. I happen to look into it.
Happen?
Please, Lieutenant, you asked me to tell you. Well, I look into this alley and I see the dame, her fancy clothes stretched out. I'm curious. I go closer. When I see what I see, I don't have to go closer. I run.
What did you see, Ozzie?
Somebody plugged her in the head. Bad, very bad.
You knew she was dead. Why didn't you call the police?
Was it my record? You kidding, Lieutenant?
Ben.
Yeah, come in, man.
We got the medical on Joyce Ronson, Ben. Time of death established.
When?
2 a.m., a little this way or that, but 2 a.m. Well, what's so funny?
You'll have to excuse me for laughing, but I'm happy.
A murder charge and you're happy?
Sure, I'm happy. Because from 1 this morning till 3, I was in an all-night Turkish bath. Hillman's. You check, huh?
Take him to the door, Matt. Turn him over to Flaherty.
Sure,
You
Ben.
check, won't you?
Come on, Ozzie, come on.
I'll point out a street. Big fat guy.
It's all yours, Flaherty. Well, it looks like we'll go to work, Ben.
You have something to work on?
Naturally.
Namely, the contents of Joyce Ronson's evening bag.
Namely what?
All the usual contents of a lady's evening bag. Vanity, lipstick, driver's license, miscellaneous matters, the usual.
Anything unusual?
Well, maybe. A dance program. Now, don't look at me that way, Ben. It's one of those cards girls fill out at a dance so they'll know who's got which dance.
I know what a dance program is, Matt.
Well, sure, Matt, sure. But, look, let me read it to you. Last night's dates on the top, the class of 1934, McKinley High School, 15th annual reunion dance.
Reunion dance, huh? Anything else?
Yeah. From the look of the program, Joyce danced with only two people, Frankie Moore and Vince Bishop.
Give me that program, man.
Are you going somewhere, Ben?
Yeah, I'm going to see how Frankie Moore and Vince Bishop enjoyed the dance last night.
Yes?
I'm looking for Frankie Moore.
Oh, he's not in. I'm Mrs. Fisher, Frankie's landlady. You can give me the message.
He'll be back soon?
Mister, I'm like a mother to my boys. But I'm a good mother. I don't ask them where they're going or when they're coming back. Are you here about the wedding?
Wedding?
Yeah, Frankie's wedding. He was getting married this week. He told me, just like he'd tell his mother. He and Joyce were announcing it at the dance last night.
Joyce Ronson?
Oh, you know her name, so you must be here about the wedding. I'm afraid you're too late.
I'm from the police, Lieutenant Guthrie.
Oh, then it's the murder that brings you here. I read about it in the papers.
Have you seen Frankie this morning?
I wish I had. Poor boy. He'll need comforting. A mother's comfort. Somebody to... Oh, no, sir, I haven't seen Frankie.
When he comes in, tell him to get in touch with me, please.
Of course, Mr. Guthrie. Of course I tell him. Yeah, just as soon as I had a nice motherly chat with him.
Yeah? What is it, Faraday?
Sergeant Greb left a message for you.
Message?
Yeah, Lieutenant. He said you didn't have to look for Vince Bishop because he was just picked up for robbery.
Where's Sergeant Greb now?
Oh, same place he always is this time of day, Lieutenant. The lineup.
The officer who arrested you said you were loitering, Pete.
What's loitering?
Standing around the same corner all night, looking suspicious.
Oh, that. Yeah, I guess I was loitering.
Number 5, Vince Bishop. Suspicion of robbery. Where do you live, Vince?
Look, this is crazy. I don't know any...
Question, Vince. Where do you live?
2420 Johnson Lane.
What do you do for a living?
I run a diner.
That's the man who robbed me. Hey, you! Give me back my watch and my wallet. You stole him. You get...
All right, take it easy, Mr. Ryan. Sergeant Greb?
Yes, sir.
Number 5, hold for interrogation.
You're making a mistake, Lieutenant Guthrie, a big mistake.
Vince, what time was it when you held up Mr. Ryan last night?
I didn't hold him up, him or anybody else. Look, I run a
Mr.
diner.
Ryan says it was around 1:30. He says he knows because he was looking at his watch when you asked him for it.
He's lying. Wait till my wife gets here. She'll prove he's lying.
We have sent for your wife. She's going to say you were with her?
She will. She will because I was.
Well, tell me about it.
Okay. It'll make you feel like a policeman to make me answer questions, so I'll answer. Until my wife gets here. Then we'll just be citizens together. Ask away.
How well did you know Joyce Ronson?
What's that got to... Oh. I see. I read about Joyce. You've done some checking. You're looking for a pigeon, huh? Isn't that the way it is, Lieutenant? A nice, fat pigeon?
How well did you know her?
How well as well. I went to school with Joyce. Saw her now and then in the street. Danced with her at reunion dances.
Like last night?
Like last night. Just before Frankie Moore announced he and Joyce were going to play wedding tunes together. Funny thing.
What?
Joyce. She didn't seem like a girl about to hear a wedding. She was scared. I wondered what it was. Oh, no. I'm scared.
Scared of you, maybe, Vince?
Blind alley, Lieutenant. You're trying to make me say I killed Joyce Ronson. I didn't.
No. Because just before Joyce was killed, you were on the other side of town filling your pockets with Mr. Ryan's belongings.
That's what happens. You get friendly with a cop, give him information, that's what happens.
Yeah?
Mrs. Bishop.
Send her in.
Now you'll see, Lieutenant.
Vince, why are you here? What's this all about?
Look, honey,
Now, wait a minute, Vince. Mrs. Bishop, I sent for you because I have to ask you a few questions.
Certainly. But I don't understand
Last night, you went to a reunion dance. Your husband was with you, wasn't he?
Of course, we always go everywhere together.
You hear that, Lieutenant? We go everywhere.
I'll do the talking, Vince. After the dance, Mrs. Bishop, what time was it when your husband left you?
Left me?
That's right. Went out for a walk or maybe a glass of beer. Left the house.
Lieutenant, you think Vince did something last night. Something against the law.
I'm not saying he did, Mrs. Bishop, but he might have.
Well, he didn't. And you know why? Because he was with me the whole night. The whole night, Lieutenant.
Ben.
Uh-huh.
You've been sitting there a long time, Ben. Just sitting.
Uh-huh.
Frankie Moore, he'll call, Ben. I know what you're thinking, that maybe he won't call. That maybe Frankie killed Joyce Ronson and is now putting space between us and him.
Oh, I don't know, Matt.
You want us to go looking for Frankie?
No, not yet. We'll wait a few minutes more.
Well, if you say so, but
Lieutenant Guthrie. Yeah? Oh, yes, Miss Fisher. Yeah, right away. Now, let's go, Matt. That was his landlady. Frankie Moore just came in.
Drunk, my Frankie. So drunk he could hardly stand up. Oh, it's enough to make me lose my motherly feelings.
Now, don't take it too hard, Mrs. Fisher. Something every mother goes through.
I tried to make him call you, but he... A shot!
Come on, Matt. The window, Matt. The shot came from there.
Too late, Ben. I didn't even see the car. It got around the corner. Frankie, he's pretty bad, huh?
Yeah.
Frankie. Frankie.
Frankie's dead, Mrs. Fisher. It's your listening post to the world. CBS new program, Hear It Now, featuring Edward R. Murrow, Friday evenings on most of these same stations. The top international news and all the fields of interest are covered in this fascinating hour program. Be listening every Friday for Hear It Now, your listening post to the world.
Mrs. Fisher.
Like a son he was. Such a nice boy.
Please, Mrs. Fisher.
Man.
Sure, Ben, sure.
Mrs. Fisher, I just want to tell you, Sergeant Greb and I... Well, it hurts us that we were too late to save Frankie's life.
Yeah, I know that, Lieutenant Guthrie. I know that.
And now we'll need your help.
My help? I can't help Frankie now. It seems like just yesterday I took Frankie down to the corner drugstore for a hot fudge sundae.
Frankie was fond of hot fudge sundaes?
Oh, no. Only when his daughter was here.
His daughter?
Yeah, that's right, Lieutenant. Frankie didn't talk much about her. Poor little thing, always dressed in that ugly uniform.
Well, what kind of uniform?
Oh, I'm sure I wouldn't know, Lieutenant. I never pried into Frankie's affairs. But I tell you, that long-nosed drugstore clerk, he would know. He knows everything.
Matt, go buy yourself a hot fudge sundae. I'll meet you back at headquarters.
I stopped off to get you some coffee, Ben.
Now, what did you get, Matt?
Coffee?
Frankie Moore, what did you get?
Oh, 3 items on Frankie Moore.
Well, all right, Matt, let's have it.
Well, first, on my way upstairs, ballistics handed me a report. Frankie Moore was shot by the same gun which killed Joyce Ronson.
What else?
Mrs. Fisher was right about Frankie's daughter. The drugstore clerk remembered her and knew all about the uniform. Said it was the kind the kids wear at St. Joseph's Children's Home.
You went there?
Ben. The head mistress at the children's home told me all about the child, but was unable to produce her, even when I insisted.
Well, get off it, Matt. What else?
Because the child had been picked up this morning by the mother, identified only as Mrs. Frankie Moore, and accompanied by an old dancing teacher from McKinley High School named Ella Barnes.
That's all, Matt?
Well, that's all, except that Miss Ella Barnes could not be located. But she's due at McKinley for her dancing class at 4 o'clock, which is in about 15 minutes. Hey, Ben. Your coffee, Ben.
Guthrie, you say? And you're a policeman. Well, what brings you to my dancing class, Mr. Guthrie? Speak up.
I'd like to ask you some questions, Miss Barnes, about Mrs. Frankie Moore.
Oh, pardon me, Mr. Guthrie. Elsie, you may start the record. You may call me Miss Ella. Everybody does. You look familiar, Mr. Guthrie. Did I ever teach you dancing?
I'm afraid not.
Oh, you needn't blush. Dancing is a very masculine exercise. Look at Nijinsky.
Miss Ella, if you don't mind.
Mrs. Frankie Moore, you say? Excuse me, Mr. Guthrie. Limber, Elsie, limber, limber, limber. The left leg. That's right, dear. I'm sorry, Mr. Guthrie. I'm an old woman. I sometimes forget. What is it you were asking?
Mrs. Frankie Moore, you were with her this morning when you went to pick up the child.
Is it important for you to know, Mr. Guthrie?
It's important.
He sent you to get the child, didn't he? Well, you won't get her, Mr. Guthrie, even if you are from the police.
I don't want the child, Miss Ella.
What do you want, then? Speak up.
Information about Frankie Moore's wife.
Ex-wife, Mr. Guthrie. Divorced over 10 years ago. I told Alice when she married him it would be that way. Caroline! Caroline, the hips, my dear. A part of the body. There, that's better. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Guthrie. I can't give you any more information.
Miss Ella, I don't like to insist,
Then why do you? Go to Frankie Moore. Ask him what you want to know.
I wish I could. Frankie Moore's dead.
Dead?
Murdered.
Come with me, Mr. Guthrie. Elsie, take over for a few minutes, my dear. It won't be long. Right here, Mr. Guthrie, my office. Sit down.
Thank you.
Frankie Moore. Murdered, you say?
Shot, Miss Ella, by the same person who killed Joyce Ronson.
Joyce? No. I'm a fool. An old fool. One thinks of pupils as children to be protected. They grow up, Mr. Guthrie. One forgets that. Adults with adult emotions. I'll tell you what you want to know. Where shall I start?
Try this morning, when you were with Alice Moore.
She came to see me, woke me up.
Were you expecting her?
I haven't seen Alice since Frankie divorced her. I thought she disliked me because I tried to keep her from eloping with Frankie. When she rang my bell this morning, I was surprised. And flattered, I suppose.
She asked you to go with her and get the child?
Yes. She was afraid. Wanted me to keep the child, so Frankie...
Please go on, Miss Ella.
That's all. The child is at my apartment, sleeping until this evening.
This evening?
Yes. I'm to meet her at the station. She said she was going to take the child away where Frankie can't bother her.
What time is she leaving?
7:30. I don't suppose Alice will be meeting me now, will she, Mr. Guthrie? Because you'll be asking her questions.
We'll have to find her first. I don't know Alice Moore.
No, you wouldn't, would you? Maybe I can help you, Mr. Guthrie. Draw. So many relics. So many years. Memories of an old woman.
Miss Ella.
Oh, yes. Class picture of 1934. Look at their faces, Mr. Guthrie. Pure and sweet.
Alice Moore, which one is she?
Here. Fourth from the left. You know her, Mr. Guthrie. I can see by your face that you know her.
Yes, I know her.
I'm glad I could help you. And now, please go. Before I'm sorry I helped you. Goodbye, Mr. Guthrie.
Hi, Ben. I got here as fast as I could.
Well, we've got time, man. Where's your car?
Around the corner, like you said. What's up?
Is that Vince Bishop's diner over there?
Yeah, the one with the green light.
Uh-huh.
You didn't answer my question, Ben. Do you think Vince Bishop's wife killed Joyce and Frankie?
I don't know yet. I think so.
It's a long shot, Ben. You know that, don't you? Just because Alice Bishop was once Alice Moore. If we're wrong, it could mean trouble.
Yeah, we'll take that chance.
Ben, before we go in there, why don't we just pick up Alice Bishop, take her to headquarters where we can talk to her quiet like... Why not, huh?
Because this is the way I want it. Come on, let's go.
Just a minute, Ben. Aren't you forgetting something?
What?
Vince used his wife as an alibi to clear him on that robbery charge. That means they were together.
That's why I want them together now. Come on.
It's locked.
I can hear them moving around. Knock on the door.
We're closed. There's a sign on the door says closed. Oh. What do you want?
We want to come in, Vince.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. We're busy with
The
inventory.
lieutenant said we want to come in, Vince.
The lieutenant didn't say it quite that way. Come in.
Your wife here, Vince?
Yeah, she's here. What do you want to know?
Call her.
She's busy.
I said call her.
All right, if that's the way you want it. Alice! Alice, honey, come in here a minute, will you?
Vince, you know I'm trying to get this stuff in. Oh. You didn't tell me.
Now, don't be frightened, Mrs. Bishop. We just want to talk to you for a few minutes. You and Vince.
I see.
All right, Lieutenant. What do you want to talk to us about?
Murder. Why did you kill Joyce Ronson?
Are you crazy? I told you.
You told me this morning you didn't rob Mr. Ryan. That's right, isn't it? You didn't rob him?
Of course I didn't.
Think about it, Vince. For robbery, you'd get a year, maybe 2. Murder's a different thing.
I didn't rob him.
You heard what Vince said, Matt? He didn't rob Mr. Ryan.
I heard him. Well, you better come along with us, Vince. We're charging you with the murder of Joyce Ronson.
You're crazy. I was with my wife last night, like she said. Go on, tell him again, honey.
Sure, I'll tell him. Vince was with me all last night. And if you arrest him, we're going to sue the city for every dollar it's got. You understand, Mr. Guthrie?
You ready to go, Vince?
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, go ahead with him, Vince. Let him arrest you. They can't prove a thing. I'll get a lawyer, a good lawyer, Vince.
When will you get a lawyer, Mrs. Bishop? Doesn't your train leave in an hour?
What did you...
Were you going somewhere, Mrs. Bishop?
This is ridiculous. I don't know what you're talking about.
You better hurry, Mrs. Bishop. You don't want to keep Miss Ella and your daughter waiting, do you?
What? What's this all about?
Oh, it's nothing, Vince. Don't believe him.
What's it all about?
Well, I meant to tell you I'm taking the kid on a little trip.
You meant to tell me. When? When, Alice? You were going to run out on me, weren't you? Weren't you?
Vince,
Don't bother, Alice. All right, Lieutenant. I got something to tell you. I did rob Ryan at 1:30 this morning. That's where I was. Now, honey, maybe you'll tell Lieutenant Guthrie where you were this morning?
Your husband asked you a question, Mrs. Bishop. I'll tell your husband where you were, Alice. You were killing Joyce Ronson.
I won't listen to this.
And today, Alice, today you shot Frankie. Why?
Vince, are you going to stand there?
Still in love with him, aren't you? Everything I did was for you. Everything.
What did you ever do for me?
Steal like a common thief because the diner didn't make enough money for you. Out on the streets night after night and scared sick for you, Alice.
Did you really think that would help, Vince? Ha ha!
For you. And all the time you're in love with that cheap, no
You
good...
call him cheap. I hate you.
Get out of here. I don't want to look at you.
Listen to me, Vince. Listen to me say it. I love Frankie. I always loved him. Yeah, even when he didn't want me.
So you killed Joyce because she was going to marry Frankie. Is that it, Alice?
I couldn't stand it. Her with Frankie. Being with him all the time.
You killed Frankie, too, didn't you?
He didn't want me. I begged him to come away, but he didn't want me. I came back to his room and killed him. I killed him!
Matt, get the coats.
Yeah, Ben.
I want him back! I want Frankie back!
The lineup, where before you pass the innocent, the vagrant, the thief, the murderer. Listen again next week when we again bring you the lineup.
May I have your attention, please? You people out there on the other side of the wire in the audience room, may I have your attention, please? Thank you. My name is Greb, Sergeant Matt Greb. I'll explain the lineup to you. Each of the suspects you will see will be numbered. I'll call off a number, their name, and charge. If you have any questions or identifications, please remember the number assigned to the prisoner as I call his name. At the end of each line,
The lineup, starring Bill Johnstone as Lieutenant Ben Guthrie and Wally Mayer as Sergeant Matt Greb, was written by Charles E. Israel with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Featured in tonight's cast were Howard McNear, Joe Duvall, Wilms Herbert, John McIntyre, Jeanette Nolan, Tony Barrett, and Virginia Gregg. The lineup is produced and directed by Jaime Del Valle. Mark it down. This Sunday, January 7th, the day Charlie Wilde checks in at CBS, the Star's Address. You'll enjoy the adventures of Charlie Wilde, a private eye with a whole set of fascinating, unorthodox methods for dealing with men on the shady side of the law. Charlie Wilde, Private Eye, will be heard on most of these same CBS stations every Sunday, starting this Sunday, January 7th. Dan Cubberly speaking. This is CBS, where you find songs for sale every Friday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Sometimes Sometimes when we're tired, we make mountains out of molehills. We putter around till even the easiest job seems impossible. Now, if you're that tired and pale besides, your doctor may find you have a borderline anemia, resulting from a paranutritional blood deficiency. Then you need ironized yeast tablets. They help build up your strength by building up your red blood cells. So take ironized yeast tablets to get back your color, your vigor, your driving energy. Ironized yeast tablets.
HOJO Radio. We're your old-time radio headquarters. Stay tuned.
Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Another authentic reenactment of a case transcribed from the files of the Texas Rangers. Dates and places in the following story are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record.
Every day, Monday through Friday, there's top entertainment all day long when you set your radio dial to NBC. Listen for Double or Nothing, and you'll hear one of radio's funniest quiz shows. Yes, Walter O'Keefe consistently comes up with great comedy entertainment Monday through Friday on Double or Nothing. Listen, and you'll agree. And then there's the program with a heart, Strike It Rich. The grand entertainment that Warren Hull brings you every day on Strike It Rich is just what the doctor ordered if you suffer from the housework blues. From Chicago, Tommy Bartlett brings you Welcome Travelers and interviews with the many interesting guests who each day pass through the Windy City. And then for more fun, listen for Bob and Ray, those two zany comics. Then there's Music and Charm with Dial Dave Garraway. So remember, every day, Monday through Friday, chase your blues away with the wonderful daytime programs on this station of the NBC Radio Network. And now, here's today's adventure with the Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, from the files of the Texas Rangers, the case called Nighthawk.
It is 12:30 on a Friday night early in June 1948. In the town of Tipton, Texas, the graduation dance at Carroll College has been over for half an hour. 2 miles outside town, a car drives toward a small airfield, used during the day as a landing place for a few private planes. The field and the single hangar are dark as the car rolls to a stop on the road bordering the fields.
You're not tired, are you, Junior?
My feet are. That Will Appleton. He's your fraternity brother, Todd. Why haven't you taught him to dance?
What's made you step on your toes?
I just don't see how any boy could be so graceful on a football field and Oh, well. Who wants to talk about Will Appleton, anyhow? It's a nice dance in spite of him.
Mm-hmm. And nice out here, too.
Mm-hmm.
Moon makes everything so bright.
I like the half moon. Everybody's always talking about how pretty a full moon is, but...
What's the matter, Junior?
Well, somebody's coming down the road.
Oh, probably some hand off one of the farms walking home.
Looks like he's coming right toward us.
Now, Junior, you're just imagining things. He'll go on past.
Todd. He's got something over his face. Like some kind of mask.
Yeah, it looks like a stocking with holes cut out.
He's got a gun, Todd.
Get out.
Hey,
what is this? Shut up. I don't want to hear nothing out of either of you. This is a stick-up.
Oh.
Get out of the car. Come on.
I'm getting.
Now, you too, sister. Not that way. Slide over and get out this side.
What do you want?
Give me your pocketbook.
There's no money in it?
Give it to me.
Now, look here, you can't do...
I told you to shut up. Now, give me your wallet. That's better. What's the matter with you, sister? You got nothing to cry about? All right. Now, both of you start walking down that road and don't look back.
Come on, Joni. Don't be frightened.
Wait a minute. You, start walking down the road alone. You're gonna stay with me, sister.
No, look, you can't do it.
Start walking or I'll blow your head off.
All right, I'm going.
Faster.
Todd!
All right, get moving. Okay, sister. Now you and me are gonna take a little walk.
Let go of me.
Don't be that way, baby. You and me.
No!
Shut up.
Get away!
Shut up. I gotta get out of here.
Oh, Joni. It's all right, Joni. He's gone. Here, let me help you, honey. Let me help you.
Take me home.
Oh, Joni.
Home!
Todd Miller put the girl in his car and drove back to town. After taking her to the hospital, he notified her parents and the sheriff. Sheriff Wilson dispatched deputies to the scene of the robbery and requested assistance from the Texas Rangers. As soon as he had spoken to the girl, the sheriff drove back to the airfield with Todd. Minutes later, Ranger Jace Pearson, who was assigned to the case, reached the field. 10-4. KDXA Howdy, Sheriff.
Oh, this Todd Miller, Jace. Howdy, Ranger. He's the boy who was held up.
Go ahead, 22.
Report said you weren't able to identify the man who robbed you. Is that right?
Yes, sir. He had a black stocking over his head. I could only see his eyes.
Where's the car you were driving, Todd?
I left it in town. Sheriff brought me back here.
If you're thinking about prints, Jace, I reckon we're out of luck. Todd here says the fella had on gloves. Uh-huh. How about the girl? She hurt bad? She'll be all right. Shaken up quite a bit, though. And he must have hit her an awful whack. Doc thinks her jaw might be broken.
I shouldn't have done what he said. I should have stayed with Joni.
You did just what you had to do, son. I don't reckon you had much choice. Todd, could you see which way he headed after he left the girl?
Well, I'm not sure, but I thought I saw him running across the field toward the hangar. And then after I got Joni into my car, I saw a car drive out from behind the hangar and start off down the road.
Any idea what kind of a car it was?
Well, it looked like an old jalopy. I was too far away to see what kind. It was going pretty fast, though.
One of my deputies found some fresh oil stains over by the hangar, Jay. Yeah, we'll go over in a minute and take a look. Todd, I want you to try to remember anything you can about this man. Anything.
Well, it happened so fast that there's not much about him I remember.
Well, how tall was he?
Well, I'd say about my height.
Can you describe his voice?
Well, he never talked out loud, just whispered, a real hoarse whisper.
Anything else?
Well, the way he walked right up to the car, like he'd been waiting for us. Just walked up and made us get out.
Uh-huh. All right, Todd. I think that'll be all.
Ranger, you think I could get back to town soon? I'm kind of worried about Joni.
It's all right with the sheriff. He can send you back in his car with one of the deputies. You can come along with me, Sheriff. Sure, Jace.
We'll drive over to the hangar and have a look at those oil spots first.
Just let me tell my deputy. Charlie, you take Todd back to town in my car. I'll be with the ranger.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thanks.
This sure looks like a tough one, Jason.
Yeah, but I got a hunch we can narrow it down to one of your local boys.
How do you figure that?
Well, for one thing, the way he was so particular about keeping his face hidden and whispering to disguise his voice.
It does sound like he wanted to make sure he wouldn't be recognized. But it might have been some stranger who just didn't want to take chances on getting his description broadcast.
Could be a stranger, except for one thing. The fact that he was well enough acquainted with the town to know where couples might be likely to park after a dance.
It's more like a local call.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Sheriff's office has received call that man in stocking mask has just held up couple at Carroll College football field. Man shot, possibly dead. Request this information be relayed to Sheriff.
Football field straight along this road on the outskirts of town, Jace.
Yeah. 10-4. Sheriff is with this unit. Unit 10 proceeding to scene at once. Four minutes after we received the radio call, we were approaching the college football field. We saw a car sitting in the center of the parking area and 10 or 12 people grouped around something on the grass a little distance away. A man standing near the car beckoned to us urgently. Pulled up a few feet away from him.
Howdy, Sheriff. Ranger. Snyder's my name, Cliff Snyder. I heard the shots from my house over there. It's an awful thing. Just awful.
You wanted to show us something, Mr. Snyder?
Yeah, the boy. He's lying over here. I think he's dead.
Where is he, Mr. Snyder?
Right around the corner of the car. There.
Yeah?
Such an awful thing, a young boy like this and so much blood. I've never seen so much blood, not in all my life. Is he dead?
2 bullets in his chest. He didn't have much of a chance.
I wish he was dead. That's why I wouldn't let nobody come too close till you got here. It's awful. Just awful.
Is the girl with those people over there?
That's right. Somebody put a coat down on the grass for her.
She get shot, too?
No, but she got hurt a little. Told us she run away when this fella shot the boy. Run toward the football stands. Tripped and hit her head.
Jace, if she's hurt bad, we'll have to get her to a doc ourselves. I know the ambulance had to go over to Cedar Falls on an emergency. Let's get over and see her. Who is the girl?
Julie Thomas. Works in the drugstore. She don't know the boy's dead.
You know the dead boy's name, Mr. Snyder?
No, I don't. I've seen him around town, though. But I reckon you'll have to get his name from Julie.
Uh-huh. Will you let us through, folks? Let us through, please. All right, will you stand back, please? Julie, how you feeling?
My head hurts a little. Is Johnny all right?
I mean, look at your head, miss.
I got to know about Johnny. They wouldn't let me go to him. I'm sure he's hurt bad. How bad is Johnny hurt?
Now, Julie, you just relax. Miss, we don't like to ask questions at a time like this, but there are a few things we have to know.
He shot Johnny. Johnny shouldn't have fought with him.
What's Johnny's last name?
Gordon. I told Johnny not to fight with him.
Julie, is Johnny's home here in Tipton?
No. Spartanville.
Do you remember anything about the man who shot Johnny? Something that might help us identify him?
I saw his face.
You what?
He made us get out of the car. Then he took my pocketbook and Johnny's wallet. Johnny started to fight with him. He pulled the mask off the man's face.
You know the man, miss?
Not his name, but I've seen him around the drugstore. He works at the dairy, I think.
Would you recognize him if you saw him again?
Yes, I'll never forget him.
We'd like you to come to the sheriff's office in the morning and make a written statement. We may need you to identify the man if we find him.
I'll identify him.
What's the matter?
Well, I just remembered. This man who shot Johnny around the drugstore, I've heard people call him Red.
Does he have red hair?
Yes. Yes, he does, and kind of a crooked nose.
Thanks, miss. That could help a lot.
Will you let me go to Johnny now?
Julie.
Johnny's dead, isn't he?
I'm sorry, miss.
Dead. We were going to be married.
Julie, I
we were going
think
to be
you'd
married
better...
in September. We were going to have a big wedding. I always wanted a big wedding.
Come on, Julie. We'll take you to a doctor. You had a pretty bad bump on the head.
No, I want to go home.
Is there anybody there who can take care of you?
My father's on the road. He's a salesman.
How about your mother?
She died a long time ago.
Well, then maybe...
Please, I want to go home. I don't want to see any people now. If I need anybody, I'll call the lady next door.
We'll take you home. The sheriff's right. You should see a doctor first.
All right. Ranger?
Yes?
You sure Johnny's dead? You sure?
Yes, miss. I'm afraid so.
I see. Oh, Johnny. Johnny.
As soon as the justice of the peace arrived, we drove Julie to a doctor. He said she'd be all right, so we took her home and told her we'd phone her when we needed her. Sheriff and I spent the rest of the night checking on the lead Julie had given us. We learned that a man named Ernest Crockett, sometimes called Red, had worked for the dairy until a week before when he was fired. At 7 that morning, we found out that Crockett lived in a room above a feed store. We got a search warrant and went there.
I sure hope Julie's got the right man.
She gave pretty positive identification.
Yeah, but she was excited. She might have seen a man with a broken nose and thought it was this Red.
It shouldn't take us long to find out if she's right. As soon as we get Red down to your office, we'll call Julie and have her try to identify him.
You mean if we find Red, we could have trouble doing that?
Uh-huh. This is as good a place as any to start.
This should be the room.
Try it.
Empty.
Yeah. You reckon he skipped? Maybe. We'll get back to the car. I'll ask headquarters to put out an all-points bulletin on him. Yeah, if he has gone anywhere, it's a cinch he hasn't got far. Murder took place at 2:30. That'd only leave him... Hold it, Sheriff. Somebody coming up the stairs. Yeah, that could be Crockett. Stay on your toes. He might try something. If he's our man, I almost hope he does. Shh, careful.
What's this all about?
You read Crockett?
Yeah, what do you want?
We'd like to ask you some questions.
Who said you can come in here?
This?
Search warrant, huh? Okay, what do you want to know?
Put your hands over your head.
Huh?
Frisk him, Sheriff.
Yeah.
Nothing on him, Jace.
What'd you expect to find?
Where were you last night?
Out.
Where?
All around town. I'm the restless type. Hate to stay in one place too long.
Were you with anybody?
No, I don't like crowds much.
All right, Crockett. You're coming with us down to the sheriff's office.
What for?
We think you might have had something to do with 2 robberies and a murder last night.
Me? Oh, you're crazy.
If you're innocent, you'll have a chance to prove it.
What do you mean?
Somebody got a good look at the killer. Let's go find out what happens when she gets a look at you.
In just a moment, we will continue with Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson.
Friends, permit me a serious word. Think now of those families, more than 2,000 families, who were made homeless by tornadoes. In 6 states, thousands of people are picking through the rubble of their homes. You would help them if you could, I know that. And you are helping them through your American Red Cross. Even as I speak to you now, your Red Cross is there, feeding and sheltering the homeless, caring for the sick and injured. Your Red Cross has made an initial allocation of $1 million for emergency relief. And that is only the beginning. So great is the destruction, so great is the need, your Red Cross has had to increase its $85 million fund goal by $5 million. After the emergency period has passed, there will be homes to rebuild and people to restore to health and livelihood. You, your family, and your home were spared. Help those who weren't. The need is great. The need is now. So answer the call, and please give generously through your American Red Cross. Now back to Tales of the Texas Rangers.
We continue now with Tales of the Texas Rangers and our authentic story, Nighthawk.
We took Crockett to the sheriff's office and left him with a deputy. Then I phoned Julie Thomas. There was no answer. The sheriff and I drove to her house and found it locked. The woman next door told us Julie had left early that morning for a nearby town of Spartanville to stay with a girlfriend. After some persuasion, the woman gave us the girlfriend's name and address. We went to Spartanville and located the house.
I still don't figure it, Jace. Why would she want to skip out like this without letting us know?
She was pretty upset last night, Sheriff. Chances are she still is.
Yeah, but there's something funny about this, and I don't like it.
Can't say I do either.
Who's there?
Ranger Pearson. Sheriff and I'd like to talk to you, Julie.
Why'd you come after me? Why don't you leave me alone?
Can we come in?
All right.
Your girlfriend around?
She had to go out.
Is that your coffee on the table, Julie?
Yes. You want some?
No, thanks. But you finish yours. Then we want you to come back to Tipton with us.
I'm not going.
Julie, what's the matter
Nothing.
with you?
I just don't want to go back. I want to stay right here in Spartanville.
We think we found the man we're looking for. We'd like you to identify him.
I don't believe I could.
But you told us last night you'd recognize him anywhere.
I know it, but I can't remember anymore.
But didn't you see the man who shot Johnny?
I thought I did, but I guess I was wrong.
All right, Julie. If there's anything we can do for you, just let us know.
You're not going to make me come?
We can't make you do anything if you don't want to do it.
What are you going to do with the man you caught?
I reckon we'll have to let him go. Nothing else we can do. Come on, Sheriff.
Ranger?
Uh-huh.
Ranger, Oh, I'm scared. I'm so scared.
Here, now, Julie, you just sit down. Right over here.
Don't let him get me. Please don't let him get me.
Let who get you?
The man who shot Johnny. He told me if I said anything about him, he'd kill me.
When was this?
This morning, right after I got home.
You mean he was at your house?
No, he phoned. He said if I told, he'd kill me, no matter how long it took. And I'm so scared.
Julie, your pocketbook that was taken, was there any identification in it?
My driver's license.
Uh-huh.
I can still hear his voice. Like a knife that went right through me.
Now, he can't do anything to you, Julie.
He can. I know he can.
Not if he's in jail.
Well, he'll break out. He'll find me and kill me.
Let me ask you something. You want to spend the rest of your life knowing that the man who killed Johnny is free?
Ranger, please.
You can be sure he won't stop with Johnny. He'll rob again, even kill again.
Ranger, I don't know what to do. I just don't know.
It's up to you, Julie. We can't force you to identify him, but you're not being fair to Johnny if you don't.
All right. I'll come with you. I'll identify the man who killed Johnny. Ranger, I won't have to stay long in the same room with him, will I?
Only a couple of minutes, Julie, just so we can be sure you'll have time to recognize him.
I'm afraid of him. His eyes and that red hair that stands up all over his head. I could see him so clear even when he was talking to me on the phone.
Now, you don't have to be scared of a thing. You just identify him, and we'll make sure he's behind bars for a long time.
Won't he get the electric chair?
That'll be up to the judge.
Go ahead in, Julie.
Is he in there?
No, he's in the next office.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll just go on through and see if everything's ready, Jace.
Sit down, Julie.
No, thank you.
You don't have to be frightened about a thing.
You keep saying that, but I'm still scared. I'm scared to death.
I know you are. I wish there was some way I could help you not to be.
You'll stay with me, won't you, Ranger? The whole time I'm in there with him?
Sure. Sheriff and his deputy will be there, too. You don't have to worry.
All set, Jace.
Now, remember, Julie, don't say a thing while you're in there. Just look at him and listen to his voice.
All right, Ranger.
Stand up, Crockett. What's your full name?
You know my name. What are you asking for?
What's your full name?
Ernest Crockett.
Where do you live?
Okay, 245 Esperanza Street.
You own a gun?
Of course not. I never owned a gun in my life.
That's enough, Sheriff. Come on, Julie.
Take over, Charlie. Sit down, Julie. Here, take this chair.
Thanks. I will sit down now.
Was that the man you saw last night?
No.
Julie.
You sure you didn't recognize him?
I never saw him before in my life.
But, Julie, the red hair and the broken nose you told us about, he must be the one.
How many times do I have to tell you? I never saw him. I never saw him.
You know what I think, Julie?
Well, I don't care. He's not the man.
I think you're not telling us the truth.
You're going to prove it? You're going to make me say something I don't want to?
Julie, I told you before we can't force you to say anything. But sooner or later we'll find other evidence against this man. When he comes to trial, you'll be put on the stand, under oath.
I'll swear I never saw him before.
If the judge finds out you're lying, you could go to jail.
Then I'll go to jail.
Julie, I declare I wish I could talk some sense into you.
You better go release Crockett, Sheriff, and we'll take Julie home.
All right, I'll release you.
Ranger, I wish...
Forget it, Julie. You do whatever you feel you have to do. But even without your help, we're going to keep after this man till we get enough evidence to convict him.
I want to do the right thing, but when I looked at his eyes... Well, I've got to go away. I've got to leave here today.
Well, if that's the way you want it. Where you figure on going?
I don't know yet. Somewhere out of the state. I'll go up to Dallas first and tell my father what's happened.
All right. We'll stay with you till train time.
Almost ready, Julie?
Just about. A few more things I want to get out of this hall closet.
Well, you better hurry it up a little. It's 5:40 now. Your train leaves in less than an hour.
You've still got time to change your mind, Julie.
It's no use, Ranger. Excuse me a minute. Hello?
When are you going to get rid of the cops?
What? Shortly.
You better make it fast. I'm watching you, baby. And I'm going to be watching you. You make one breaking. You understand?
Yes.
Just see you keep your mouth shut.
Hello? Hello?
What's the matter, Julie? You look pale.
I'm all right.
That was Crockett on the phone, wasn't it?
Yes, Ranger, and he's not going to let me get away. No matter where I go, I'll have the feeling he's watching me.
Chances are he will be.
It's no use running, is it?
It's never worked for anybody.
If you still want me to, I'll identify him.
Oh, that's fine, Julie.
And I'll tell you now, the man I saw in the sheriff's office is the one who held us up last night. He shot Johnny.
Come on, Sheriff. We're going to pick up Red Crockett. We took Julie to the sheriff's office, then went to Crockett's room. When we discovered he wasn't there, we alerted all deputies for a systematic search of the town. We informed KTXA that the sheriff and I would be cruising the streets. We just doubled back a second time into the Mexican section when I received a radio call.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead, KTXA.
Deputy Sheriff has been wounded in gunfight in Estanita Cafe by a man believed to be Ernest Crockett.
Hey.
Subject escaped after resisting arrest.
Holy smoke.
10-4. Unit 10 clear.
KTXA Austin.
Where's that cafe, Sheriff?
About a block from the railroad tracks. If you swing left at this next corner, you'll come right to it. Hang on. He's probably taken off in that jalopy of his.
He has. It won't take us long to catch up with him.
Wonder which way he could have gone.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Just saw a man run into that alley up ahead. Does it lead anywhere?
Down toward the freight yards. You can drive through to the tracks.
He must be running pretty fast. There's no place he could have turned off.
Yeah, this is as far as we can go in the car.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason saw him. Your lights picked him up.
Where?
He ran toward that boxcar.
Let's go. Take it easy around this boxcar.
There he goes, Chase, climbing into that empty over there. Hold it, Crockett.
Give me that gun, Crockett.
You dirty.
Get up. It's only your arm.
Hurts bad.
Come on, Crockett. You were so anxious to have a train ride. Now I'm going to see you get one. All the way to Huntsville.
In just a moment, we will tell you the results of the case you have just heard.
Later today, you will find more great entertainment all lined up for you on this NBC station. Next, it's The Big Show with a star-studded guest list and your unpredictable hostess, Tallulah Bankhead. And Meredith Wilson will be on hand to direct The Big Show orchestra and chorus. Later tonight, be sure to hear the hilarious Phil Harris and Alice Faye show, featuring the comedy antics of Frankie Remley, Julius Abruzio, and Brother William. There's mirth and music with Phil and Alice and their delightful program. And remember, too, the Theater Guild on the Air will bring you another entertaining dramatization of an exciting play co-starring two of your favorite Broadway stars. Yes, Sunday is Fun Day on NBC because of the many fine shows sent your way to add to your listening pleasure. Later tonight, you'll want to hear Jack Parr and the $64 question as Jack asks the questions and gives away the money. So remember, for fine entertainment all the rest of the day, stay tuned to this station of the NBC Radio Network. Now for the conclusion of Tales of the Texas Rangers.
And now, here are the results of the case you have just heard.
Julie Thomas made a positive identification of Ernest Crockett, and ballistics evidence proved that Crockett's gun had killed Johnny Gordon. Crockett was indicted and on July 9, 1948, was found guilty of murder with malice. At 3 minutes past midnight on September 15, 1949, Crockett died in the electric chair at Huntsville.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea will soon be seen in San Francisco Story, a Warner Brothers release. The cast included Tony Barrett, Bert Holland, Betty Moran, Lou Krugman, Parley Bear, and Michael Ann Barrett. Technical advisor was Captain M.T. Lone Wolf Gonzalez of the Texas Rangers. This story was transcribed and adapted by Charles E. Israel, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Next, enjoy comedy, drama, and music on The Big Show on NBC.
Meanwhile, let me pass on the good word about the new Kraft Dinner. This famous macaroni and cheese still cooks in 7 minutes. But the new Kraft Dinner gives you a richer, fuller cheese flavor. Just what you cheese lovers have been hankering for, the flavor of golden cheddar through and through a dish full of tender, fluffy, light macaroni. And to think you cook it in just 7 minutes. When the folks taste the new Kraft Dinner, they'll say it's incredible that you could whip up such swell macaroni and cheese so fast. Kraft's tireless research, of course, is responsible for the goodness of the two ingredients in each Kraft Dinner box. The special macaroni and the Kraft grated that gives such splendid cheese flavor. Let them work their speed magic in your kitchen to give you point-thrifty, good-eating main dishes. At your food store tomorrow, get a couple of packages of the new Kraft Dinner. Each box makes enough for 4 servings, and you get 2 boxes for 1 single red point.
Stay tuned to HOJO Radio.
Baghdad, Martinique, Singapore, and all the places of the world where danger and intrigue walk hand in hand, there you will find Steve Mitchell on another dangerous assignment. The National Broadcasting Company presents the first in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy as Steve Mitchell.
Steve. You're going to run this pretty little boat right onto the rocks if you don't put your hands on the wheel.
Automatic pilot.
W5, WRS, calling W2BYR.
I should have known you'd have one of those on your boat.
So help me. First time in my life I've ever used it, Evelyn.
Eloise.
Hello, sure.
W5, WRS, calling W2BYR.
Steve. Why don't you turn that radio off?
I never should have turned it on.
What's all that W stuff? Who's that silly woman trying to get, anyway?
Oh,
W5,
me.
WRS, calling W2BYR.
That's the ship-to-shore operator.
Brother, you know 'em all. What does she want with you?
I'm afraid I know. Well, I guess I better answer before they send the Coast Guard. W5WRS from W2BYR. Go ahead.
Stand by, W2BYR. I have a call for you. Go ahead. This is Ruth, Steve. The commissioner wants to see you right away. Over.
Now, look, Ruth. I said only call me in an emergency. Over.
The commissioner says this is an emergency. Over.
But I'm in the middle of a big deal, Ruth. I'm tied up. Over.
Just a minute, Steve. He says untie her and get into the office.
But tell him... Oh, okay. I'll come back. Out. Eloise, I'm afraid
And for this, I broke another day.
Now, look, Eloise, I'm sorry.
So what do? I go out and buy a new sunsuit.
And it's a very nice sunsuit.
I even fry some chicken. For the first time in my life, I fry some chicken.
But this probably won't take long.
What am I supposed to do in the meantime? And what am I going to do with all that fried chicken?
Well, keep it on ice for me, huh? Hello, Commissioner.
Steve, I trust you concluded your big deal satisfactorily.
Well,
Uh-huh. Steve, ever hear of the Throp Foundation?
Throp Foundation? Sure. That's the private charity that's been sending a lot of relief shipments to Europe.
Right. They've done quite a job over there. Tons of food and medical supplies.
Yeah, that's the outfit. What about them?
Their last 3 shipments to Sicily have been stolen.
Oh? You mean off the boat?
No, from the Foundation's warehouse in Messina, Sicily.
I see.
We've been instructed to get to the bottom of it. As usual, you'll pose as a foreign correspondent. Ruth has your credentials in order.
Okay.
On the surface, your assignment will be to write a story about the stolen shipments. Actually, I want you to find out who's been stealing those shipments. And to be frank, Steve, I'm sending you into a pretty nasty situation over there.
What do you mean?
The Throp Foundation has had 2 men working on this case. One of them has been missing for 2 weeks.
What about the other one?
Oh, they found him all right. His throat had been cut.
Well, that's reassuring.
We're sending you because we think you can take care of yourself and handle the danger.
When do you want me to leave?
Good. As soon as possible. Now, if you need help or information once you get to Sicily, contact Emilio Donati in Messina.
Who's Emilio Donati?
He runs a bar in Messina. We think he's a friend of ours.
Okay.
There's just one more thing I should warn you about, Steve.
You know, you're making this assignment sound real attractive, Commissioner. What is it?
I guess you've heard of the Sicilian bandit they call Lorenzo.
Yeah, who hasn't? He's got the whole countryside terrorized.
Steve, I don't know whether he has anything to do with all this or not, but if he has, now watch yourself.
Yep. Looks like I got a real honey this time.
You did, but it's vital to us that those relief shipments get through. Trouble usually starts from empty stomachs.
Yeah.
That's all. You've got your assignment, Steve. Your plane leaves in 2 hours. Good luck.
Eduardo, this is Dino speaking. The American just landed. See. Report to the chief at once.
Signore, taxi, eh? You want a taxi, signore?
Yeah. Hey, look, driver, you know your way around Messina pretty well, huh?
Ma, sure. I live here most of my life, signore. At the age of 3, I was brought here from Palermo. So I know every house, every street, every building, every bar.
Yeah. Okay, so you know your city. Now, take me to the Throp Foundation warehouse.
Again?
Throp Foundation warehouse. You know where it is?
Throp?
No. Throp. It's a... Ah, well, never mind. Just take me to the Rienzi Hotel. I'm sure you must have heard of that.
Ma, sure. I'm going to put your baggage in the car, senor.
Hello. Sorry I'm late.
You're not late. You're just in time.
I heard you inquiring for the Throp Foundation, so you must be Ralph Gillette. I'm Helen Collier. I was supposed to meet you here at the airport, and
Look, I'm afraid there's been a mistake. My name's not Gillette. It's Mitchell. Steve Mitchell.
I thought you were the one I was supposed to meet. I'm sorry.
Believe me, I'm sorry, too. Couldn't we just pretend I was?
I'm afraid Mr. Archer wouldn't understand.
Already I don't like Mr. Archer. Don't even know him. Who is he?
My boss. He's in charge of the Foundation's office here in Messina.
Oh, wait a minute. Do you work for the Throp Foundation?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Archer's been expecting a new man to fly down from Rome, Mr. Gillette. I thought you were he.
Oh. I wonder if you'd tell me where the Foundation office is. I'm a foreign correspondent, and I'd like an interview with your boss.
Oh, well, I could go with you and show you where it is, because it doesn't look like Mr. Gillette is on the plane anyway.
Fine. I have a cab over here.
You say you're a foreign correspondent. I suppose you want to do a story on the stolen relief shipments.
Yep.
Well, good luck. Mr. Archer doesn't want any publicity about it. Thinks it would have an adverse effect on donations from the States.
Oh, well, here we are. Pardon us, gentlemen.
Si, signor. Eduardo, out of the man's way.
Of course, your pardon, senor.
Well, I'll see if I can get some kind of a statement from him. Are there just the 2 of you in the Messina office?
Yes, right now. There were 3 of us. Paul Wainwright was the 3rd, but he got fired a few days ago.
At the Hotel Rienzi, no?
No. Throp Foundation.
Troppa?
Troppa? Oh, Via Delgada.
Oh, si, signorina.
Hey, you must have the magic touch. This Paul Wainwright, he was fired by Mr. Archer?
Yes, 3 days ago.
Senor, you ready, huh?
Si.
Did Did you hear what the signorina told the driver?
Si, Eduardo. Via Delgado. That is the address of the Frog Foundation. I will report it. You follow the American.
Mr. Mitchell, you must understand my position. It's not that I don't want to cooperate with you and your press association, but at the same...
The stolen shipments are news, Mr. Archer, and news is my job.
Well, I know all that, but just stop and think what's going to happen if the news spreads around back in the States. Our donations would probably stop coming in. We think it's vital that these shipments continue.
I see. Well, in that case, could you give me an off-the-record statement about it?
I might, if I were sure it would be treated as such.
I'll make a deal with you. We won't break the story unless or until the thieves are rounded up.
Well, all right. I guess that's fair enough.
There have been 3 shipments stolen, right?
Yes, from our warehouse. It's right downstairs.
Yes, I noticed it as I came up. Did you have anyone guarding the shipments?
Of course. We kept doubling the guard, but each time they were overpowered.
Mm-hmm. Sounds like the thieves have a pretty large outfit.
Yes, apparently they do.
I suppose you've heard of the bandit they call Lorenzo.
Oh, certainly. Everybody in Sicily's heard of him. He's got the whole country terrorized.
He's supposed to have a hideout up in the mountains.
I know what you're thinking, Mr. Mitchell. That Lorenzo's men could have stolen the shipments. I thought of that right away myself.
Well, it's possible, isn't it?
Yes, it's possible. Personally, I don't think Lorenzo had anything to do with it. With Lorenzo's reputation what it is, it would be relatively easy for someone else to make it look as if Lorenzo had done it.
That's an interesting thought. Incidentally, you fired one of your men a few days ago, didn't you? Paul Wainwright?
That is something that I'd rather not discuss.
Oh?
Of course, I don't want to persecute the man just because some of his actions appeared vaguely suspicious to me. I have no proof of anything at all.
I see. Well, thanks for the information. I'll see you later.
You wish a table, senor?
Oh, yeah. Great.
Right here.
Thanks.
I am Carlotta. What will you have?
Beer.
But it is after dark. It's time to drink wine.
Emily Post may not like it, but I still want beer.
Anything you wish. I will bring it.
Look, is the boss in, Carlotta?
Emilio Tomati. See, he's here. Why?
I like the scenery. I might set up a charge account. Where is he?
The fat one. Over at the bar. I will tell him to come over.
Oh, no, never mind. I'll go over there.
See, I'm coming.
Emilio Donati?
So I am called, senor.
I told a friend of mine in the States I'd say hello to you.
So? I know many people in the States, senor.
I'm pretty sure you'll know my friend, the commissioner.
Commissioner?
Yeah. I think you're expecting me. I'm Steve Mitchell.
A name can be used by anyone, senor.
Here. You recognize the handwriting?
See. You are Steve Mitchell.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how can I help?
I'm working on the theft of the relief shipments.
Yeah, I thought that would be it. That's a very bad thing, Steve. There are so many people are hungry here in Sicily.
Yeah. Look, a fellow named Paul Wainwright was fired from the Throp Foundation a few days ago, and Archer acts like he thinks Wainwright's involved in the theft.
Paul Wainwright. I know who he is.
I'd like to talk to him. Can you arrange it?
See, in an hour or two, I will send the word for him to come to the back room of my bar off the alley. We can talk to him there.
Quarter after 11. Wainwright ought to be showing up pretty soon, hadn't he?
See, he should have been here by now, Steve.
There's another lead I want to run down, too, Emilio.
Hmm?
Do you have any idea where the bandit Lorenzo's headquarters are?
Oh, see, in the mountains to the west over here.
Think you could furnish me a guide?
A guide?
Yeah, just to get me into the general area. After that, I'll go it alone and do a little reconnoitering undercover.
Steve, you must not try a thing like that.
Look, it's the quickest way of proving whether Lorenzo's involved in these thefts or not. If he is, He's probably got a lot of the supplies hidden away in those mountains.
His men would capture you. He has lookouts all over the mountains. Well, just last month, an entire division went up there and...
Sure. That's the point. There were so many, Lorenzo's men spotted them easy. But one man alone in the brush could be hard to find.
Steve, Lorenzo has a small army of cutthroats up there. They are fanatically loyal to him.
Could you get me a guide?
Look, the danger. You must realize the danger.
Yeah. Lorenzo isn't stupid enough to kill an American correspondent.
That must be Paul Wainwright. Oh, come in, Senor Wainwright.
No, thanks. Look, Donati, and you too, whatever your name is. This is a waste of time. We've got nothing to talk about. Oh!
Wainwright.
Knife in the back. Emilio, get out of the light. Get down. Someone's running down the alley.
Don't follow him, Steve.
Huh?
It may be a trap. There may be others waiting in the dark.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Wainwright, see...
He's dead, Steve. Now perhaps you realize there's a real danger here for you. They know you are not a correspondent. Do you still wish a guide?
I'll be waiting in room 23, Rienzi Hotel.
All right. I will send a man over.
Signor Mitchell?
Yeah. Who are you?
Casella.
Casella? That's supposed to mean something to me?
Emilio Donati sent me to you.
Oh, you're the guide.
Si, signor. I am to conduct you to the mountain where Lorenzo and his band are hiding.
Oh, Emilio didn't lose any time, did he?
It was thought best to travel at night, so that we may be in the mountains before the sun comes up.
Yeah, I guess that would be best.
We will drive to the foot of the mountains by car. Then we will use horses on the trails. It is all arranged.
Good. When do you want to start?
As soon as possible.
Okay, let's go. Hey, pretty narrow trail up here, Casella.
Si, signor.
About time for sunrise, isn't it?
But a few more minutes and it will be light.
You say, you think Lorenzo's hiding out somewhere on that mountain up there ahead of us?
Si, that is what I have heard.
Okay, let's stop here a minute. I'll go it alone from here, Casella. There's no point in your going any farther. Thanks very much.
Si, signor. You're right. There is no point in going any farther. Put your hands in front of you.
What?
Do as I say, signor. I am going to tie your hands.
Look, what is this anyway? Hey, wait a minute. You're one of Lorenzo's men.
So true, signor. It will do you no good to resist. Do not try to escape. There's a man blocking your trail. See? He has a gun.
Okay, I'll try it through you.
Stop!
Come on. Stop. I'm coming through.
Eduardo, quick! Come and help me! Eduardo, help!
Okay, Casella. That's for the double cross, Bob.
Senor, I have a gun! I said stop!
Okay. Looks like you win.
Good. Now I tie you. Hold your hands up.
Okay. Here's one of them.
All right, senor. I will use the gun this way. So, Senor Mitchell. Casella, are you all right?
See, I think so. Except my nose. It is bleeding.
Fool. You deserve it. Come, we'll take the American to Lorenzo.
He's coming to Eduardo. Hotel Lorenzo.
See?
Casella.
Si, Casella. This is for the bloody nose you gave me, senor.
Hey. Well, thanks. Looks like I got taken for the well-known ride. I thought Emilio Donato was a friend.
Sometimes it is difficult to know who your friends are.
You're so right.
Here is Lorenzo now.
Well, Senor Mitchell, you're feeling better now, huh?
Not much.
Welcome to my camp.
Thanks. So you're Lorenzo?
Si, I have that honor.
Honor?
Of course.
Where are we?
Walk with me and I will show you. As you see, you're on top of a mountain. This is my headquarters.
Hey, you can see 100 miles from here.
See, this is why I choose this place.
But where are the guards?
Guards? You are not my prisoner. You are my guest.
But see below us, my men are camped there. Is it not a reassuring sight?
Hey, that looks like a small army.
120 patriots.
Patriots, you call them?
Of course, they serve Lorenzo.
Got a pretty good opinion of yourself, huh?
I am one of the most brilliant men I have ever met.
Really? You know, you don't talk like you've spent your whole life in these mountains.
Oh, I have, as you say, been around. I attended a university in Italy for 2 years.
But you came back to this. How come?
A sense of duty, senor. I rob the rich and give to the poor.
Yeah? That sounds pretty, Lorenzo. But are you sure it's not just because you're a thief at heart?
You are shrewd, senor. Well, why not? From my experience in the world, I have learned that one must look out for oneself.
Oh?
Consider the recent war. Nobody won it. Consider the peace. Again, nobody wins it. Everyone quarrels and fights. Now, is it not much more clever to take what one wants, to be concerned only with oneself?
You know, your kind of thinking isn't helping things any.
Perhaps not, but it is profitable to me. Senor, this conversation is pleasant, but I still do not understand why you were so anxious to spy on my camp.
No? You ever hear of the Throp Foundation?
No. What is it, senor?
A relief outfit that's been shipping food and medical supplies here to Sicily.
Oh? Does this concern me?
That's what I'm wondering. At least 3 shipments have been stolen from a warehouse in Messina.
And of course you think that I stole them.
It's a pretty good bet.
Well, I am sorry to disappoint you, senor, but as you see, there are no supplies here. Look around you. I have nothing to hide.
No?
It is my fate, senor. Whenever a crime is committed in Sicily, I am immediately accused. I suppose I should feel flattered. It has often occurred to me that the police must find me very convenient.
How so?
It would be most embarrassing for them if I were captured. Then they would have no one to blame for all their unsolved crimes. Well, I'm sorry you made this trip for nothing, senor.
Well, if you've got nothing to hide, how come you went to so much trouble to capture me?
I was told you wanted to see Lorenzo, so I thought I would make it easy. You were very rough with my men, senor. But no matter. We will be friends. And you will go back to America and tell everyone what a gracious host is Lorenzo.
Oh, you want a press agent, huh? Hey, wait a minute.
What?
That girl coming up the trail. She looks awfully familiar.
Oh, her name is Carlotta.
Yeah, now I recognize her. She works at Emilio Donati's bar.
See.
Everything's starting to add up.
I am afraid Carlotta is not very happy with me at present.
No?
She has been very useful to me in the past, but she is so possessive. She is very upset to learn that there had been another woman here. There, you see how she sulks? I believe she thinks that she is punishing me. Carlotta, my dear.
Speak to me, Lorenzo. Do not speak to me.
You climbed up here to tell me that?
I am true with you. You have not been true to me.
Oh, you are not very flattering, my dear. Of course I have not been true to you. That would be to deprive others.
Oh, so good for nothing, you.
I think I'd better leave you here to take out your temper on the American. I have other affairs to look after.
The beast. I lie for him. I steal for him.
Maybe you ought to pick your friends a little more carefully. So, you're the one that put the bee on me at Donati's, huh? You had Lorenzo send that phony guide to my room.
Treat me this way after all I do for him. Oh, the beast. I do not think you would treat me that way.
Huh?
I think if you were my friend, you would treat me nice.
Now, look.
Would you like to be Carlotta's friend?
It's okay with me if you're trying to make Lorenzo jealous, but use somebody else.
Kiss me.
Hey, cut it out.
Come on, kiss me.
Hey.
You like it? Huh?
Well, under other circumstances, maybe. Right now, no.
You should not have done that, Carlotta.
Lorenzo,
Perhaps
look.
that will show you cannot treat me as you have. If you do not want me, there are others who do.
You are such a child, Carlotta. I am afraid this presents a problem.
Look, there's no problem. I've got no interest in Carlotta, believe me.
Oh, I'm aware of that. But some of my men there below may have seen her kiss you, senor, and that is the problem. I must not allow anything to shake their confidence in me. The appearance is everything. No, it is not Carlotta I am thinking about. She is nothing.
Oh, dog, that you should talk about me like that. What if I were to tell the American about...
Shut up, Carlotta.
Wait a minute. What did you say, Carlotta?
Then you would wish you had not treated me that way.
I told you to keep your mouth shut.
Oh. I will tell.
Carlotta!
On the other side of the mountain is a cave. Lorenzo has hidden the relief shipments there.
Well, Lorenzo, so you've got nothing to hide.
Now, indeed, I have no choice, senor. Carlotta, give me your scarf.
You're going to fight with the knives over me.
Fool! To think it is you I am considering.
Hey, look, Howell, let's consider me for a minute.
I did not intend to kill you, senor, but as you see now, I must. Here, take this knife.
Now, wait a minute.
Put the end of the scarf between your teeth.
Huh?
There, as I do the other end. So, now we circle slowly.
Hey, look, let's cut out this foolishness, will you?
Do not hold the knife that way.
Huh?
Use the underhand grip. Do you know nothing at all about knife fighting?
As much as I want to know. Now, for the last time.
I am sorry. Defend yourself.
Okay, you asked for it.
You twist the knife from my hand.
Yeah. You may know knife fighting, but you're pretty sad on judo.
Oh, Lorenzo! You've killed Lorenzo.
Just a rabbit punch, lady. Won't even leave a scar. So long.
Dog of a dog. Oh, caro. Carissimo.
Oh.
He has killed you. Oh, Lorenzo. Lorenzo.
Will you stop that silly babbling?
Lorenzo. You are all right.
See, except the back of my neck.
I will tell your men to go after him.
No, this is a personal matter. They might find it hard to understand how the American escaped from me. I will go after him alone.
I will go with you.
You will wait here, Carlotta. I will attend to you when I return.
Lorenzo.
I may be gone until dark, because if I do not find the American, then there is someone in Messina I must talk to. Now get me my horse.
Oh, boy, my wind is shot. Maybe it's the altitude. Whew. Hey, a horse. Ahead of me somewhere. I better play it safe. Hey, Donati!
What?
Over here, Emilio.
Steve Mitchell, you are safe.
Yeah.
I sent a guide to your room the first thing this morning. He said you were gone.
Yeah, one of Lorenzo's men got there first. Your waiter, Carlotta, tipped them off about me.
Carlotta?
Yeah. Think that horse of yours can carry both of us?
Lorenzo's men, they will be after you.
Yeah, that's a good reason for not hanging around here any longer.
All right, come. I'm going to help you up. Wait, listen. My horse is coming.
Come on, get your horse into the brush here. Cover up his nose so he won't whinny.
Steve, it's Lorenzo. He's alone.
Yeah, heading towards Messina, too.
Look, I have a gun. We can capture him.
No, not yet, Emilio. Come on, we'll give him the lead, then follow him into Messina. It's possible he's got more on his mind than just finding me. If so, I want to know what it is.
Lorenzo.
Senor Arch.
Why, you fool coming here to the Foundation office. My secretary will be back any minute.
The American escaped.
What? How could he?
We will not go into that.
Oh, you stupid fool. You've ruined everything. Mitchell must know all about the stolen shipments now.
See, he knows I stole them, but he does not know that you are involved, Archer.
He might as well. We're through now, Lorenzo. Through. And all because of your stupidity.
Do not talk that way to me, Archer.
I'd planned it so well. Even when Paul Wainwright became suspicious, I fired him. Then I had his mouth shut permanently. And now you've ruined it, you blundering half-breed.
You keep your mouth shut. This will help you.
Lorenzo, I'll kill you. This gun is quicker than your knife.
Well, Lorenzo and Archer. The Gold Dust twins.
Mitchell.
Very neat. So you two did work it together, huh?
You're wrong, Mitchell. I've just captured a notorious bandit.
You lying dog. It was you who arranged me.
Get back, Mitchell.
Give me that. That gun's safer with me, Archer.
You've got nothing on me.
You mean because Lorenzo can't talk?
If you want to put it that way.
There's one witness you overlooked, Archer.
Carlotta.
Yeah. When she finds out you killed Lorenzo, she'll sing plenty, and it's a song you're not going to like.
Well, did you send your report to the commissioner, Steve?
Yeah, I called him. He said the Throp Foundation had sent a new man over to head up the office here.
Well, and now you can relax for a few days. We're going to eat and drink and have a good time. You will have such a food as you never tasted. Scallopini, escarole, a pizza that melts in your mouth.
That sounds fine, Emilio, but I think I'll be heading back to the States.
Now, what's the hurry?
Well, someone back there is keeping some fried chicken on ice for me.
Well, fried chicken?
Yeah. It's It's got to be eaten on a boat, too.
Steve, I don't understand. What is so special about eating fried chicken on a boat?
Well, you see, she's not the chicken. That is, Oh, well, just take my word for it, huh? So long, Emilio.
You have just heard the first in an exciting new adventure series, Dangerous Assignment, starring Brian Donlevy and written by Bob Wright. This program was directed by Bill Karn with music by Bruce Ashley. Be with us again next week at this same time when Brian Donlevy, as Steve Mitchell, embarks on another Dangerous Assignment. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
If that's the game you're missing because of a mean cold, here's something you should know.
Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Millions more take bromoquinine. Every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Bromoquinine.
More people have taken more bromoquinine cold tablets for more complete relief than any other cold tablet ever sold. You could take aspirin or other single-action cold remedies all day and not get bromoquinine's more complete relief, even for virus colds. Bromoquinine works to relieve stuffy nose, body aches, fever, irregularity, the blues, and headache. More complete relief, because bromoquinine is the only cold tablet sold with wonder-working quinine and 5 other medicines, health-fortified with vitamin C. Remember,
every second someone takes it for the miseries of a cold. Millions more take bromoquinine.
Get bromoquinine brand cold tablets.
HOJO Radio, where the classics come alive.
Dark fantasy.
I am the master of the headless dead.
I say, guard.
Just call me Swiss, sir. Spelled with an E at the end.
Yes, of course. You reminded me before.
What were you about to say, sir?
I was about to observe that this Tower of London is quite a historic place.
That it is, sir. Historic indeed.
And haunted, I have heard tell.
Oh, have you now, sir?
Oh, yes. Don't tell me you haven't heard stories about the Tower's ghost.
Perhaps I have. Perhaps not.
Of course, I don't believe that sort of rubbish, you know.
Rubbish?
Certainly rubbish. Don't tell me, Mr. Swift, with an E. Don't tell me you believe in such things as ghosts and haunts.
What I believe, sir, I believe.
Certainly not the legend of the gambling spook of Wycott Hall.
The ghost invariably appears whenever a gambling game is in progress at Wycott Hall here in the tower, and always wins the stakes.
Yes. Don't tell me you believe such a fantastic yarn as that. Or such an unbelievable story as the one about the pig-faced spectre of the rectory.
I imagine Brother Randolph would tell you there's nothing fantastic about the story at all.
Brother Randolph?
Yes, sir. He's the overseer of the rectory. He's seen the spectre many a time.
No, he's probably just superstitious.
Brother Randolph says the thing is always dressed in a long black cloak. Has the body of a human, but the face is that of some grotesque and repulsive animal.
Mm-hmm. It sounds like an old wives' tale.
Oh, mind you, sir, I'm not trying to convince you about such things. That's the entrance to the choir loft, the chapel over there.
Chapel. Didn't know there was one in here.
It's a chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula.
Is it possible for me to go in there?
Begging your pardon, sir, that's what the climb up the stairs was for. We always like to show visitors the choir loft, the chapel.
Well, then, let's have a gander at the place, shall we?
Yes, indeed, sir. Here, the key. You always keep this locked. More habit than anything else. Nobody ever climbs those steps unless they're showing them through the tower. Here we are, sir.
Yeah, I say. It's dark in there. How about a light, my man?
Oh, no, blimey. I completely forgot to turn the lights on the fuse box down below. If you don't mind waiting, sir.
Oh, no. Wait. I've wouldn't ask anyone to climb those steps again. There's enough light coming through the stained glass panes. I say, will you lead the way?
Yes, of course. What's your step, sir? Step up here. There you are, sir. You can observe the chapel below, sir.
Yes. Deserted looking, isn't it?
It isn't as deserted as you might think, sir.
What was that?
You see only as far as you permit yourself to see, sir.
I don't believe I understand.
If you look for emptiness, sir, you see emptiness.
But it is empty down there.
Is it, sir?
I suppose you're trying to tell me this chapel is haunted, too.
Hasn't it a right to be, sir?
Right.
Yes, indeed. You see, sir, it's the burial place of the headless dead.
It's another of those idiotic legends.
Hardly a legend. You see those flagstones down there in front of the altar?
Faintly, yes.
Those stones form more than just the sanctuary floor, sir. They are also tombstones.
Why do you tell me such a thing as that, Mr. Swift?
Because it's truth.
You mean people are buried beneath those flagstones?
Including, I might add, 2 of England's queens.
Not actually.
Oh, yes, actually.
I've never heard that before.
Few people have, sir.
Then that's why you say the place down there isn't deserted.
In a manner of speaking, that's what I mean. Yes. Have you observed the huge pipe organ here in the loft, sir?
Oh, yes. I noticed when we came in. But getting back to what you were talking...
It's quite a famous instrument, I might say. Been played by dozens of famous people.
Oh, it has? Could I play it?
And it's against regulations, sir, but, well, if you play softly, sir.
Why, now, I say, that's mighty good of you. I do have somewhat of a reputation for playing the organ.
You play well, sir. Quite well.
Thank you. A rather old instrument, isn't it? Beautiful tone, though. Beautiful.
Et verbum erat in principio.
What's that?
Hoc erat in principio apud verbum.
Keep playing, sir. Keep playing. What? Quickly, sir, before it's too late. Play.
That voice. What is it?
No one knows. He always speaks like that in Latin whenever a stranger plays his organ for the first time.
Et testimonium
Can you see who it is?
No one has ever seen who it is.
Is he gone?
Yes. You'll hear no more of him today.
But what's the explanation? Who is it? Why does he do that?
There is no explanation. I must admit, sir, I've often heard of the ghost of St. Peter's Chapel, but this is the first time I've actually heard him.
He always does that?
Whenever a stranger plays his organ for the first time.
Will he return if I play again?
No. He always speaks just once. Then he's never heard again until another organist plays for the first time.
Amazing. Absolutely incredible.
I see, sir. It's about closing time. Do you mind if I leave you now?
Why, no, of course not.
You recall your way out of the tower, I trust. Look around a while longer if you wish. I'll return later to lock this car loft.
I don't know whether I want to remain here.
Oh, don't worry, sir. You're quite all right. Besides, you don't believe in such rubbish as ghosts.
Yes, but
I'm happy to show you around, sir. By the way, what did you say your name is?
Holman. Frederick J. Holman.
Well, then I'm very happy to have known you, Mr. Holman. Who knows? Perhaps your visit here will make you a changed man.
Now, whatever did he mean by that? I say, what's come over me? I feel so sleepy. Yes, sleepy. I'd best sit here in this pew. Strange. Never felt like this before. I'll sleep here a while, then go home. What's that? Went to sleep. Oh, I remember now. I slept here in this chapel pew. I say, the door's closed now. Mr. Swift evidently returned, locked me in. That's strange. Why didn't he awaken me? What's that? No. No. It can't be. Those stones at the foot of the altar. They're being pushed up by someone underneath. Hands. And arms. Long, bony arms. Pushing up the flagstones. And over to the right. Two ghostly figures. Rising out of the tombs in the floor. No. No, it's not possible. It can't be. Figures. Dozens of them now. Leaving their tombs. Forming a procession down the middle aisle of the chapel. And each of them is headless. Carrying his head before him in his hands. Look at them. Marching. In a slow procession down the center aisle. Marching. 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 On soundless feet. That man in front. The one in ancient armor. He seems to be the leader of those fantastic creatures. Oh, is this a dream? Is this a nightmare?
No. It is not a dream.
How did you get up here? Just a moment ago, you were down below, leading the procession.
It is not our custom to hold our rights while an intruder is present.
But I was locked in here. I didn't intend to be here.
Now that you are here, you must make the most of it.
What do you mean?
You are now as one of us.
It was you who prayed when I played the organ earlier today.
Yes. I always pray when a stranger sits at the console. You see, it was I who first played this organ when it was installed. Don't you think I play well?
But why do you return when others play it?
Because no one could ever play it as well as I. Therefore, I pray for them.
You're dead. And yet, you're playing the instrument now.
Yes. I always provide the music for our nightly meetings.
I don't understand all this. Those others down there, they're ghastly creatures. Headless.
Yes. They were less fortunate than I. You see, I managed to keep my head.
They were executed?
How else would they have come to be headless? You see, we would become quite uncomfortable lying in our graves beneath the flagstone floor if we didn't arise occasionally and stretch ourselves.
Good heavens.
Look, you, down below there. Will it amaze you for me to tell you that in that procession are some of history's most famous people?
Surely this isn't happening.
Indeed. Believe me, you're quite mistaken. Didn't you know that here in the chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula are buried such famous people as Sir Thomas More, Henry VIII's queens, Anne Boleyn and Catherine Howard?
Do remember that, but
as well as Lady Jane Grey and Dudley, her husband, and Sir Walter Raleigh and the Duke of Monmouth.
But they have all been dead for hundreds of years.
How true. How very true. Rick Holman, you will join us.
What?
I said, you will join in the procession with us.
No, not I.
It must be so. No one can look upon the procession of the headless dead unless he joined them to save himself.
Save myself? What do you mean?
You will discover what I mean if you refuse to take part in the ceremony.
But not now. Not tonight. Perhaps later. Yes, some other time.
It will be more satisfactory for you to join us tonight.
I can't tonight. Can't we make it some other night? Honestly, I fell asleep here. It's later than I thought.
It's exactly midnight.
I must return home. My family will be frantic. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll return to join you.
Tomorrow at midnight.
What?
Tomorrow at midnight. You will return to join in the procession.
Yes. Yes, that's fine. You can count on it.
Raise your right hand.
My right hand?
Yes, raise it. Now, repeat after me. I solemnly swear.
I solemnly swear.
By the souls of the sacred dead.
By the souls of the sacred dead.
To return to this chapel tomorrow at midnight.
To return to this chapel tomorrow at midnight.
So help me, heaven.
So help me, heaven.
Now, you may go.
Yes, but the door to the choir loft is locked.
It is locked, but you will have no trouble going out through it. And remember, Frederick Holman, tomorrow night at midnight.
Frederick, dear, you're worried about something. I know you are. It was 1 o'clock when you came home last night. You've never done that before.
No, I know, Laura, my dear, I know.
You acted so strangely when you did get home. What's more, you didn't sleep. You tossed all night long.
Laura, I must tell you something.
Well, I certainly think I have some explanation coming.
Yes. Yes, you have. I don't know how you're going to accept this, but... Well, here goes. I went to visit the Tower of London yesterday. I saw the prison cells and the execution and torture chambers. Finally, the guard took me to the little chapel of St. Peter ad Vincula. So I promised to return to the chapel tonight at midnight. They permitted me to leave the chapel.
Frederick, surely you were dreaming.
No, I'm sure it was no dream. It was all too realistic. I saw those people and heard them.
Oh, but things like that don't happen.
I'm very positive this happened, Laura.
Oh, nonsense. You were just affected by those ghost stories that guide told you about the tower.
Oh, dear, you're wrong. I've never believed in such things before. Now? Well.
But surely you don't intend to go back there tonight. Do you?
I don't know, Laura. I don't know. Hello. Hello, Laura. I say, Laura, are you there? Laura. Oh, I'm sorry, dear. I thought for a moment we'd been disconnected. Yes, I can hear you now. What I called for, dear, was to say I'm dining at the club tonight. Yes, old Simon Joster is off to the Orient. We're having a dinner for him. Yes, I'll be home early. Huh? What's that? No, Laura. I've decided not to go to the tower tonight. I think you're probably right. It all must have been a dream.
Good evening, Mr. Holman. Your car, sir.
Oh, thank you, Henry.
Shall I drive you to the tower, sir?
Tower? What? Of course not, Henry. Drive me straight home. Whatever made you think I'd want to go to the tower at this time of night?
I don't rightly know, sir. Begging your pardon, Mr. Holman, I don't know what made me ask you that. Really, I don't.
Don't drive me home, Henry.
Yes, sir.
Oh, by the way, what time do you have, Henry?
It's just a minute or two before midnight, sir.
Oh, very well. Take me home at once.
Did you say something, sir?
Did you hear something, Henry?
Hear something, sir?
Yes, that voice.
Voice, Mr. Holman.
Don't you hear that voice?
No, sir, I don't hear nothing, sir.
Listen. It's him. Listen to him.
You must be tired, sir. There's nobody.
That voice.
Really, sir.
Don't tell me you haven't heard of the gambling spook of Waikator.
In principio est verbum.
No. No, it can't be.
Or Brother Randolph's pig-faced spectre of the rectory.
No one could ever play the organ as well as I.
That's what he said. The man in armor.
You see, only as far as you permit yourself to see, sir.
You see, I manage to keep my head.
If you look for emptiness, sir, you see emptiness.
Then it wasn't a dream.
The flagstones of the sanctuary floor are also tombstones.
It's true. It wasn't a dream.
You must join our procession.
Henry.
The headless dead
Join our procession.
The head is dead.
Join our procession.
The head is dead.
Henry, in the name of heaven, man, look where you're driving. I can't stop, sir. Look out, you're going to hit that rock. Mr. Holmes! Henry, look out! Mr. Holman. Mr. Holman, are you all right, sir? We hit that truck and... Mr. Holman, we hit that truck broadside and... Mr. Holman, look at him.
Greetings, Frederick Holman, and welcome. I am pleased that you have kept your appointment with us.
You have heard The Headless Dead, tonight's original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Ben Morris played Frederick Holman. Eleanor Naylor Corrin was Mrs. Holman. Fred Wayne was Swift. Garland Moss was the leader of the Headless Dead. And Murillo Schofield was heard as the chauffeur. Next Friday night at this same time, we'll bring you a strange and weird tale of the unusual. Death is a savage deity, based upon Scott Bishop's novel of the same name. Listen for this breathtaking tale of witchcraft and black magic. Dark Fantasy originates each Friday night in the studios of WKY, Oklahoma City. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Truth is stranger than fiction. And this is the proof. This is Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Judge Abraham Fuller of Newton, Massachusetts, was so fanatically opposed to debts that when a physician was called to write out his death certificate, the doctor found his fee in the dead man's clenched fist. Believe it or not. In a moment, I'll tell you about an unusual railway. Cable cars in San Francisco have added charm and transportation for many years. Equally unusual is the Cliff Railway near Lynmouth, England. It has 900 feet of rails bolted to the solid rock of a cliff, and its two cars are operated with water. Water flows into the tank of the car at the top, and as it starts down, it pulls up the other car, which has been lightened by draining its water tank. Believe it or not.
The instant coffee with a famous flavor. That's Instant Maxwell House, the happiest combination in coffee. Wonderful, good to the last drop flavor, combined with the convenience and thrift of coffee made instantly in the cup. So easy, no pot, no grounds. So thrifty, saves you real money compared to ordinary coffee. So truly good, pure roaster fresh flavor. Try Instant Maxwell House, the instant coffee with a famous flavor. Instantly good to the last drop.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.